Hello everyone, and welcome to something different. I realize I haven't been streaming to this thing, so anybody who's looking at the dates would notice that there's a huge gap. But anyway, this is gonna be the Walton Initiative, or Initiates. That's what it's called. The Walton Initiates. It's gonna be a campaign of Shadowrun rather than D&D. And we are going to start. So I'm going to have an opening monologue. This time I don't have a script for my opening monologue, so...
I'm gonna have an opening monologue. I don't have a script for my opening monologue.
Yeah,
Makes
so
sense.
it's just gonna be me freestyling. The first time I started a D&D game, I had an opening monologue, and I had it all written out, and I screwed up like 5 times still. So, I'm just gonna freestyle it, and whatever happens, happens. So, the real world exists. That's the first thing that you guys have to know. So, up till 2012, everything is going to be the same. As if it were this world. So, everything that you know up till 2012 is going to be exactly as it was. That way you have a very good frame of reference. So, starting from there, the year 2012 starts, and I'm going to give you guys an example because you're going to have a companion to start out with. So I'm going to give you guys an example of a backstory, so that way you guys can think it up. You may already have some ideas of what you want to put in there, but I'm going to give you an example. Gio has already heard this because I gave him a really long pitch at one point.
Yeah.
So,
Pitching it.
So, starting out 2012, there's a kid who just graduated high school, and he is working at a Walmart in Canada, and he is, this is also slightly based on me, slightly, so forgive it.
Slightly.
Yeah.
Just slightly.
Yeah.
Just slightly. Don't mention all the details and such.
Yeah.
Like his whole life, the only thing that matters now is that he has an own YouTube channel with a niche.
Yeah. He doesn't have
But he works at Walmart.
Either way, he's working at Walmart, and he's working in the produce section. And he is working out back most of his day. He starts off his day working. Usually they'll get him to uncover bananas, bring it out front, and that's the start of his day. He has to bring out anything else that they want him to bring out, and then he has to clean up the back room. So
Is this what you do?
It's a simplified version of what I do. Yeah.
So many bananas.
Yeah.
I can count bananas.
Like, one day I had to do 20 boxes of bananas. It was crazy. Anyway, so, the people out back don't really appreciate the work he does because they think that they can do it better, and even people in other sections see that he is not doing his work perfectly, so they criticize him for it constantly. However, his managers seem to say that he is doing the minimal amount of work necessary to continue in the company, so he keeps his job. However, the tormenting increases, and his personal life also goes down the toilet. His family life isn't great. He has a girlfriend who is very distant. He's not sure why.
Are we still talking about you? Because now I'm getting worried.
No. I'm adding details.
Let him just speak. Let him speak.
So, and he's not sure why. So, he is very depressed. He falls into a fit of depression. And during one of the deepest points of this depression, some people that seem to be higher up in the company approach him one day during his work because he seems to be not performing as well as he usually does, and they tell him to come into a meeting. So when he goes into this meeting, there's some strange people he's never seen before that don't seem to work in the store that he's working in, and they just sort of seem to be sitting in the background, not really saying anything. And the managers who are part of his work tell him that he can join what is called the Walton Initiative, which is he needs to sign a contract if he wishes to join. And basically what's going to happen is they are going to put him in a cryochamber for 10 years. And if he manages to survive this 10 years in the cryochamber and they manage to revive him, they will give him $10 million. However, if he doesn't survive, he will
be dead.
Well, yes, but he gets to choose somebody who inherits that $10 million. So he decides to agree due to his depression. He doesn't really have much going for him, so he says, well, he doesn't have anybody else who cares for him that much other than his girlfriend, who is also distant. So then he says, well, just give the $10 million to her if he doesn't manage to survive. He signs the contract, and he goes home. The next day, a van pulls up in front of his house. Black van, darkened windows. Men in suits approach his front door and tell him that he needs to come immediately. He's just disheveled. He hasn't had a shower or anything, so he just goes with them because they seem very insistent. So they drive for approximately 2 hours. He doesn't get to see because the windows in the section of the van that he's in are completely blackened and he can't see where he is going. However, eventually they pull over and stop, and he exits. He's in an underground complex of some sort, and they lead him to the cryochamber, put him in the cryochamber, and he goes to sleep. That is an example of a backstory that you guys could use. However, if you entirely rip it off, I would probably notice. So you might want to come up with something more unique. However,
we're supposed to make backstories?
Yeah,
No,
so
not
this is
yet.
your backstory. You have to come up with a reason as to why you got into a cryo chamber in 2012. Your character. So, approximately 6 months later is when the awakening happens, but we'll get into that later because I'm going to display it in a very unique way, hopefully. So, your characters as they are, except without your high stats and everything.
Aww.
Yeah, that's where we're starting. So you guys are exiting your cryo chambers. However, before you entered, you were just ordinary humans. So if you're a different race, you don't know why you're different. So
I don't know why you're dwarf. Why so short?
Yeah, exactly. So you're in a room. You're each in a cryo chamber. You're not able to leave for whatever reason. You're still locked in your cryo chambers. However, you three seem to be directly next to each other, and there's one cryo chamber that is slightly off to the side that has this large hulking purple person in it that, because you guys are only familiar with humans, you don't know what that is. So you look down at yourselves. The only person who's going to recognize what they look like is Slice Man. He's gonna know what he looks like. But he isn't known as Slice Man yet.
No.
He hasn't gotten his nickname yet. So, whatever his real name is what he knows himself as right now. So, you guys are locked in your cryo chambers still. So, Slice Man, whatever your real name is, you can think on that for a bit, so don't worry about it.
That's good.
You are in the middle of these two, and Lionel, you're slightly taller than you were before, and you have pointed ears. Like you're in this cryo chamber, and you're sort of wet because they're defrosting you. All of you are. So and you have like a loincloth thing that's covering anything important. Yeah, you have like these weird wires that are attached to you. And you guys, and Boris, you are slightly, well, depending on your height at when you were a human, you are either much or slightly shorter than you were before.
I was a very tall man with a dark, booming voice.
Yeah, so now
you're a tiny dwarf.
And I only spoke British.
British.
Yes, I turned British.
Okay.
No connections to Russia whatsoever.
However, you guys are locked in your cryo chambers, so you guys can attempt to do anything while you're waiting. It's going to be about 10 minutes that you are locked in this cryo chamber while you're conscious. So, what do you want to do?
Well, can I see anything outside of the cryo chamber?
Oh yeah,
is it so
you can see plenty outside the cryo chamber. It's a little wet and foggy on the glass, but you can see that you are in what looks like a dilapidated area that you were in when you were first put in this cryo chamber. You were transported. Let's say that your character lived in Russia before. You were transported via plane somewhere. They blindfolded you, immediately put you into a van, and then drove you somewhere. So,
cool. I just wanted to see if do I have to make any kind of intelligence check? How do I do an intelligence check in this?
Okay.
Because I want to see if I'm smart enough to see that I am the one that's gotten shorter, or everything else has just gotten bigger.
Okay. I'll let you roll 2 dice, 2 d6s. See what happens.
Just normal, not logic, not willpower, not strength.
No, unfortunately, your stats aren't that high yet. You haven't been trained.
Okay.
Yeah, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Well, that's an 8. It's not too bad.
You have 1 success, so yes, you realize what's happening.
5 or 6 is success.
Yeah.
Why the hell am I so short?
And you look down at your body. Your arms are dwarf-like, and your legs are shorter than they were before.
I look inside my trousers to see if that is shorter than before.
Surprisingly, that hasn't changed.
God damn it!
Anybody else want to do anything?
I'm gonna see if I can perhaps, push the door open, push the whatever it is to be open. Perhaps it's just
okay. Yeah, it's like glass that's in front of you, and behind you is like this metal bedding thing that they let you lay on when they put you in the cryo chamber.
Mm-hmm. So try and see if I can go like. Is it open? Yes or no?
You push on the glass, it doesn't move. And you can feel that it has some give to it, but it seems to be stuck in place.
Well, then I'm gonna use... Well, I am stuck. I am laying down. I want to get out. Let's see if I can just shove it open, just using all my limbs.
Okay, I'll give you, because your character is weaker,
well,
you get 1 dice. And if you get a success, we'll see what happens.
So what is a success? Over 3?
Nope.
Yeah, you got
Yeah,
0
I rolled
successes.
at 3.
Yeah, you
So,
got 0
yeah.
successes. Which means that you push on the glass and it doesn't budge. Like, you begin to panic a little bit because you appear to be stuck.
Well, don't have claustrophobia yet, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't. But you begin to panic because you think that you're stuck in this and somehow you got woken up.
Am I already an alcoholic, or?
That depends on your backstory. That depends on your backstory. You can choose. Because up till 2012, you were whoever you wanted to be.
Oh gosh.
Fucking
Already
Vladimir Putin.
alcoholic.
Well, that means I have to get out of this place fast, doesn't it?
Well,
Right now,
use
you're
your
not experiencing any cravings if you have any.
Well,
Okay.
If you
use
decided to have them.
use your stubby arms to push that glass open, or whatever.
It's not my turn yet.
Well, you can try if you want.
Sure.
Alright,
Already
you
does it,
get
yeah.
2 dice for your
Ah.
strength.
Because you're strong, boy.
You
Ooh.
got a
It's
success.
A natural 6, whatever that means.
It just means a success, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
you did get a success, so you start like body checking the glass, and it starts cracking. And before we resolve that situation, we're gonna let Lionel decide if he wants to do anything.
Well, I don't want to be stuck in this place, so I will try to push it open, I guess.
Okay. So what is your character's strength after being trained?
2.
2? Okay, you get 1 dice to try to open this.
Nope.
Oh,
Oh,
you got a
even
1.
worse.
Are you sure you're doing it right?
Which means
Gotten 2 zeros.
which means that you get a critical glitch.
That was a natural 1, boy.
Ouch.
Yeah, so he got a 1, and since it's glitches happen if you have more than it's a certain amount. I'm not 100% sure because I couldn't find the exact details on this. But what I'm going to be using is if it's yellow, that means you encounter a glitch, and if you have 0 successes and a glitch, that means that you encounter a critical glitch, which is even worse. So,
Get on your character page. Or character
so here's
sheet.
what happens. You get ready to body check the glass, and you hit your head, and you are now unconscious.
Well, that's all your stun marks instantly filled up.
Hell yeah.
So, Lionel is unconscious for now. You didn't break the glass, even. Like, you didn't touch the glass. You guys hear a punk, and then you just see Lionel in the chamber over to the side, and he's just eyes closed, just laying there.
Let's see if I can try again and get free. Hopefully, it'll fail as well with
Yeah,
critical.
I'll give you
Fail.
one more
Fail.
chance.
Fail.
You have 1 dice.
Did I get out? Am I outside, by the way?
You cracked the glass, is what happened.
Oh,
so we're going
so I
to
have to
resolve
do it
that in a
again.
second.
Nope. That's 4.
You didn't critical glitch because you only have 1 dice, so it's very easy to critical glitch at this moment. So, you didn't glitch, so it just doesn't work. But you look over and hear as the glass on Boris's cryo chamber cracks. You see a really tall, grayish humanoid thing begin to rush over. He has like a lab coat on and glasses, and he rushes over and he just starts waving his hands in front of the cryo chamber, and he says, "No, we're trying to get this open."
Well,
To
I
me?
guess we.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
saying that to you. because you're breaking it.
Don't worry, I am doing that too.
2 successes. You break out of your cryo chamber and shatter glass all over him. And he just goes, "Oh, why? Why did you do that?"
I go straight over to him and I put my hand... I guess I can't put my hand on his shoulder, can I?
Yeah, he's like 7 feet tall.
Oh,
You're like 3.
Yeah, and you're like 3 feet.
Whatever.
I start examining my own body, just what's happening,
Yeah, you.
and just look up at the monstrous tall guy and say, "I'm gonna need a bottle of vodka right now."
He goes, and he just starts. Seems confused as to what to do, and he just starts walking away.
Why am I so short? Why doesn't my dick look bigger?
He goes, "You're. I guess this was
Russian penis isn't big enough.
Let me just say that you're now. For now, you're just suffering from dwarfism. From something that happened. We'll explain it later." And he just walks away.
So where's my bottle then?
He's walking
Hello?
away. That's what he's going to try to find.
Okay.
So as he's walking away, he goes like, hello? There are more people here that try to get out, but sure, we'll wait.
I'll
Sure.
get you.
I just walk over and I do this. Don't worry, they're working on it.
So, since Boris is free, he has a little bit more freedom of movement to examine the area. You have about 5 minutes left that you can do something with.
I'm stunned. I can't do shit.
Yeah, you're just unconscious. So, Boris, you have a little more freedom of movement. You can look around this room and do some things if you want.
Any kind of weapons in the area, just in case.
I'll get you to roll. Let me see. I need to look at the character sheet
I
to
would
see which
say
stat would be better.
intuition, I guess.
That's a 3.
I think it's better on logic.
Yeah, logic.
Well, that's a
So
4.
2 dice is what you get.
Just 2d6 or just
Yep,
best
2d6.
logic?
2d6.
Nope.
You don't find any weapons. However, while you're looking around this room, you notice the one cryo chamber, which is slightly off to the side, which has a large hulking purple person in it. And you also notice that there's about 50 other cryo chambers behind the ones that you're in various states of damage. Some of them are completely broken and have like skeletons in them.
Man, things really went to shit in the 10 years, huh? And when is the big reveal going to happen that we're not being cryogenically freeze for 10 years, but for 100 or 2 or 3 or 1,000?
I think it's 60 or something.
Yeah.
60.
Something like that. Yeah.
So all this stuff is happening in 3,000 and...
No, 60
72?
years.
Yeah.
2072.
2000.
We're in 2012.
Yeah.
Before
2012.
cryo-chamber shit.
So 2062. No, 72.
Something like
62
that.
or
Yeah.
72, yeah.
So
Cool.
you guys, you don't know yet, but we will get to that. They're gonna brief you on what's happening. So you don't find any weapons, and unfortunately, that's gonna take your 5 minutes probably because this is a big room. Slice
the
Man,
position
you
that I'm in, what the hell-
have the ability to do something if you want. Still.
Yeah.
those
So
5
for the position that I am in, what the hell can I see? Except, well, our shortened man getting free.
You immediately see Lionel, who's unconscious because he knocked himself out.
I'm too
And-
tall for the chamber.
It's true, they were made for humans. So, and you see the hulking purple thing that's sort of cramped inside this other cryochamber. You also see Boris, who broke out of his cryochamber, walking around looking for something.
Well, I guess we did say that the person that came by, that he was trying to get it open.
Mm-hmm.
At least busy on it. So I guess I will trust in that.
Alright. So, you wait another 5 minutes, and you hear a and the glass opens. However, Lionel, you're still unconscious, and both of you who are now free see another lab technician-looking person. This one is as small as Boris is, and she just sort of walks over in a lab coat. She has goggles on, and she starts looking over Lionel to see if she can figure out what's wrong with him.
I think he bumped his head against something.
Fuck! And she just walks over to the wall, and you see that there's just a med station there. She just opens it, and she's like, "Oh, fuck. These haven't been updated in years." And she just...
I walk over to her and say, "Just relax. Where's the shovel?"
Where's the shovel?
She says,
Goddamn Russian.
I just need to give him this, and she grabs a syringe which was inside the medical kit on the side.
You know, water could also work, just like splashing it in his face.
She walks over to him, grabs his arm, and just stabs it into his arm, injects it in. And Lionel, you just feel like you were in a car wreck or something, and your adrenaline is still pumping, although you were just unconscious a few seconds ago. So you just feel like you have a lot of adrenaline all of a sudden, and you just wake up.
What the?
Yeah.
Also, good morning to you, I guess.
So she walks away and just gives you some space, and she says, "If you would follow me," and she puts the syringe in her pocket, which you don't think is very safe, but apparently she does that. And she just starts walking out of the room.
So guys, since we all survived, that's $30 million we could spend on whatever we want. Who says we go to a party after this is over, huh?
Well,
first round is on me, huh?
Well, let's first see what the hell is going on, because I don't remember very short people and very large people entering the building, or seeing them around.
Well, I am currently suffering from dwarfism for some reason.
That's what they explained to him. And you notice that Lionel seems to be cosplaying as an elf, however, it seems to be biological and not cosmetic.
I highly doubt that.
Just like 17 kilos and just to grow half a feet.
Yeah, you also see the hulking purple person in the cryo chamber over there. You don't remember hulking purple people either.
Yeah,
you're a troll.
So you have
an elf.
What you could deduce is, from your character's perspective, the most you could deduce is that there was some sort of science experiment that went wrong, and even the scientists were somehow affected by it.
So, I guess our best bet to know what else going on is to follow them.
Yeah, the dwarf is now waiting by the entrance to this room.
Yeah, so if I'm the only one, then I'm going to her.
Alright.
We'll go follow.
Follow the money, boys!
Alright, she begins leading you up the staircase.
I walk. I just look around confused. I don't understand shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys...
wait, you do...
Also, before you leave the room, you guys also look back and you see that there's like a dilapidated section of this room that has like vines growing, and there's like sparks still flying from certain implements in the back, and there's also dead people. Like, there's some of the cryochambers are, like, bursted open, and there's, like, a skeleton hanging out of them. Things like that.
Yeah. So, looking around, he just goes like, so... I guess we were on ice for more than 10 years by, well, plants don't grow that fast in 10 years.
She looks at you and she says, I'm a new hire, so I don't know all of the details that they want to tell you, but let's just say it was more than 10 years that you've been in here. And she continues walking up.
That means more money, right?
Well,
it was $1 million a year.
Let's just focus on the situation at hand. Then we talk about the money. So let's first see what these people want from us.
You guys
Where's the tall guy with the vodka?
You guys may be in for a bit of disappointment, but we'll get to that when we get to the briefing room. And she continues walking up about 5 flights of stairs. She's a little short, but the stairs aren't made for her, but it looks like she's walked up these stairs multiple times and knows how to get up them fairly quickly.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, we are in our underwear, for better words.
Yes. Right now, you have what you went into the cryo chamber with all those years ago, which is a perfectly blanched white loincloth. And it appears to be still white, at least, so it's not like you were...
So mine can't say Superman on it.
No, unfortunately.
Damn it.
So, sadly not.
And
the
thing that you can get from that they're still white is that you weren't soiling yourself for however long you were in there. They were doing something with that stuff.
Yeah. So just to see if there's any more about clothing to make us more representable, because, well, this is all we have currently.
So you're gonna find a bunch of clothes in the stairway? Is that
I'm
the big plan?
He's asking her. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
She says, well, we're going to give you jumpsuits for now, but we'll have to get to the briefing room first.
Well, that's at least better than nothing, I would say.
And at that point, she gets to a particular door. There weren't any doors on the other levels that you guys were going up. And you do remember when you were first in went to the cryo chambers, they did lead you down this staircase, which had no doors on it. So there must be a reason why they have it so deep underground. But for whatever reason in your backstory, you weren't asking questions at that point. So, yes, you guys are heading upstairs, and she opens the door, and she says, it's just a little further. And...
Well...
Okay, go ahead, if you wanted to say
something.
Well,
I guess we keep following and just see what the hell's going on, because, well, this is our best shot we can get.
Fair enough. So, you continue going, and she leads you to a couple doors down in this hallway, and she opens the door, and she stands next to it, and she just sort of motions for you to go in.
Well, walk in, I don't know what about the rest, what they're gonna do.
Yeah. Just walk in.
Okay.
What's Boris gonna do?
He's gonna get some vodka.
Still looking for the guy.
Yeah, you look in that door, Boris, and you see a guy frantically looking through drawers. That guy that you were talking to earlier. The troll. But you don't know what a troll is yet. But the big hulking gray person. He's frantically looking through drawers looking for something.
Well, I'm gonna deduce that he hasn't found any and just follow my new friends or whatever.
Yeah, he's in the room that you guys are going into. So.
Oh.
But he's still looking. It appears that he finds this an important task that he needs to do. For some reason.
Of course you do. It's me.
Exactly. So, yeah, you guys walk into this room. She closes the door behind you, and she doesn't enter the room. So apparently she has other tasks that she has been assigned or whatnot, so that's what she's doing. So, also, I'm just gonna let you know, Preben, for when you're rolling, you can go to the top of the sheet and you see the D6 at the top of the sheet. You can just click that to roll D6s. Because this game is entirely based on that, so if you need to roll random number of D6s, you can just click that. See, there you go.
Yeah, perfect, and it's turned into 0.
Yeah, that means you got 0 successes. And you
And a crit
glitched.
fail.
And
You
0
crit
successes
failed
again.
Okay,
What
hold
if I
on.
roll 100 d6?
I'm gonna try.
Okay, out of
30
100
successes.
D6s, you got 30 successes.
Unlike
I
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least 10 crit fails.
Well, how high does the 6 have to be for getting a success?
A 5
or
or a 6.
A 5 or a 6?
Yeah,
Mhm.
on the dice, it needs to read 5 or 6, and it counts as a success. So, you have 1/3 chance of succeeding, and 1 in 6 chance of failing on on one particular dice roll.
So that's why more dice are better.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
guess we're
in
in the
this room that you
where-
are currently in. I just wanted to let him know so that
Okay.
way for future rolls he could do that. So,
Okay.
for in this room, you see it looks like you're in Blade Runner, the movie Blade Runner. The second one didn't come out yet. So you look like you're in Blade Runner. There's like holographic computers in this room, things like that, and there's regular wooden equipment in this, like desks and things of that nature that appear much older. They don't appear to have aged well either. Some of it has like little bits of mold growing up the side, things like that. But there is a futuristic computer sitting in the middle of the room. And there is the troll who is frantically searching through drawers.
Yeah,
And
better be.
there is a human sitting at the computers who is not paying attention to you guys entering the room.
So we have the door we came into, and what more?
There is another door to your left as you entered the room. And there are 3 jumpsuits just sort of hanging on hangers next to that door.
Well, definitely don't pick the short one.
Yeah, they are sized for your particular characters. Almost eerily perfect for your character's height.
Yeah, so let's me pick the right one instead of the wrong one. I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
a
there's
small
one
beanstalk.
There's one that's taller, which is for the elf. There's one that's human-sized, and then there's one that's dwarf-sized.
Well, pick the human size one and get suited up.
Yeah, there is a room that you can go in, which is what the door is that I described. It's a small changing area.
Well, I grab a jumpsuit and head in there, then come back out in my jumpsuit. Don't know about
I
all
just put my jumpsuit on right there. I mean, we're already half naked. Why should I go into a solitary room to put on a jumpsuit when I'm already in my pajamas or jammies or whatever?
Yeah. Inside
Trousers,
the jumpsuit,
Boxers.
inside the jumpsuit, there is a new pair of underwear and a t-shirt.
Ooh.
So that might be why you want to go in the private room, just so that way.
I still just changed right there.
Okay. If you don't care who sees your precious valuables, then we'll just do that.
How precious!
Okay, so that happens. And then I assume Lionel is going to be not as brazen.
I got decency.
Well, same here. I mean, I went in first, so
Yeah.
Even though my guy looks fucking ripped, but
What is decency?
So he enters the room after Slice Man, or whatever his real name is. You don't have to reveal it because they're not going to ask you what your names are because they seem to already know because they have records for that. So,
which means Matt have to figure out the name.
Yeah, as long as he sends it to me,
Bradshaw.
as long as he sends it to me, at some point it'll be fine. So,
Okay, well, at some point would be now then.
He probably has a name already.
Yeah.
Like Jim.
Steve.
yeah,
Steven.
Slice Man is going to be his street name. So, and you guys can come up with street names later if you want, and add those to your primary alias if you want, but that's up to you.
I have Lionel and my actual name.
Yep, you can choose your actual name. As long as it's not associated with a real sin, then it doesn't matter. So, and your characters aren't going to be, so it doesn't matter.
Sergey.
Either way.
Sergey Kowalski.
No,
So,
Either way.
after you guys get changed,
Kremensky.
the guy who's at the computer, as if he knew when you guys got finished changing, you're not sure how he knew, but as soon as you guys finished, like as soon as Lionel walks out of the room, because he would be last, because he was waiting for the room to get changed in.
I was an elf room and the fucking human room, so I went in the elf room at the same time.
No, there's only one room,
Oh, okay.
unfortunately.
I just run the room with the 3 doors, okay.
No, there was one door, and then there was 3 jumpsuits next to it. That's all that was. So, yes. So you, after Lionel exits the room, almost immediately the human who is sitting at the desk there, he's dressed in a lab coat. And the only reason you knew he was a human is because his arms looked fairly regular, and his head, you could see, he has, like, very sparse white hair, and he just sort of spins around, and he looks very shaky. And he looks quite
A
old.
twitchy guy.
He looks like he's maybe in his 70s or 80s. You're not sure. But he looks at you guys, and he tips up his glasses that he was wearing, because they have this sort of, like, covering on them, kind of like how people can buy those, if they wear glasses, they have those sunglasses thing that they can put on it, on top of their glasses. He just
clip.
he just sort of flips that up. That's kind of what it looks like. And he just sort of looks at you guys. You guys recognize him. He's the guy who ushered you into your cryochambers. However, he looks about maybe 50 years older.
Well, my guess was right on that we're longer than 10 years in there.
You Slice Man, since you are human, you have the best reference point for how much you've aged. You don't look even a year older than what you were before. So
what went wrong? The first question to ask.
As soon as he flips the glasses over, he was examining you, and you ask that as he's examining you all. And he says, I do have a lot of explaining to do, for sure. If you would give me a moment to call up the video, I'm not the best at explaining things.
Sure, and I
will
think...
go over to Slice Man, and I kind of like tug on his sleeve. There we go, and say, he has aged terribly in 10 years.
Yeah,
if he aged terribly for 10 years, it would be like he went, you know how everything slows down at the speed of light? It's as if you guys were moving at the speed of light and he wasn't for like years. Is the comparison that you would have.
Well, just
That's how
believe me when I
badly he
say
aged.
it. Yeah. So I'm just gonna look at Wallace and say, well, believe me, it's more than 10 years we were in there.
Fine
So-
by me means more money.
He spins around in the chair and he starts typing on this computer, which he has a very futuristic holographic keyboard that senses where you're intersecting the light to determine what you are typing, which is, it could be cool to you or not. And he's just sort of typing, and then he presses the submit button on his keyboard, and a video encompasses the entire screen, and it's currently paused, and he grabs 3 helmets that are just sort of sitting there on the desk, and he offers you guys to take them if you wish.
Helmets?
Sure.
Yeah, helmets. They look like, for your character's perspective, I'm not sure how far along VR got in 2012.
Not far.
2012 we did have VR, yes.
Yeah, we have Oculus and stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
They
So
look a
not
bit
a hyper
bulkier. They
version.
look
Like
the
this
helmets.
huge fucking.
The helmets look a bit bulkier. They look more like what the Virtual Boy would have looked like if it got a little bit further along.
Mm.
The Virtual Boy helmets. Kind of, is what they look like.
Oh.
He offers them to you. You guys. You can take them if you wish, you don't have to.
Well,
I'll take one.
I guess this will be
I'll
how
take
we get introduced. Yeah, take it and put it on the head.
Explains himself, so I'll just take
Yeah.
it.
Alright. Does Boris take one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I just didn't hear if you said yes. Okay. So you put the helmets on, and it's a full 3-dimensional virtual reality type thing. And he says, just for future reference, that is a Tridio player. And he presses the submit
Okay, then.
button. And you can see the video is shot in 3 dimensions. So you can look behind yourself and see parts of the video that you wouldn't see if you were just looking forward. Which,
Okay, yep. This is definitely like an Oculus thing, mobile, but
Yeah.
let's focus.
so you start looking around and you can see the different parts of the video. So he's hitting submit to hit play. And it starts showing, it comes up a symbol for the Walton initiative, which you saw when you first entered the cryochamber area, which is, it's just like a W that is inside a triangle, sort of. Either way, you start watching the video, and it starts giving you some highlights of the past 50 years, approximately. 50, 60 years, somewhere around there. So, the first thing you see is a tutorial on the awakening, which was when magic returned to the world, approximately 6 months after you guys entered the cryochamber. On December, I wrote it down somewhere, but I don't remember the exact date. But it was when the Mayan calendar ended.
December 21st, I think it was.
Yeah, and you guys remember that it was a big deal. People, crazy people, superstitious people were thinking that something big was going to happen, but everybody with rational minds were just like, it's just going to be like every other doomsday prediction, like the year 2000.
Yeah, just
like
want to say,
Y2K.
Demonetize! Yay!
Yeah, like Y2K. Nothing happened when Y2K came and went. Nothing happened. So everybody thought it was just going to be like that, another thing. But apparently this time, magic came into existence, and they start showing like different tutorial videos of people using various magic things. They show you dragons. They show you all the things that have come into existence with magic, or a large portion, as much as can be fit in a couple minutes. And you see dogs that are breathing fire and are hairless, that have really deformed skulls. You see Komodo dragons that look like they have large yellow eyes, and they look at somebody and they turn to stone. Things of that nature. So you start seeing these things, and they do show you a news event. It looks like a press conference, and you guys would be familiar with Barack Obama. He would have been in office for a while. So you guys would have known who he was. You see him stepping up to the podium, except he looks slightly taller and he has pointed ears. And he says, "My fellow Americans, we have experienced a crisis as of late, and as you can see, not even your president has been unaffected. I am going to voluntarily run a new election to see if anybody wishes to vote someone else in." And he starts looking at the teleprompter very, very obviously, and suddenly you just, in the video, it's a 3-dimensional video, so you can look around and you see the press people behind you. They're just sort of like touching their faces. They're all the various races that exist in this room currently. They at least have one representative in the room. And the room just begins to shake violently, and the cameras shake. And he goes, "Oh, what the hell?" And you see a hole just get ripped open in the ceiling of this room. And you see a dragon crane his head down into the room. And you hear gunfire outside the room, like miniguns shooting. And you hear the bullets being deflected off of something very hard. And you see the dragon just sort of reach its head towards Barack Obama, just sort of grab him, throw him up in the air into his mouth. And you see the Secret Service and everything just sort of firing handguns at this dragon. And it's just sort of acting as if like water is being sprayed in its face. It doesn't care. And it just sort of grins as the bullets deflect off of its steel hard skin. And it just sort of looks into one of the cameras, which is pointing directly at it, and it says, "You now have a new leader." And it cranes its head out of the room, and you hear the flapping, and you see the cameras crane towards the hole in the opening, and and you see helicopters with miniguns just firing at this dragon, doing nothing. And he just does a little puff of flame, and the helicopter just sort of looks like it's melted slightly and just crashes out of the air, and the dragon flies away. That's one of the bigger news stories you see that they show you.
So we have a dragon president now?
Yeah, so we know what not to fuck with.
It's now called the UCAS. Yeah, the UCAS, which is the United Canadian American States.
Oh, so it was a Canadian dragon, I see.
No, the dragon also took over Canada, is what happened.
Oh.
Well, we know what to not fuck with.
Yes, exactly.
Fuck with that. No.
There is another news story about dragons, which is important. You hear about, it's German for fire wing, but I'm probably not going to pronounce it correctly. It's...
You're up, Gio.
Fire...
not German.
Yeah,
Fire Schwinger,
No.
Schwinga, or something like that. Anyway.
I will check it out, don't worry.
Okay, but while you're looking that up, You see news stories about that, which there is a particular human who worked on that situation. Fireschwinger, or whatever his...
The Fireflugel. Feuerflugel.
Something like that.
Yes, I know how to pronounce that shit.
Something like that. Anyway, you see the news stories that came out at that time. One of the humans who managed to defeat the dragon went, as soon as it woke up, it was like, fuck all of you, and just started killing people indiscriminately. It woke up in I think it woke up in the Netherlands, but it flew towards Germany almost immediately because there wasn't enough people. And it just started. The biggest place that got hit was Berlin. It just would, like, even steel skyscrapers under its flaming breath would melt and, like, turn sideways and then fall over with how hot its fire breath was. And it didn't care. People were even hiding in, like, nuclear bomb shelters, and it was still making its way in there and, like, breathing, well, getting close to the bomb shelter and just breathing fire on it until it just heated up the interior so much that nothing could survive inside. And you're seeing flashes of news stories where they open these things and it's just charred bodies inside. Things like that. But eventually they did defeat it somehow, but the news stories don't go into it for some reason. But there was a human who was at the head of all of that. And he was pretty young at the time, about 20 years old. You also see a news story that describes the reason why there are different races now. During the Awakening, various members of different families didn't necessarily awaken in the same way. So there could be a family that had a troll son and the parent didn't get changed and they were still human. And there could be families where there were two dwarfs, a human and a troll. It didn't matter what your biological predisposition was. It seems like it just changed people indiscriminately. So you guys just so happened to get turned into magical races. One being an elf, which apparently has longer longevity, but there hasn't really been sufficient time to study how long elves live, but they tend to stay younger for longer. And dwarves tend to get the short end of the stick, unfortunately, when it comes to age. However, trolls and orcs tend to get killed because they tend to be in gangs and things due to the way they get treated. So, yeah, the news story just goes into that a little bit. And let's see. That would be the biggest things, I think, that you guys would need to know. And the video ends with the Walton Initiative logo. And he says, "You can now take off your helmets."
Well, that was obvious. Well, so the world is not in that bad of a shape. I mean, seems like everything's still okay.
Unfortunately, no.
As expected, something worse happened.
People were using nuclear weapons. So things didn't go very well. There was a new European war that devastated Europe.
World
Instigated by Russia.
3.
No, it
Always
wasn't a
those
world
Russians.
war because the UC or the UCAS was distracted with their own problems, which is why there is now the free state of California. So they weren't involved. However, that was the first European war. The second one was caused by the weakness caused by the first European war, and, well, the Islamic State decided to capitalize on that and started the Second European War, which is why now Russia is now considered to be on our good graces. They came back to save everyone because their armies were in better shape than anybody else's because they were the ones who unfortunately won the war.
So who is this us? I mean,
Who is this? What? Sorry?
Yeah, you said they're better prepared than us, so who is this us? 'Cause,
Oh, well, I meant... If I said us, that was a mistake. I meant the rest of the European Union.
Yeah, well, that explains a lot. So how, I'm gonna put this as blunt as possible, how fucked is the world?
Well, most crops have a hard time growing anywhere that is not irradiated, except soy. So most of the food around here, and drinks, and clothes, and nearly everything that is made out of biological material is now made out of soy.
Did you hear that, boys?
What of vodka?
It's very expensive, but I think... And he looks over towards the troll and he goes, and he hands over to Boris a bottle about this big. And it's got vodka.
Like, show that again, I'm not in...
Like a shot glass of
about
vodka.
an inch tall bottle. And he says, the scientist says, that cost about what would be $100 for your frame of reference.
That won't be a problem, because by my calculations you owe us about 60 million each, right?
He goes, unfortunately, the Walton initiative has been mostly disbanded. We do not have any funds to pay you.
So, as I said, the world's pretty much fucked.
Seems like we're all fucked.
As soon as the awakening happened and they realized that half of their payload got destroyed, as you probably saw downstairs,
Yeah.
they decided to abandon the project. However, those of us who were kind enough to return decided to return. However, that was after 2 decades.
You said it would be around $100. It's made as a new currency or something?
Yes, 10 new mega corporations have come into existence. And they cooperatively decided that a new currency would be used worldwide.
I dare bet you one of them is Disney.
He goes,
It's always Disney.
actually, during the wars that broke out in the UCAS, the Disney was broken up into multiple subsidiary companies and then purchased by As
Netflix
Technology.
or Google.
No, not As Technology. And he starts thinking, and he is going to look it up.
He's going to look it up. Hold on, let me just grab a book.
There's you grab a fancy holographic
I think
computer.
it was Neo something.
The one that is
I think it was the Neo.
it's the one that governs movie making. They purchased Disney.
I think that was
Because no one
Horizon.
really wanted to make movie or watch movies when there was wars breaking out in their own country. So
Horizon.
yeah,
At least,
so,
yeah. Horizon is based the midst of media, Wonderland, Los Angeles.
Yeah, Horizon.
Yep.
So he actually brings up the equivalent of the internet right in front of you, and he just grabs the nearest search engine, which is still labeled Google, but it says powered by a different company underneath, which you can't read before he switches off that screen. And it seems like when the wars broke out, the companies weren't making as much money, and they were bought by new companies that were better, more savvy at working the markets during those times. So I'm going to just look up the Big Ten to bring that up.
Yeah,
The Big
that is
Ten.
right. You have Aries as technology. As technology, Evo Corporation.
Yeah, it would be Horizon that bought Disney.
Yeah.
So Disney still exists. It's just
Under new management.
It's basically they allowed the various companies to still keep their name. It's just that their subsidiaries, like how Hershey, I think it's the Hershey company, owns like all kinds of different snack companies, and they keep their names. Well, it's the same.
Okay.
So, yeah, the Big Ten owns lots of different companies. But anyway, he says, I do have a primer on those, if you wish. And he prints those off. He starts typing on the computer and presses enter. And you hear as a printer that is very old starts working. And he prints
For a
off.
second, I thought that thing was going to implode.
He goes, unfortunately, we don't have very much funds to buy new equipment, so we're using anything that still works.
Oh, that's very valid.
So he motions towards the printer. The troll guy just sort of quickly rushes over, grabs the paper, and he each hands you one printout of each of the companies. So you guys can use the internet to look things up. I will allow that in-game. So if you guys are interested in what the 10 biggest companies in the world are, you can look up the information, and I can even send you a link if you guys are lazy.
I already got it.
I'm just gonna Google the cheapest alternative for alcoholic beverage.
But we'll get to that later. So right now you can't do that, because you're in a room with a guy. And he's not going to let you use his computer. So the thing that I just sent you guys is the printout he gives you.
Okay, that's a bit handier, but yeah.
So it has descriptions of each one, and it also helps you determine what things have been bought by what companies. So, the next thing he'll do is he will get on to his next order of business if you guys don't have anything else that you want to do.
Don't really have, no?
No.
Okay. I'm just
I would assume that dwarf take the vodka.
Okay, that isn't on here. Okay, I'll have to look that up later. Okay. So, he says, now that you've been slightly reacquainted with the world. I realize it's a bit of a culture shock.
It is putting it mildly, I guess.
The only reason I was able to revive you was because I got some funding. But that funding comes with strings attached, unfortunately.
Zax. Of course it is.
So, you guys are going to have to work for the new Walton initiative. He turns around and he starts typing on his computer, and he brings up a screen which has a Word document, basically. And he just prints that off and he says, "This is the contract I had to sign. Unfortunately, it encompasses your old contract, which, if you didn't read the fine print, this is entirely legal." And the guy just comes over and gives you handouts. Basically, it says that now you guys have to be employed by the Walton Initiative, or what remains of it. And they want you to be operatives of theirs that go under the radar, that do criminal acts for them, basically. You're basically going to be mercenaries working for the Walton Initiative. And he says, "Well,
so you're making us guns for hire?"
Yes, we are going to pay for your training. Your training will be approximately 6 months. You will be getting this training for free. However, we are under new management. Some Japanese guy, I don't remember his name. And he is willing to let you exit your contracts, given that you don't want to continue, but he strongly suggests that you do because you need 2 million new yen to buy out your contracts."
Yeah, I guess that's much that we needed. So what is the contract? What are we supposed to do now?
You are going to be trained in whatever speciality that you would think best suits you. And after the 6 months will be your first mission. However, before that happens, we will have to escort you to where you're going to be living. For now, we're going to set you up in apartments, but we're going to be giving you, at least for now, while you are training, covered jobs and fake IDs and everything. Because technically what we're doing here isn't strictly legal. This facility doesn't exist.
Speaking of legal, what is the new, so to say, law? Because,
Pretty much, corporations run the world, and the new lawgivers, let's say, the people who enforce the law, are known as Lone Star, at least in this area. You'll have time to learn acceptable ways of acting from your trainers.
So yeah, I guess we're in this together then for now, guys.
Yeah. This is gonna be the goddamn military over again.
Well, who knows?
Technically, you're going to be guns for hire, but same difference really in this world. Governments just do whatever the corporations say, mostly. So,
Well,
So
okay,
it's practically just the same as before.
he nods. In a way, yes.
so I guess we better get started on it and not be lazying around or whatever, I guess.
Your first day is going to be your thinking period, as your new contract says. To see if you decide whether or not to continue with us. However, if you decide not to continue with us, you will immediately go into debt 2 million new yen.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is basically you're blackmailing us to being your hitman, right?
It isn't my choice. I'm not the new owner of the Walton Initiative. I just work here because I felt bad for having to leave you here and not being able to save anyone. So we did our best. You guys are the first round of saving people that we were able to do.
Oh, guess what? I got to leave. That's dinner such.
Okay.
Yep, so I'll be back in how long it might be. So you guys enjoy.
Yep.
Alright. So is there anything else you guys want to find out?
Still wondering if I'm already an alcoholic.
That depends on your
man.
backstory. It's up to you.
Well, I'd say yeah, I still am. I mean, they got the guy at Walmart because he was depressed, and why not? So I need alcohol. I need it now.
Alright. He motions towards the door and he says, "We will be escorting you to your new living quarters."
I look at him and I say, I have special needs.
Those have been taken into account. However, they're not going to be... It's not going to be vodka. It's probably going to be soy-based.
As long as it has alcoholic content, it will be fine.
Alright, and he motions towards the door. "We will be contacting you tomorrow."
So do we get a long rest?
He's going to be there's a guy who escorts you out of the room to the parking garage, which you guys saw before, into a van that has blackened windows like before. So, are you guys ready to head back home? Or to your new home?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Sure.
Alright. They escort you into this van, and there's a driver up front. You're going to be driving for approximately 2 hours. So, you can interact with each other a bit if you want. You can interact with the driver if you want. But it's going to be 2 hours in-game time before you arrive where you're trying to get. So, it's up to you what you want to do.
I tell. What was the name of your character again, Olaf?
Lionel.
What?
Lionel.
Lionel. So, Lionel, you know it's only driver in car. We can bash his head in and try and escape, huh?
Oh, why would try to escape? He's leading us to home.
Well, a place that we're gonna be trained into being hired killers.
Oh,
Or we'll leave and they're $2 million in debt.
You won't be $2 million in debt, because that's probably what's going to happen if you bash his head in.
Well, not if they don't catch us.
Do we look like the people that can escape these guys? Like we have basically no stats now. We're basically zeroing everything.
Oh.
Yeah. Because he hasn't been trained yet. That's why we're heading to the thing. So you're welcome to do so, but you have no stats.
Yeah, your strength is 2 currently.
Oh. Well, damn. I guess it's off to be brainwashed.
So you guys just gonna wait the 2 hours?
Well, Mr. Schleisman is there, so there's no need to interact with him, since he can't answer questions. As him.
Yeah, Slice Man can't do anything at the moment. Okay, so you guys arrive back to where you guys are going to be living at least for 6 months. So you guys arrive, and he says, "Get out," as the van stops.
No, get up. Get up.
All right, you exit, and you are currently standing in front of a monumental building. You look up, and it's as tall as a skyscraper, and you look to your left and to your right, and you don't see the sides of the building.
That's a big-ass building.
Yeah. And there is a couple of men in black type looking people motioning you forward.
Mm-hmm. I'll head forward.
Alright.
I do what I'm told.
Alright, Boris.
You're gonna escape and die?
Oh, they put a lot of money into this, so they're not going to kill him.
Well, I look at the big building, and I think to myself, if we get bunk beds, I'm gonna be mad.
Alright, the men in black are motioning you forward. You even see that one of them has his hand on what looks like a police baton.
I start walking slowly over to them, and then I just immediately go BOOM! In one of the guards' faces to see if he reacts in any way.
He takes out the stun baton, and it lights up with electricity. And he was just about to hit you.
I start laughing, and I follow Liam.
Lionel.
Layman.
Lionel / Leo. What's easier for you?
Leo.
Alright. So, they begin leading the three of you into the building. And, they take... as soon as you walk into the building, this place sucks. At least at the bottom level, which was where you currently are. You see just junk and dirt and refuse just everywhere. However, they do lead you through it quite as if they know where they're going. And they lead you to the first escalator, which it takes them about 15 minutes to walk just straight, pretty much, towards where the escalators are. And they lead you up the escalators. You go up about 15, 16 floors, and you are led approximately 10, 15 minutes in a different direction. And they motion towards a door on the side of this hallway. that you are currently in. And they say, "These are your new living quarters."
Very well.
We have our own rooms, right?
They just stare blankly at you.
Well,
They're
did it
waiting
show
for you
us
to
a
go
room,
in.
or did it just show us a big floor?
Big door.
A big door. Okay. I opened the big door.
Especially compared to your character.
Yeah.
I opened the huge door.
You're not that small.
So you open the door, and it is very Spartan type living situation. There is, as soon as you enter the door, there is a cooking area directly in front of you. There are 3 doors that go off of this room.
I'll open one of them and see what's there.
There is a room that is big enough for the bed, and that is it.
I'll check all the rooms and see if all are just beds or if it's a bathroom and all.
Yeah, there's...
Well, I guess it's good I don't take much space anymore.
There is a washroom, but it is a public one, which is about 5 doors down from where you guys are currently staying.
So they just have basically a kitchen and 3 bedrooms.
Yeah. And if you have to use the washroom, you're going to have to leave your apartment, which is what this is. This is, if you would have taken the low level, this is what your apartment could have looked like.
Oh, so glad I didn't take that.
So, yeah, this is a low-level apartment. So, you can go to the public washroom. There's a couple of them. They're each 5 doors away, and they have a male and female and genderless washrooms.
Genderless?
Yep, they have genderless washrooms.
Okay.
If you don't care if there's a woman or a man in the washroom, you can go in the genderless washroom. But for people who care, there are separated ones.
Yeah. I guess that's there where we're living, Chris.
Yep, this is your apartment. You have the rest of the day to your... Basically, I'm going to let you guys explore, if you want. Slice Man, he'll get to do whatever he wants to do when he gets back. Hopefully, he'll get back before you guys are finished. But you never know. But, yeah, you guys can split up and explore, or you can go together. It's up to you guys.
I was going to the guards where the nearest place we can buy booze is.
Floor 16. 1 floor up from here.
Pub or a store?
Well, there is a pub and a store on that level. Depends on how far you're willing to walk. He gives you directions. He'll give you directions. But since this is such a large building and it's maze-like, I'm not going to keep track of exact positions on where everything is.
Yeah.
So,
that's right.
He says the pub is about a 30-minute walk from your current position, and the store is about a 10-minute walk.
So what do you say, Leo? We go shopping?
Do we have any money?
Don't we have our starting money?
Yes, you guys have your starting money, which you guys found in your apartment on little cred sticks.
And the rest of our gear, how's that?
That's going to come when you actually train.
Ah, okay. So you just have simple clothes and a little bit of money.
You're still in your jumpsuits.
So I have a jumpsuit and a little bit of money.
When you start doing your training, they're going to give you an outfit appropriate for that, which is going to be your only set of clothing, other than your jumpsuit if you want to keep that. You don't have to.
Yep.
So this particular building is open to you. If you want to look for something, if you want to try to research something, you can do that. If you want to do anything, you can do anything. In
With
this
this,
building.
do we get all the cyber and shit then too? Because I literally only have one eye. If not,
Not yet. They're gonna give you that when you're training.
Coolsies.
So I just have a patch over my eye and like half blind.
I'm guessing I'm gonna take a 10-minute walk to the store and see what's that.
I'll
Okay.
join in. Sure.
Okay, that's fine.
So we go
you
shopping.
You two approach the Stuffer Shack, which is the name of the store. It's actually an in world, like it's canon throughout all the books. Stuffer Shack.
Stuffer shit.
Yeah. It looks like a little it's built into the wall, like everything else is here. It's like you're in a huge mall that has living quarters and all kinds of other things in it. So you just go to the escalator, which took you about 5 minutes. You go up the escalator to the next floor, and you just walk toward the building, which takes you an additional 5 minutes, which is built into the wall. And it has like an awning and everything. It's trying to look fancy because the Stuffer Shack name is on this particular establishment. So, yeah, they sell almost anything, including soy-based alcoholic beverages. And if you're the type with more money, you can get the actual alcoholic beverages of different types. But they have very little bottles, like like I said before, like an inch tall.
Yeah,
Like,
but they have big bottles of the soy stuff, right?
If you're
They
looking
have
for
big
like,
bottles of the soy stuff, right?
if you're looking,
Everything is soy.
yeah, if you're looking for like a huge jug of alcohol, then you're gonna get soy-based stuff.
Yeah. Well, I only need to
Although
feed
you
my
didn't really
addiction.
look in your kitchen, you might already have some.
Yeah, but I need more anyways. It's no problem.
It's literally the maximum tier of drunkard you can be. So.
Well, I'm gonna go into the store and I'm gonna ask the guy where the cheapest fucking alcohol he has is and what it is.
This guy is a very pale looking human. He has like acne and stuff on his face. He just looks like a guy who's just got out of high school or something and is just looking
He's
for
the dude from Simpsons, that's it.
he's looking for the very basic level job, and that's what he has at the moment. So he just sort of points to a little refrigerator unit, and it has various beverages in it.
So I'm gonna look for the biggest, cheapest jug of spirit that I can get.
Alright, you can get, it looks like a moonshine bottle, basically, full of alcoholic beverage. And you can buy that for 10 new yen.
And it's a liter, 2 liters, 5 liters, 10 liters?
It is approximately 5 liters.
5 liters.
That's a lot.
Okay, so I'm going to need a trolley.
And unfortunately, the refrigeration unit is built for trolls. It's the height of a troll, and the alcohol is on the top level. So you're gonna have to ask the guy to help you get it or get it for you.
I tell him to get it.
Okay, he opens the refrigeration unit. He folds out this little metal thing, and then he pushes it sideways, and it forms a staircase. So that way, either you or him could get up to it.
Okay, I go up and I get 10 bottles of that. So that's 50 liters, right?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
He says, we do have an available drone cart. That's not actually his voice, but let me try to get his voice.
We do have an available drone cart.
Yeah, more like that. We do have an available drone cart for you. He has a very strange voice.
Sure.
So, you put your jugs on there after you've purchased them, so you can mark off that money.
Just for like, before we went shopping, I would check in the kitchen refrigerator if he had any food at all.
Yeah, you
Because
have.
my guy has been in the military for 10 years, so he's used to not having a lot of food.
Yeah, you have. In military terms, you have what's the equivalent of rations for about a week for 3 people.
Okay, so guess we're living here for a little while, so guess I'll get some general food items for...
And it's just soy-based crap.
I mean, we are living together, so we can, like, split.
You spend like half of your money on fucking alcohol.
But the soy-based...
No, I didn't. It was only 10 yen a bottle, and I bought 10 bottles, which means 100 new yen. So I still have 700 monies.
Okay, you spend 1/8 of your money.
Yeah, 1/8. That's not much.
True.
Okay, so the food that you guys have is in various orientations of soy-based product, but it's still all soy-based. So there's some that looks like eggs and some that looks like bacon, but in the package it looks like an already fried egg into the package. And things like that. Yeah, you just have to cook them, like heat them up if you want them warm. But if you don't, you can just eat it, because soy-based products you can eat raw just fine.
So, what are you saying? We buy some food items and we split the difference? 3 ways?
Yeah. But how much? I don't know if we're gonna stay here for all the 6 months or not. So
The Stuffer Shack isn't going to have anything other than soy-based food products.
yeah.
You're going to have to go to one of the higher levels and go to one of the ritzy, very expensive
Fancy
stores to get different food.
But the place we're living at the moment, we're not gonna be stuck there forever, are we?
You can choose after a while, but you don't even have your houses yet. That's going to be after the 6 months.
Okay. So I assume we just get all 3 of us will split 6 months of 5.7 months of food, because we already had like a month of food.
You
We had a
have
week.
a week's worth of food for 3 people.
Yeah,
But
so
I'll just say that you don't have to buy food. They will give you food.
Cool.
So you're only
Do I
buying
have
stuff
to buy alcohol?
You're only buying stuff that you think you will need above and beyond your regular living stuff. So alcohol, they'll give you some, but probably not as much as Boris is going to want.
Okay, well, that means that I'm done shopping for the day.
But if you want to go to a pub, you can still go there. That's another 20 minutes away from your current position.
Can I send a drone back home with the stuff?
Yep, the drone will automatically go to... You just have to program in what your house number was, which I'll say that you remembered that. I'm not gonna...
How will I do that?
Yeah, you just put in your apartment number and everything, and the drone just goes off, and it will go into your house because the drones have authorization to do that, and it will just drop it off in the middle of your in the middle of the floor, and then come back to the Stuffer Shack.
Man, that's like a huge stack. I mean, 50 liters. What kind of percentage is this?
It's approximately... Because it isn't aged well, so it's approximately 20%.
The age isn't anything about the percentage. It's about how many times they've burned off the water.
Yeah, well, they just did something cheap, so it's just about 20%.
So very, very weak alcohol.
Yeah. It's not weak and wake.
The
No, it's
stuff that
basically
you're buying,
wine.
because you're
Well,
basically
for your guys, it's basically water.
You're basically going to a convenience store to buy, like, a case of beer, is basically what you've bought. Because you said the cheapest stuff, so.
Mm-hmm. You did.
So I've bought a bunch of toilet wine.
Yeah.
Cool.
But it will suffice for your cravings, for your addiction.
Coolsies.
So you won't be you won't be dying or anything. Because if you don't indulge your addiction for a certain amount of time, you take stun damage. So everybody else only has to worry about like food and water and those sorts of things before they start taking stun damage. But you also have this. That's part of why this is bad. So
That's no problem. Before I send the drone over to my new house or apartment, I will take one of the jugs as food for the travels to the pub.
Yeah, that'll cover you from there to the pub, and you'll just be like,
A huge fucking jug the size of me.
Yeah. But either way, you can carry it. You do have sufficient strength to carry it, so you can carry it.
See you.
So that lift and carry 8. Is that in pounds or kilos or?
Kilos.
That's how many dice you would roll if you were to lift something.
Okay, so 8d6 to lift.
Yes, but you're capable of carrying it without rolling, because you don't really have much other equipment on you, so you can just carry that, no problem.
What do you say, Leo? Should we go to the pub and make new enemies and friends? Huh?
I would prefer not to have too many enemies.
It's just a preference of speaking, you dumb fuck.
Oh,
You wanna come along to the pub, or you wanna go home to that marvelous apartment that looked kinda like Babushka's basement?
So
yeah, and you guys are at the moment just sort of walking
They're
alongside
getting 50
the
liters of
road.
alcohol.
I'm getting.
He's getting 50 liters of alcohol.
I'm getting.
Now we're gonna take me to the pub and get enemy/allies.
Well, it's 45 now.
Because you drank one. They bought 10 5 liters of fucking alcohol. It was soy alcohol.
Only $10 a pop.
Yeah. Well, that was the cheapest
Did
shit.
I get any kind of discounts because I bought so much? Like take 5, pay for 4?
You have to get a stuffer shack membership in order to get any discounts at all.
Oh hell yeah, I'm gonna do that before I buy that.
A stuffer shack membership for a month is $100. 100 new yen.
I asked him how much off of alcohol I get if I pay for this.
You get a 10% discount.
So 10% off 10, you literally get 1 new enough.
Yeah, but that's each bottle. And how long would you say that 50 liters of 20% alcohol would cover my addiction?
Well,
I don't know. This is new.
Yeah.
Will it be beneficial for me? I mean, it's only 10 yen.
It takes you
it would be 10 yen less.
I'll say that it'll take you 2 hours to drink a liter. So you drink a half a liter an hour, and you need to indulge it for at least 3 hours per rest cycle, which would be about a day. But if you're out of mission, I'm a little bit more lenient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which means I have to use a little bit less than a bottle a day, right?
Yes. Well, per rest period.
Mm-hmm.
You're drinking 1.5 liters per day at least. That's the minimum.
I need about 5 liters, so per.
Yeah, but this is a special day. I haven't been drinking for 60 years, apparently.
Yeah, so just to get him filled back in while you guys decide what you want to do.
I have to do some shit real quick, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that was fast.
So, Geo,
Mm-hmm.
they went from the place where you guys woke up. They got into a van, so you went with them, obviously, because you weren't there.
Mm-hmm.
They got into a blacked-out windowed van. They drove for 2 hours, and they arrived at the giant building. They got led up 15 stories into the building, and you guys have an apartment that is basically a kitchen and 3 beds. That's all it is.
For now.
For the washroom, you actually have to go out into public and then go to the public washroom, which is approximately 5 rooms away.
Fun.
Yeah. And they have 3 different sections for the washroom. They have male, female, and genderless washrooms. So that's what you're aware of.
Well,
They
this
left.
place
They
sucks.
left as soon as they looked around the room a little bit, and they left.
Well, I still need to figure. Well, I can just look around, figure things out and stuff. I guess.
In this room, you have a basic terminal if you want to use it to do research. But otherwise, you can explore the tower to your heart's content.
Well, I'm first gonna do some research because that seems to be the smartest thing to do.
Okay, so what do you want to look up?
Well, first off, do I know how to use this new future technology?
It just looks like a TV screen. You assume that you can turn it on somehow. There must be a button on it.
Yeah, I'm looking for that button first. I mean, that
All
seems
right.
to be the
You look in
logical.
the bottom right corner, and you see a little button that has this universal symbol for on and off, that sort of thing. The circle with the little thing inside it.
Well, sure again. Press the button.
The screen flickers to life, and a little holographic keyboard just materializes onto the desk.
Well, there's still Google. I guess I will do. Well, look things up. What's new? What's everything and all that.
Firefox version 98 is on your desktop if you wish to use it. You can download a different browser if you want.
I'm going to be curious. Is Internet Explorer still Internet Explorer?
You're not using a Microsoft machine.
Well, that's fair enough then, I guess.
You can download Internet Explorer if you want.
Well, Firefox is fine for now, I guess.
Yeah, so you just hit the regular web browser. So you type in, you assume that the web browsing works similarly, if not the same, and you just type in google.com, and it brings you to google.com. So you can type into the search engine whatever you want.
Well, then start researching on the current technologies and all that, because, well, things I need to know, I guess, if I'm gonna be the hacker of the group.
Yeah, you haven't been trained yet, so depends on what you want to look for. Just typing in technology is going to bring you to the new Wikipedia page for technology, and it's just going to be nothing useful.
Yeah.
So what are you looking for?
What would be a good topic to first search up? Let me think about it.
Because your character doesn't know anything about Dex yet.
Or, well, Well, if they have something, because I need to think of what I could think of it as a topic that could give me results.
Well, I know what Boris is doing. He's just going to go to the pub.
Well, Lionel, then.
Is he back yet?
No, I'm here. I'm just not in the room.
No, Olaf. He isn't back yet, is he?
Nope.
Okay.
Don't think so.
Well.
So
Then
he's
I need
going
a
to the
moment
pub. I can do that if you want, while you're thinking.
Sure.
Okay.
That gives me time to think about what the hell I can look up and research and all the jazz.
Okay. So, Boris, you go to the pub. And it's a very... For the area that you're in, it's kind of like the lower class to middle class type area. It's pretty fancy looking inside. He's got like an oak wood bar with mahogany accents, that sort of thing. It's a very classy pub, and they have bar stools, and they also have the little booths that you can go in. You can also order food or anything else that you would want in this section. So, what do you want to do here, Boris?
Well, I think I'll just go over to the counter and ask for your biggest, cheapest, strongest drink.
You see, not sure what race you said that your barkeep was going to be, but that's who this is. This is going to be your friend that you make.
Is this gonna be my friend?
Yes. This is the
I don't think I made a race for the guy.
Okay, he's just going to be a regular human then. Because that's going to be the most common race that you're going to encounter in the world in general, but this place has a lot of trolls living in it.
His name is Robert.
Yeah. You see on his name tag that he has Robert on his name tag.
So in that case, I go, Robert, your biggest, cheapest, strongest drink, please.
He goes, alright. And he just sort of grabs a glass and he polishes it out, puts it on the table, and he reaches up and he just grabs this. It's similar to what you bought, is what it looks like. And he just sort of pours you a glass full. It's approximately about, let me see, 60 centimeters tall, the glass. But he puts the jug next to your glass.
Oh, he already likes me.
And he just sort of stands there absentmindedly wiping down the bar. In this pub, you currently see a couple of trolls having drinks, and an orc just sort of sitting there with a plate in front of him. He's having some sort of meal. But the place isn't very active at the moment.
So I ask, my friend Robert.
Yeah, what do you need?
I need more of information. You see, I just woke up.
Here's how he's gonna take that. He goes, well, it is morning, so kind of makes sense.
You gave him the excuse to do that. Give yourself the blame.
I say, no, not like that. You see, and I kind of tell him that apparently 60 years ago I said yes to be within an experiment of cryogenic freezing. And I literally woke up today and I was frozen in 2012.
He just sort of looks at you as you're telling this story. His facial expression doesn't change. And then after you finish telling the story, he says, have you been on any BTLs? He starts looking at your head, and he sees that you don't have a chip jack yet. So if you want to do BTLs later, you can get a chip jack for your head. And he goes,
oh god.
I don't see a chip jack. You one of those...
I have no idea what you're talking about, comrade.
He goes, so what kind of drugs did you take last night?
Well, I do remember when they froze me down, they gave me a bunch of injections of something, but that's 60 years ago from now, so I think those drugs would have worn off by now.
He goes, you can tell that he doesn't believe a word of what you're saying, but...
He has a foreign loyalty, he loves me.
Well, that's not yet. You just met this guy.
Day you beat him.
So, this is your first
You have 6
encounter.
months to do that, boy.
So he goes, he's going to indulge you. And he goes, alright, so do you remember 3 years ago? What happened 3 years ago?
No idea. Well, if that was when the president got eaten by a big slither thing, then yes. They showed us an informational video.
He goes, because he's now getting that you saw an old news broadcast. And he goes, were you kidnapped, maybe?
No.
So you went with them willingly?
Yeah, they said that I would only be freezed down for 10 years and I would get $1 million a year if I woke up alive. So that would mean $10 million.
So, from his perspective...
And I say dollars.
Yeah.
I say dollars.
Okay, that's fine. He goes, from his perspective, you were just, like... duped into being by some sort of weird scam. So he's just like...
You're a drunkard.
He goes, what did these people look like?
Normal human. At least when I got frozen. I used to be taller than this.
He starts thinking... Because this does sound like what happened during the awakening. He wasn't born then, but even though he's like 50 years old, he still wasn't born at the time of the awakening. He looks about 50 years old. So he just goes, okay. It just sounds like they gave you... Are you sure you didn't wear any headsets?
No.
You did, though, so you're lying to him. That's fine if you want to do that.
I did.
Well,
okay, I did.
No,
yes,
you-
I did.
you wore one to get that info, but not when you were in the cryochamber thing.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
said
just
that.
saying, yes, he did wear a helmet, and he goes, that might explain it. You were watching a very detailed Tridio. Which is a
Tridio?
3-dimensional video. But you don't know that, so you can ask him if you want.
Yeah, that's what a Tridio is.
He goes, are you being serious now? You don't know what
Yes.
a Tridio is? He
Nope.
just sort of points to the TV, and you see that there are wires connected to the TV that are helmets, and he goes, Tridio, like a movie.
Ah, no, still don't know.
You see that there's currently some sort of sports event happening on the TV that they have on, because it's a sports bar. So...
Come on, don't make my favorite bar a sports bar.
It has sports on it. Because pubs, sometimes they have soccer on in real life, that sort of thing. But it's not like an official sports bar. It's just that people come here and they had the last thing that was on the TV that somebody requested was sports. So that's what's on.
Good.
It looks like they're playing some sort of futuristic version of soccer. Where they appear to be floating in the air, kind of like skydiving, except they have a soccer ball.
So they actually made it interesting.
Oh, brilliant.
Well,
say
it's
so.
up to your character. what he...
Just like Flern's ball from Futurama.
But it's up to you what your character finds interesting. So he just he pointed that out.
So,
Just sounds
Robert.
like you were shown a movie or something.
Yes, I was indeed.
Okay. Well, if you...
I'm pretty sure you should not tell this to anybody.
He goes, well, if you can let me know who your dealer is, I might be able to get a good side business going.
He literally thinks you're on drugs.
Well, and then I just say the name of the big ass company, the M or W or whatever.
The Walton initiative, which would be the thing that they were talking about, and he goes, wait, are you talking about Walmart? So you went to Walmart, you took some drugs, and you saw a Tridio.
No. Yet.
No, that's not how Russian do. We Russian do not crime yet.
Yet.
Do Svidania.
Do Svidania.
Well, let's say I believe you. What sort of information do you need?
Basically, everything. How does the world function now? And then I kind of tell him.
How does the world function?
Yeah.
He goes, again, if you remember who your dealer is, there are people looking to forget. And that sounds like I could make a pretty penny off that.
I like your spunk, Robert. I think we're gonna make good friends.
Well, if you're always going to be telling interesting stories like this one, well, we might hit it off.
In previous life, I was demolition expert.
I blew up shit for a living.
So, he...
In the glory and name of the motherland.
I'll say that he begins to explain certain things, but we're not going to get into that right now. So he'll help you out. So that's the scene that is currently happening. So, Lionel, what were you doing while he went to the pub?
Yeah, what would I have done?
Well, I'm currently at our home doing research behind the computer. That's...
Oh yeah, you should probably get a visit from a drone anytime now.
Well, he hasn't decided what he's researching yet, so it's going to be a little bit before that happens. So, Lionel, do you want some time to think? Because I'll switch over to Slice Man.
Just switch to Sliceman for now.
Okay. Alright, so did you think up what you wanted to research yet?
I know a term that can help a lot. New technological developments. It doesn't sound like it will help, but it will.
New technological developments is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I said.
Alright.
Newest technological developments.
Okay. You type that in, and you press enter, and you see what looks like a advertisement for a giant keyboard. By the dimensions that are listed, it's too big to be what something would regularly be, and they call it a deck. And under the advertisement listing, it says the bleeding edge of technology, the Farlight Excalibur.
Well, now I know the word deck. I type in what help. Then I think we all do this and then go like deck wiki.
Alright. You type that in and Wikipedia appears. It's been updated a little bit, like the look of it has changed, but otherwise it's it's Wikipedia. And you see the Wikipedia entry for deck, and it describes what a deck is. It's basically a mobile computer, kind of like a laptop, except it has more higher functionality for data processing and run times and RAM, and it gives you the huge listing of the things that are better than what laptops used to be, so they got rid of laptops.
Well, start doing my research into that then, because now I have something to research, like decks. Huh, how interesting.
Yeah, so that starts you down the research rabbit hole. So, you do find out about decks, just some basic information. They usually have holographic interfaces, but you can also get ones that have the classic mechanical keyboard interfaces. But they still have like a holographic screen. You can get physical screens too, but they're usually add-ons. So, it tells you all that information. Is there anything else you would like to look up?
Did I see anyone with augmentations yet? I don't know.
No. You didn't encounter anyone who had any obvious physical augmentations.
Okay, then. Well, what would then be the second best thing to set in for that? What would be? Robotics.
Okay. And then, so you're just going to type in robotics, or are you going to type in something else? More specific.
Well, for now, robotics to see how far that's come, and then perhaps prosthetics to see how far that has come along. Because well, prosthetics can get far along in that 60. I mean, we could have like normal functioning arms prosthetics,
Okay.
for example.
The first thing that you look up is robotics. It brings you to the wiki page that gives you the definition of robotics. That's the first thing that comes up.
Yeah, but usually it also contains a little bit about advancements, I think.
I'll get you to make. I'll get you to roll 2 dice, 2d6.
Okay, 2d6. Don't fail me now.
You got a
One
success, which means that you do succeed. These are super simple things that you're trying to do. So you read the Wikipedia page, and you get near the bottom, and where the updates are and everything, and the references. And it says drone technology. One of the websites that is referenced is drone technology, a personal helper for you! ! And then it has a hyperlink.
Okay. Could be something.
Do you wish to click on it?
I click on it.
Just letting you know, every time I ask you, just so you know, every time I ask you if you want to click on something or go navigate to another website, there is a risk of your computer getting a virus or something. So, you click on it.
Wikipedia is mostly safe.
So you click on it, and you don't get a virus because it is a page linked to Wikipedia. They do make sure that they're safe. So, you click on the webpage, and it looks like, although it does look like this page is more of an advertisement for new drone updates that you can buy, but it is used as a reference to some of the newer stuff that they have on the website, on the Wikipedia page. So I guess they allowed it to stay there. You see what looks like a really tiny spider drone that has a camera on it for that you can buy, that for those who want discrete security so the drone would stick to the ceiling and just watch over your place while you're gone, that sort of thing. You start getting all the other drones, like the ones that look like wasps and that sort of thing.
Yeah, no. As soon as I see the spider drone, I'm like just looking around to see if there's one, perhaps.
You can roll 2 dice to see if you find one.
Another success. And a fail.
But it still counts as a success. So you look around the room. Doesn't seem like they have anything like that in this room.
Okay, that puts me a bit at ease, and then I start looking up for prosthetics.
Alright. Just as you're thinking of what search terms you should type in for prosthetics, the door opens to your apartment.
Okay.
And you see a drone, which is just this thing with like treads on it that are helping it move. And it has like a little shopping basket on the front of it. And it has a bunch of these because their purchases are just arriving back. So a bunch of jugs of alcohol are on it.
Ah, boys. I see.
And the drone just sort of puts the shopping down on the ground, moves its arms out, and then just turns around and just drives back out the door, and the door closes.
Well, I got to fix that. Don't want anyone just to be walking in.
You can look that up, but later you'll find out that these particular drones are shopping drones, and they have access to every dwelling that's in the building. So
kind of security is if one gets hacked.
Yes.
I mean,
but if you want the convenience, you're gonna have to let them in.
Okay.
So the drone just exits the room, and since you just looked that up, that is a thing that they can do.
Well, as I said, on to prosthetics.
All right. You, the Googles tells you, did you mean cyber limbs when you type in prosthetics?
Yeah. Well, then I click on for the correction to cyber limbs, and also I add in wiki, cause Wikipedia.
All right. You start
And a
looking
wiki
this up,
behind everything.
and you can
works.
You can get cyber limbs that are very mundane looking, but you can also get ones that are customized to look like limbs that are not even possible organically. So you can get like Doc Ock arms and things like that.
Okay,
As you're looking this up.
just checking one thing, because I need to be far up in the book just to be sure that I have the right terminology to actually think of it. Think of the 21st century, 2012 equivalent of that word, like the control jack that has something else that's also, I don't know the word for it right now. That's the problem that I have. So I am checking out what word I'm looking for. So you can go to Lionel if you want while I'm looking that up.
Alright. Have you thought of anything to do?
Well, I would head back to the apartment and I would probably study around what the fuck had happened to the world too.
Alright. So, as you're thinking of what to do, Lionel, what to research next, Lionel just walks in the room.
Well, you're back. That's good. I am heavily assuming that this basket isn't for you.
I'm not a heavy drinker, so no.
As I said, not for you.
And it's just sort of sitting in the middle of the floor. It's like in a place where someone could easily trip over it.
I'll move it to a little bit more safe place.
Because the drone just puts it in there, and then that's how people work these days. If the drone drops something off for you, you're expecting that something's going to be in the middle of the floor. So.
Mm-hmm.
I picked it up and set it on a desk or something. Set it on a kitchen counter.
All right, you put it in there.
Yeah.
All right, so you see that Slice Man is currently researching something on the computer.
Is he on the cyber limb?
Yeah, currently.
It's cyberlimbs, yes. I'm not trying to hide it. I'm just letting you watch it if you want.
It just piqued my interest because it said cyber limbs, and I've not had a high for quite some time. Technically. So.
Yeah, and it looks like there are prostheses for eyes that can replace eyes that couldn't have been replaced in the early 21st century.
That's interesting. They can fix my eye in this time period.
What? What's wrong with your eye? You look perfectly normal to me.
You see I have a patch over one of my eyes.
Yeah, he has an eye patch on.
And probably see hints of a scar. Yeah, I'll just cover the entire eye. Just
you
like
sure? Are you sure that has to be fixed when you became, well, not human anymore? I don't know what the fuck happened to us.
You can reach under the eye patch and you can feel that there's no eyeball. So
still nothing.
Yeah, no, I reach for the eye patch to lift it up like, still whole. Okay.
You dark void.
Yeah. So, he's looking up cyber limbs. You can suggest a search term if you want.
Yeah, make a suggestion. I already have one, since I can connect things to now, because we have cyber limbs. I can be like, what about cyber tech?
All right, you start looking that up, and there are two different
any language translators of some kind.
Oh, okay, you can do that too. Yes.
Like
there are language translators. There are, but you have to have something installed in your head in order to do that.
Yeah. You sure you want to be cracked open for that?
Well, seems most here speak English, so but you don't never know.
You never know, indeed.
So it would be nice to know more than only one language without studying it for years.
Oh, you mean like... Let me see, what the hell do I know? Because I'm so handy with remembering the fuck I know. You mean like Japanese and French?
Yeah.
Yeah, it can take some time to learn those.
Yeah, especially Japanese.
Especially Japanese.
Either way, so it gives you some information on those things.
So there you go. Now let's see what kind of cyber tech they have, because, well, they seem to have some kind of implants for your head, so perhaps they have more?
I know.
Yeah, the first thing that comes up is an advertisement for the newest data jack. Jack into the Matrix. As easy as 1, 2, 3.
Well, they sure seem to know the old, well, the 20th century references. That's a good thing.
Yeah, so one of the best ways to find out what's available is to go to a store, so you can click on the store if you want, but you can go to a Wikipedia page if you want.
Yeah, I feel it's safer that we go through a wiki instead of a direct advertisement. Who knows what that advertisement contains? Like, more viruses?
Yeah. Alright, so you start looking up this stuff. You get some basic information. There's just that there's cybernetics. You can get There are people who have, like, legs that work like grasshopper legs and help them jump higher and things like that. All the marvels of transhumanism are on full display in this Wikipedia page.
Just there for the world to see.
Yep.
Oh, that's quite interesting if you ask me. What about you?
They've enhanced the technology that much. That's impressive.
I mean, 60 years went by. I mean, we literally went from 1990 to 2012. We went from the bulkiest computers to literally ones that can fit in our pocket. Does that surprise you very much?
And technology advances, but limps that can make you insane jump heights. Pure physical improvements.
I mean, sure, at first it was military, then it went, well, consumer-based, and then, well, here it is.
Yeah, there's a picture of a guy who looks like a comics nerd who actually got Doc Ock arms implanted, and he's dressed up like Doc Ock on the Wikipedia page.
Or, well, for the cons, as you know.
Yeah.
There is a video embedded in the Wikipedia page, which is a thing that they didn't have before. Of the guy using his Doc Ock arms.
Are you even gonna risk that? We're gonna risk that!
Alright, you press play on the video, and he just climbs up the side of a building like a scene out of Spider-Man 2.
Well, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's what you see. You also see a video of the guy who had the grasshopper legs, and he, like, jumps over a single-story house. Just clears the entire thing. From a standing jump, not like a running jump, either.
Well, you could say alley-oop.
So, that's just the Wikipedia page. Those are the biggest examples.
Well, are we ready to risk our PC to go onto the big bad world and see if we can maybe contract the virus or not?
Maybe.
While you guys think about that, we'll switch over to Boris, who has had a very long and in-depth conversation with Robert, the bartender, and you are nearly passing out because you drank so much of this stuff that he's given you.
I used to it.
Yeah, I mean, an alcoholic needs to build some kind of resistance to that.
But the amount that he needs to drink is he needs to basically black out. He needs to approach it with how much stuff he has, or with the amount of addiction he has. Is he here?
Raven.
Yoo-hoo. No, his chair is empty.
Hur fan är du, Preben? Svara mig. Come on.
Well, then we stay with us for a little while.
Okay. So, new search terms.
So, what do you want to look up, Lionel?
Well.
Yeah, what do you want to look up? Search terms. Give me search term. I can type it in. Weapons.
Magic.
Magic. Sure, magic.
Is magic a real thing?
Well, it is a real thing. I mean, dragons. And, well, perhaps we could, understand it a little bit. Would help. I mean, would it be like walk up to someone, do you know how this and this, that work? And then get someone that's quite offended and wants to beat us to bloody pulp? I don't want that to happen.
Alright, so you look up magic, and there are 2 Wikipedia pages.
Oh.
that come up immediately. There's magic in brackets fictional and magic in brackets non-fictional.
Well, I guess which one we're going for. Non-fictional.
Alright, you click on that one, and more embedded videos and pictures of people doing magic. And you see one with like a person who has like a weird snake-like spirit in front of them. It doesn't appear to be photoshopped either.
Good. So let's first read text to get a bit of an understanding about it, because that seems to be the most important, because I don't understand a fucking thing about this.
Well, magic is pretty basic. There are limits that can be scientifically discovered, but they don't know where exactly the magic comes from. It seems to be another alternate dimension which is overlaid on ours, but studies have gone into looking into it, and they haven't found nearly as much as you would probably hope. Most of it is Most of this document explains something called the Sixth World, and just the effects of what people can do with magic.
There were 5 before?
You
four
can click a
because it's
hyperlink
first
to go be taken to the Wikipedia rabbit hole of the Sixth World if you want.
Sure, we want to get a bit of an understanding, but we don't have to completely understand it and be like mega knowledgeable of it, just surface level, we could say.
Alright. They say the section on the Sixth World says that apparently when the awakening happened, certain people gained knowledge of previous worlds that existed before this one. However, they're not like different planets. They are the ebbing and flowing of magic. So, the 20th and 21st century, there was the Fifth World, where there was no magic. However, there were 6 ebbs and flows of magic, which spirits discuss. But it's kind of hard to go back in time, because it's not possible. So
Still not possible? Jesus!
They don't know what that means precisely, but apparently there were 5 different amounts of magic at certain points during this since like the Big Bang sort of thing.
Okay, we know that now. That seems to be quite important.
And people do refer to it as the Sixth World as common slang now.
Okay, Sixth World. Good thing to know that there's a thing like that. What else could... Give me search ability now. What could we do next?
A weapon advancement?
Okay, weapon advancement.
Yeah, weapon advancement. Still the same old lead bullets, or if it's laser guns.
Seems like when you type that in, it seems like there's research going into laser weapons, but there aren't any officially released laser weapons on the market.
Well, they're making progress, we can say.
Yeah, it's mostly just the same types of ammo because they don't want to have portable nukes or anything. So people actually have a vested interest in not making those things. So research into it is very taboo, and if anybody actually manages to make anything like that, there's usually another company that comes over and tries to stop that stuff from happening. So it very often doesn't advance very much. Conventional weapons are fine, and laser weapons, they're just now allowing research into it so that way people can make them. But Otherwise, it's just standard weaponry. Although certain weapons are more compact than they were before. More easily concealed, that sort of thing. And you also see an Ares advertisement.
Ares. I just go to Google and type in Ares.
Alright?
Never just advertisements.
The first thing you get is like 15 advertisements for different Ares subsidiaries. But then, after the advertisements, you get to a Wikipedia page on Ares.
Okay. Well, I was more typing it into Google to get to the head site of Ares, like Ares. Like you have YouTube.com, because you're not sure
Yes,
that's the
the
actual...
main Ares website is an advertisement. One of the advertisements. You can click on it, but it's like a shop. It's not like, this is a description of the company sort of website.
Well, then we have good old Wikipedia, I guess.
Yep.
Wait, wait, Ares, did we get a printout for that?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I think it was
Get
like
out a
all the
printout!
big company things.
Yep, so that page that I linked you guys to is the page that he printed off for you. Or it has that information on it. Technically, that's a website that is for a fictional universe, so. But it has that information on it.
Yeah, so I go to that page and, well, read it out. Well, we don't want to mess with Ares, I see. Because they are literally weapon manufacturers. Oh yeah, kind of the guys we want to keep on our good graces, I guess.
Yeah, they bought out companies like Ruger and Colt and all the big names of the weapons industry.
So, give me another search term. You know.
Vehicles. How's vehicle improvement? Do we have hovercraft yet?
All wiki vehicles.
Alright. Hovercrafts exist. It's just that they're very expensive. And they're usually water-based craft. The cheaper ones are water-based craft, but hovercrafts that actually exist on land are like super expensive. As in, they like hover above the ground, sort of thing.
Did you do it, Rebel? Don't die.
There you are.
Yeah, we were trying to get your attention.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to take a important phone call.
That's okay.
Well, important phone calls are always important.
Yeah, so just to wrap up your vehicle search term, they have automated vehicles, which drive by themselves. They are run via GPS. So they have had enough time to work out the kinks, so that way, if a road doesn't exist on the GPS, then it won't just drive into nothingness or something. So the car also has sensors in it that can detect whether or not there's a road there.
That's also good. So
it can drive on roads that aren't marked on the GPS. But it normally uses the GPS, but if the GPS if something weird starts happening, then the sensors will kick in and stop it from driving off the road or something. Like if it says there's a road there and they just removed the road for whatever reason, then it will stop the vehicle, so that way you don't crash.
Or go straight into a ravine. Don't want that to happen.
But you do see at the bottom, under manual inputs, they have a section for rigor. And you can also click the hyperlink for rigor and go to the rigor section if you want.
Sure, that seems to be calling my attention.
Alright, you click the rigor section, and it basically goes into a description of it's a thing that you have implanted into your brain that allows you to control mechanical devices such as drones and vehicles and such. But you have to have an interface for said thing. Most drones automatically come with one, but most vehicles do not come with one. You have to buy one, an interface. And you control it as if it's a cybernetic limb. So it doesn't have like touch sensations or anything like that, but it feels like you can control it as if it's a part of your body if you're a rigger.
Okay. Well, is everybody currently in the building, or is our drunk still drinking?
Drunk is still drinking.
That's what I was going to switch to. So
Okay, let's switch to that then.
So, Boris, you, after a long conversation of him trying to explain certain things to you, you are sufficiently drunk that you're not caring anymore. So what do you want to do?
Keep drinking.
Alright, you're going to stay at the bar?
Yeah.
Are you going to stay there all night? Because you got there like 10 in the morning.
Don't ask him that.
Because they woke you up about 7 or 8 in the morning in the cryochambers. So it's about it's about 10 o'clock now.
10, 11, probably.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay on my stool.
Alright. The barkeep has been... I'll get you to make an intuition check, which will be based on your stats. You roll 1 dice.
1d6, don't make it the crit fail.
You succeeded. He's been slowly switching out your alcoholic beverages for slightly less concentration beverages till eventually it's nothing, because he doesn't want you to die of alcohol poisoning. But you've noticed, because you haven't been getting as much drunk as you're used to.
So, I'm guessing I don't have to pay for these, huh?
He says, "Oh, you noticed that, did you?"
Of course, I'm Russian.
I know everything, especially alcohol.
I know about alcohol, I know how to hold it. I know when I'm drinking piss water.
And he goes, "Well, your stature is quite small, and you've been drinking quite a bit for your size, so I was making an educated guess on when to switch you out."
Well, wrong educated guess, I think. And I start laughing.
He goes, "Fine." He takes away the bottle that he just gave you, which was literally just like crap-tasting juice. And he puts it away and he grabs you another one. And he says, "But if you start a fight in here, I won't hesitate to call Lone Star on you."
First off, I do not know what Lone Star is. Second off, as long as I have my bottle, I usually keep to myself.
What's Lone Star the company we are working for currently?
What?
Sorry?
Lone Star the company we're working for currently.
Lone Star is the police. Basically, they're kind of like Texas Rangers. Like the classic Texas Rangers. So if they see people like doing things that are bad, they have licenses to kill. So
Oh, it's like Dread.
yeah.
Cool.
But they tend to try to bring people in alive because they get paid more if they do that. But
instead of Dread, where they just kill everybody.
yeah. But they still get paid a regular amount if they kill people. And usually the internal investigations go, well, you're a cop. I'll side with the cop. So that's how the internal investigations go into shootings.
Very skewed.
Yes. So, yeah. So that's how it works. So you don't want to.
Why would I start fight? We're all calm. We're all friends. At least me and you are friends. Don't know about the rest of us. I'll take a look.
It's been a few hours, so the two drinking trolls have left, and the eating ogre, or not ogre, orc has left, replaced by a party of humans, which appears to be about 6 or 7 people, and a few couples that are eating food in the booths, and a couple more drinking trolls. The atmosphere has gotten more busy since you started. Because it's about lunchtime, so people come here for various reasons. So he goes,
I live here now.
This is your house. Either way, I'll get you to roll 2 dice.
Why?
You'll find out if you succeed or not.
Oh,
Fight.
One success.
Okay. You look towards the entrance to this tavern, and you see one of those weird men in black people who was watching over your house is now currently standing in the entrance of this building.
Is he staring at me?
Yes.
Well, Robert, I think it may be time I have to leave. I'm not sure. And I'll just turn around and, Oi, comrade, do I have to leave now? Or can I stay? And I'll just...
He just says, no, you're just our investment. We're making sure you don't cause any trouble.
You see, everything is fine. You don't have to call in your stargazer. It's fine.
He just stands there.
Yeah, he's gonna stay and watch you.
Apparently, they were told that you were addicted to alcohol and may have gotten into fights, like you have a criminal record or something. So they're making sure that you don't blemish their name.
Cool. Well, see, no problem. I already have babysitter, I tell Robert.
And he goes, well then perhaps I won't have to call Lone Star.
You see, stargazers, no problem. And I'll wave at the man in black dude. There's a, come over here, lad.
He just stands there.
Nope.
So I guess you don't want drink.
He doesn't even say anything. He doesn't respond.
Just stands there and watch you.
That's definitely not creepy or anything.
He gave you a stock response that he has to be there, basically. That's all he's going to give you.
Do I know what his name is?
You have no idea. He's just a man in black. He looks about maybe human or elf-sized, but he has longer hair that's covering up his ears so you can't tell. And he appears to have one of those earpieces dangling from his ear. So, what else do you want to do here? Do you want to just keep drinking?
Yeah.
Okay. You're running up a tab, by the way.
Yeah, how much is that currently?
Currently, you're at 50 new yen.
50 new yen?
Yeah, because you've been drinking the cheap stuff, but you've been drinking a lot.
Okay. So I'm just gonna be referencing to my man in black guard as Nanny.
Nanny.
I can see where this is going.
His
So
name
I
is
suppose,
Maxi.
Nanny, you don't want drink. And I kind of just hold the glass over to him, like, come, sit down, chill out.
He just stands there, not moving.
And I just turned back over to Robert. You see, Nanny is not a very talkative person. He got screwed up in the head as a child. It's not his fault.
He just stands there.
I suppose it has something to do with the name. You know, Nanny. It's not very... No.
And Robert just like... He just looks over and he doesn't want that guy to have any reason to harm his establishment because various thugs for various organizations will do that sort of thing, so he doesn't comment. He just continues wiping down the bar.
I continue being a fun, friendly nuisance.
A fun, friendly nuisance.
Do you continue to insult the nanny guy? Do you continue to insult Nanny?
Well, not right now.
Okay, but later on, if you continue to do so, he'll go on his comm link, and start saying something, and you can try to perceive it if you want. With a single dice.
With a single dice?
Yeah.
You're drunk as fuck.
And
also minus one dice then. I'm used to being drunk. I'm more used to being drunk than sober, so... You know, I kind of want to do it.
It depends on which stat you're using, and the stat that I'm using for this, you only have one dice in. So.
Yeah, but then again, I think I've kind of done talking shit about Nanny.
Okay.
Because he's not doing anything. I offered him a drink, he didn't come sit down, I badmouthed him for it, and then I continue being a fun, friendly nuisance to Robert.
Okay. So we know how Boris is going to spend the rest of his day. Are you guys just going to spend the rest of your day researching? Or do you have anything else you want to do?
I can do a lot of research. It's up to, well...
And I'll just tell you the basic things for the information you get for the next few things that you want to look at.
Yeah, so basically everything that I'm gonna need for, well, my player character and all that I'm gonna look up.
Yeah, unfortunately you're not going to get much because this is a public terminal, and the stuff that they want you to do is going to be illegal. So.
Well, basically like what a rigger is, how well decks work and deckers and all that stuff. Perhaps I don't know how much I can
If you're going to be a decker, if you're going to want to use your deck intensely, you're going to need a data jack, which is a thing that you install in your head, which your character doesn't know about, and he looks up that information, but you as a player know about quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, since I don't have any driver's licenses yet, well...
Because data jacking improves, reaction time. So, basically, as soon as you think the thing, that's how quickly it happens. Whereas, if you don't have a data jack, you actually have to manually input everything, which, in computer terms, is a lifetime. Compared to how much you can get done in a data jack with a data jack.
It's like
so
in
if you're
Flash.
going to be seriously using decks and rigs, you're going to need a data jack or a control rig, which is a data jack that allows you to control various
vehicles
and stuff.
And vehicles, well,
yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm going to need that.
And you start seeing things about essence coming up. once you start looking deep into your research.
Mm-hmm.
So your character is learning about essence. You as a player know what it is. So anything else you want to look up in particular?
Not that comes to mind right now, no.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're just getting more in-depth into that research. So what about Lionel? Does he have anything in particular that he cares about that he hasn't already looked up?
Not really.
Okay.
Maybe just military force how that works nowadays, if it is any huge military things.
Yes. Governments can hire militaries, but it's or have militaries of their own to defend the country. But most companies also have private militaries. So you have a feeling that that's what you're gonna be forced into with this contract.
Mm.
But
Yeah, 'cause
most
basically-
companies just hire Knights Errant, which is run by a particular company, and they make a lot of money off of it. They usually have like black and gold armor, and it's like ballistic armor, and it covers their entire body. So the only way you can tell like the different races apart is by how big the armor is that's approaching you. And it like covers their faces, so they all look the same, except for the difference in races. That's the only difference that you can easily tell between the different Knights Errants. But they're the biggest private contractors. Unless if the company has their own private contractors, it's usually going to be Knights Errants. Or they sometimes hire police forces. But that's not very common, because the police forces usually can't look the other way when the company is doing sketchy stuff. So they usually don't hire police. So
Yeah.
that
because
is
basically how my character is built at the moment is not pure face. It seems like it's a hint of covert ops as well, which I saw was a thing too.
Mhm.
Basically just sneaky militaries.
Yeah. So if there's nothing else that you guys want to do during the day, I'm going to say that Boris falls asleep in the bar when he feels tired enough. He just sort of passes out in the bar, and you two just sort of choose one of the bunks that's available in your dwelling.
Mm-hmm.
And the next day is when your training is going to start. So about 7 a.m., Mr. Nanny is going to wake up. He's going to grab Boris. Boris, do you wake up? Because he's going to grab you. About 6 or 7 in the morning.
So, like, just grab me by my... and start dragging me outside, or...
No, he's going to, like, shake you first to see if you wake up.
5 more minutes, Nanny.
He just watches you go back to sleep, and you feel yourself being picked up. You can choose whether or not to remain asleep, but you are being picked up.
I'm being picked up.
Yes.
I'm guessing that it's Nanny picking me up.
Yes. Like,
Yes.
you crack your eye open and you can see that it's him cradling you in his arms.
Yeah, as he's doing that, I kind of just, like, stroke his arms like this and say, "Oh, Eris Bueller, you're my hero."
Oh god.
And then he begins taking you somewhere. However, for the other two,
Yeah.
you hear a knock at the door, at the main
Bye,
door
Robert!
of your dwelling. Yeah, you yell to Robert, who actually switched shifts with somebody else while you were asleep. So it's somebody else just sort of standing there looking at you confused.
I'll just go open the door.
Alright, you exit because you have a door that just has like a bunk in it. and then you can open that door to go to the main door.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you exit your bunk and go to the main door, I assume?
Mhm.
Alright, you open the door, and one of the men in black is just sort of standing there, and he says, "You're wanted."
Oh, morning, fellas.
And he just says, "You're wanted."
The bad guy to the good kind.
I go to Sliceman's room and just knock to see if he's awake.
Yeah. Well, I just said the bad kind of the good kind of
Yeah,
wanted.
so he appeared behind you.
Oh, okay.
Like, I have a million cups of coffee in my blood right now.
Yeah, it's like 7 in the morning. So whether your characters are used to doing that or not is determined.
My guy is most likely dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he had a military background, then yes.
Yeah, upon his background, he lost his
Boris
eye.
is
And
definitely not used to getting up that early.
So
like small hints of his backstory is high tier military soldier. So he's like used to waking up at like 4 or 5 a.m.
but you were sleeping in because waking up from a cryogenic sleep kind of tires you out.
It messes up your biological clock as well.
Yes.
Right.
But you guys did feel a bit stiff after you got out of there, but it didn't really affect anything, so that's why I didn't mention it before. Anyway,
By the way, did I pay my tab?
no.
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 Poor
Luckily
Rob.
So next
or
time you come
unluckily,
there,
your fake ID is attached to this apartment, so the bill is being sent to the apartment.
Okay, so my name is Sergey.
At least he gets a bill.
Yeah, yes, and they do have collection agencies in this universe, so if you don't pay it in time...
I just want to be sure of one thing for him.
What?
What is his primary lifestyle like of Boris? Because I know I have like a middle.
All of us are middle.
everybody has a middle.
All of us is a middle.
Everybody has a middle.
Okay.
He just got the least amount of money.
Yeah, he rolled super crappy on his dice.
They rolled 133.
Ouch. Ouch.
I started with 800.
I started with 1400.
15k, 1.5.
Yeah.
Alright, so you guys eventually meet up with Boris, who is being cradled in the arms of this relatively strong-looking, perhaps human or elven person. You're not sure, because his ears are hidden by his hair. He has about shoulder-length hair. Usually elves have longer, pointier ears, so he might be human, but it could be an elf with shorter ears. You're not sure. Because biology does play a factor once the awakening happened. So, he could just be biologically prone elf to have short ears.
So I am assuming that we are gonna start here today somewhere with something I don't know what.
Yeah, so you meet up with them. They start leading you to an elevator, which is an external elevator to the building. It takes you about 20 minutes to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And you meet the guy carrying Boris in that elevator, because he was in the elevator before you guys. So, yeah.
You see him cradling a dwarf, snoring and holding a bottle.
That's where he went.
And the elevator is on the external part of the building, and you guys just start going up, and up, and up, and up, and up. You go up approximately 50, 60 stories. You weren't sure because the elevator didn't stop on any of the other floors.
Well, seems like we're going up very high. We're either gonna toss Boris down, or we're all going for a skydive.
Yeah. Something like that.
The one of the men in black that's standing there says, "You're just gonna meet the CEO."
Not a dragon elf.
Not of this small of a company, no.
Okay, that's good to know.
And eventually the elevator stops, and you guys exit. It's kind of like a round tubular elevator, but you guys all managed to fit in. 3 security guard looking people and and another guy who no, the 3 security guard looking people, which is the men in black, and you guys. So it fits 6 people easily.
Mm-hmm.
But it's round and circular type of elevator. Takes you to the top of the building. And as you're looking at the outside of this building, the bottom half looks brown and the top half looks white. So you have a feeling that at some point this building was all white, but the bottom half is just under disrepair. Which you're thinking to yourself, the bottom of the building is in disrepair. That's not great for the top levels, but apparently it's structurally sound enough that it holds everything up. So,
well, this is not worrying at all. It's looking so structurally incapable or anything.
yeah, so you guys arrive on one of the CEO floors, and they lead you down the hallway. It's a lot cleaner and crisper in here. There's no litter or anything on the ground. In fact, you actually see someone who is currently cleaning the 0 dirt on the floor. They're just sweeping the floor even though there's nothing there to clean.
Yeah, so I'll be the blunt guy because I'm uncouth and I'm gonna ask, what are you cleaning? The microbes?
And the woman actually looks up at you, and she speaks in Japanese. She's a Japanese lady, and which you understand. But she heard you speak in English, but apparently she understood what you said. And she says, "Yes, actually, that's what I'm doing." And she chuckles.
Oh, well, okay then, continue on.
Anyone who understands English or Japanese natively would understand what she said. If you required a skill jack or anything else, then you don't understand what she just said. She just sounded like she was speaking Japanese.
Yeah, I understand.
And Sliceman just looks like, okay then, continue on with it then.
Yeah, because she has one of those wet mops that apparently has a chemical on it that is killing microbes.
No, I didn't say killing microbes, I literally said cleaning microbes.
Yeah, but she said that's pretty much exactly what she's doing. So.
Fair enough. I guess.
So you guys continue down the hallway, and you eventually, after about 10-15 minutes, you reach a room that the men in black motion for you to enter, and the one who's carrying Boris is still carrying him.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, these spaghetti arms are not gonna carry him.
Yeah, the guy isn't expecting you to.
So, I open the door and let the guy with Boris walk in first. Well, go ahead, bringing the drunk.
Alright, he walks into the room, and there's like those weird, very leather-covered desk chairs that they have in conference rooms. And he just sort of walks over one, drops Boris, and then leaves the room.
And he just drops him, just like, plop.
Just plop into the chair.
Thank you, Nanny.
And he just leaves the room.
You know, that can bite you in the butt one time, right?
Are you saying that to the
Boris,
guy
probably.
referred to as Nanny?
No, Boris.
Oh, okay.
What's gonna bite me in the butt? Nanny don't do anything. He's boring.
Oh, don't say that too loud now.
What?
As I take a
Nanny
chair.
boring?
You have a
that
feeling that
demon-
Nanny was standing there watching you all night, so he's probably going to go take a nap now.
He might get you back one day. One day.
Still stone face, man. No, they do nothing.
You hope.
So you guys are sitting
killed by
in...
Nanny.
Just so you guys are aware, you guys are sitting in what looks like an obtusely large conference room. It's just way too big, and there's like 50 chairs, but you assume that they never have a conference that's that big. But they might, you never know. But
Well-
there's like 50 chairs on this table.
Yeah, so, as I say, well, he says this company is run by a dragon, but the size of the room says dragon.
And you actually see somebody sitting in a chair at the very far end of this table.
Yeah, so I go like, oh, there he is. Let's move a bit closer. Would be rude. I mean, but I need to get a bit closer.
Although, as you guys start
Give me a
walking closer,
moment.
as you guys start walking closer, you notice that he is flanked by two men in black looking people, and they hold their hand out for you to not move.
Oh, well, okay.
I walk over and high-five one of them.
Just like the guards in Britain, he doesn't even move. He just points for you to go back. And then once
So
he's
I get in a
finished doing that
high-five
and
before he
realize
points
that
me
you-
to get back, right?
Okay, when he realizes that you're not going back, he realizes that you understand him, but you're not listening to him. So then he just crosses his arms behind his back.
So I didn't get in a high-five?
No,
No.
you just sort of.
Oh.
By the time you reached him, his arms were behind his back.
Damn it.
Boris, just come back here, please.
What?
The guard just sort of points again for you to go back. And then puts
Just
his arms
do it,
behind
Esther.
his back.
Just do what the car says, please. We don't want to make a bad impression.
Do what the guard says, and I will chug as soon as he says don't want to make a bad impression, I walk towards him, chugging the rest of whatever's in that bottle and letting out a loud burp.
Oh, God.
Well, could be worse.
Yeah. go
And
for
then
it.
I shit myself. Just kidding.
Okay, worse.
Just
Okay.
kidding.
Whole area.
So, the next thing that's going to happen is the guy turns around and he presses some sort of hidden button on the end of the conference room table, and a little thing pops out of it. You guys aren't sure what it is, and suddenly little paper thin screens appear in front of all of your chairs that you're currently sitting in. And you can see his face on the screen.
Yes, of course. Why didn't I think of that?
This is Skype, but more advanced.
This is Skype Plus.
Yeah.
And he says, "Konnichiwa, and welcome to the Walton Initiative."
Well, also, Krisha, I guess. Well,
Konnichiwa.
Yeah.
I don't know much Japanese, but yeah.
It's basically a greeting.
Yeah.
Your
it's-
character
I
will
know.
be smart
Hello.
enough to know what that means. It's just a basic greeting. I think technically it
It's
means
hi,
good
that's what-
afternoon, but I don't know the one for good day, so that's the one I'm going with.
I think it's just hello, Krisha.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
is it?
stuff like that.
I don't know.
Yeah, konnichiwa is like hello or something.
Okay.
Good day.
Doesn't matter to me. I'm going with that
Yeah.
one. So, he welcomes you. If you guys wish to say anything in response, you can.
I just greet him back.
Yeah.
And
That's
he's just,
basically it.
Hello.
he's just a Japanese human in his late 60s, maybe early 70s. You're not sure. And he has past his shoulders length hair, It's graying and white in places. And he's just waiting for you to say anything if you wish, other than hi, that is.
Well,
yeah, what's the training thing you told?
He goes,
yes. What's going to happen?
I do appreciate someone willing to get right to business. And he presses a button next to him, which you can't see what he's pressing in the screen, but if you look over at him physically, you can see that he's pressing something. You see a group of people exit a door to your side, not from the hallway you just came from, but a different room. And there's a group of about 6 or 7 of them. And actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll say there's 8 of them. And they're varying races, varying heights within those races, and complexions and things. Trolls tend to be in more of a purple grayish hue, but they can have human-looking skin, but not normally. And orcs tend to have more of a reddish color to them. But again, they can range from different skin hues. They can be orange, red, or from anywhere between orange and red, or regular human-looking complexion, depending on where they come from. Yeah, there's a group of 8 people just sort of standing there, and he says, so, depending on which you choose, you can spend time with multiple trainers if you wish. However, you're probably going to be spending time with one more than the others, depending on what you want to be trained in. And he motions to them, and he says, they know their specialities, and if you have some sort of idea of what you want to get into, then you can choose. However, if you have no idea, they can introduce themselves.
So when do we choose?
No, right now.
Right now.
As soon as Slice Man says right now, the Japanese man just sort of nods his head.
Dublet.
So, you see, the reason I chose 8 is because each one specializes in a stat. They have a specialized stat. So, the one that specializes in logic, he has a dex slung over his back, that sort of thing. So,
Don't specialize in charisma and agility then.
Okay, so then there are 2 different trainers who are going to walk forward if you say the type of person that you want to train up to be. So you can just say that you want to...
convincing and agile type.
Alright. So, 2 walk forward. One is a very lithe female elf. And the other one is actually a troll. And the troll is the one for charisma.
That's bad.
That's interesting.
That's so bad.
Actually, at the beginning of your character creation, you can boost your stats, like your stat maximum, but it costs karma to do so. So he probably
all his karma to max charisma.
Yeah. He used his karma when he was making his character to make it max charisma. So.
Well, I guess someone he'd teach me about, the current, how do you say, cyberspace stuff, Matrix and all that.
Yeah, you see an orc walk forward. He has a cyber deck slung over his back. He also has what looks like a cybernetic arm, and he has something that is going into his nose made of metal. You're not sure what it is. And he goes,
You
right
are
here.
tempting my curiosity. You know that, man? You're tempting my curiosity to be like,
What does that do?
no. Well, he asked.
And he will take you immediately. If you want to be a Decker, he'll take you immediately.
Yes, sure. And, well, size a rigger as well, because, well,
Yes, that's
I'll
fine,
spend most
but-
of the time with the troll charisma guy, and then the rest of the time with agility.
Yeah.
Because that's how my stats are set out. Charisma is the highest one.
And you can spend time with the rest of them to raise your stats to what they currently are. It's just that the trainers that you're going to be the most with is the ones that you're highest in.
Yeah, so that would be agility and charisma.
Okay.
Average on body and in reaction. That's like the third highest.
Yeah.
Rest, all the rest is just basics.
And the charisma troll, he has like a fancy suit on, and he looks very prim and proper. Even though he's a giant troll man.
It's hardy though.
Yes. So, as those two leave, the agility person and the charisma person left with Lionel. Boris, you're just left in the room by yourself.
Yeah.
With these
all the trainers are gone as well?
With these
No.
trainers looking at you expectantly, and this Japanese guy just like, so, who do you choose?
Well, I used to be demolist in old life. Maybe not change anything.
Well, it seems as though
You know things that go boom.
Hmm.
Very effective.
He does the
Jeffrey
stereotypical.
syndrome.
He does the stereotypical Japanese.
Oh, you bring a greater dishonor on your family.
And he goes.
You bring shame.
He goes. There isn't one person who specifically knows only explosives, but if you want someone who is strong, we have that. You can learn the explosives from one of our other candidates that will be coming forward to help you with that, if you wish.
So, learn me explosives and gunplay might be good.
Well,
Duh.
our best shooter has already left the room. Perhaps you would want to catch up.
Yeah.
Bet.
How high was your agility?
Her
4.
agility is 8, I think.
Yeah. So she's really fucking agile.
Yeah. Each of these.
How high is your agility?
Each
4.
of these.
Mine is 4 too.
Yeah, you see, he had a fuck ton of karma. So.
Yeah, he has 4 in 4 things.
I have 4 in 1 and 5 in 1 and 2 in most and 3 in 2. I'm
so-
an extremely good marksman.
So he says that, but he says, perhaps you could not start there. Maybe start with something else you wish to train.
The strong guy, maybe. The body guy.
Although your character is going to learn magic. So,
Well, do I know that I know magic? Can use magic?
Technically, it's magic. It's adept powers.
Since you seem to be struggling, and the trainers that your character was most interested in have left, one of them walks forward. It's a dwarven female, and she walks forward and she says, "He seems to be adept at magic, though he does not know it."
Finn. Lät gå ner av sig. Min skål, vet du.
And he got interrupted.
So,
Kenny.
Boris,
Yes.
Did you hear what I said?
Something about magic and stuff like that. You know, I am pretty good at card tricks. That's what you mean.
She goes, no. What I mean
I can
is...
show you. Anybody around table have deco cards,
She
huh?
face palms immediately. She steps forward and she says, if you wish to learn the ways of true magic and not just illusion, you can come with me.
Does she look pretty?
She's a dwarf. And
She's
you're
a dwarf, and your character's a
Yeah,
dwarf.
but I'm a dwarf. Does she look pretty for being a dwarf?
You know what? I'm gonna roll.
Let's say duh.
I'm gonna roll.
Duh.
If I critically fail on this roll, if I
She's ugly as
critically
fuck.
glitch on this roll, she's gonna be super ugly. But if I succeed a certain amount, then she's gonna be fine. So, let me just roll on this sheet here that I have open, because it's an easy way to get d6s. I'm gonna roll 10 dice.
Oh,
She got 3 successes as well as 3 failures, so she's average.
average?
She's pretty in a girl next door kind of way.
She's not a supermodel.
Yeah.
Huh.
If I would have got a bunch of successes, I would have given you a supermodel-esque dwarf, but that didn't happen.
That would be fun.
Skrosha. Tamili. Da. I'll just follow.
Okay. She takes you with her. So, who wants to go first when talking
I'm
about
not
their
sure, but
training?
I think I just said she looks cute in Russian.
That's fine. She didn't understand
Nearly.
you. She didn't understand you anyway, because she doesn't speak Russian, so...
Good.
So, who wants to have some time with their trainer first?
I mean,
Just roll for
you
it.
guys can go ahead.
If no one wants to volunteer, you guys can roll, or I can choose.
Sure, I can do it.
So, what I'm going to get you to do for this is roll some d6s, 10 d6s, and whoever has the most successes gets to choose when they go.
Okay, 10d6, you said?
Yep.
Ooh.
Fumph. Oi.
Boom.
And
Yeah, not me.
since you two tied, I'm going to look at failures. Boris didn't fail at all.
Yep,
Whereas Slice
that's
Man
fair.
failed once. So,
Boris, you're first.
so whoever
And
won...
why did I only
No,
get 5
Boris-
successes?
Boris won the chance to choose which placement he goes in. So, do you want to go first or last or middle?
Sure, I'll just get it over with.
Okay. So, Boris is going first. Then it's Slice Man. Then it's going to be Lionel. Okay. So, Boris, the woman leads you to a different section on this floor. And it looks kind of like, you know, the stereotypical fortune teller type room. It has implements like that in it, but it doesn't have like a crystal ball in the middle. It has other implements though, just sort of bordering the room, and it's a larger room. And she says, so, since you have the aptitude for magic, what kinds of magic are you interested in? There are various types of magic. Some that can enhance your own body, some that can deal devastating effects on the field of battle, or healing people, various other effects. So which do you wish? And since you already chose, you know what your character's gonna choose.
Well, I'm gonna choose those.
So that's a mix of enhancing and
Resistance.
Yeah, he also has, he's gonna take some shaman
So-
powers too.
Some
Yeah.
damaging one, a little bit of healing, and the rest is resistance.
Yeah. He's gonna take some adept powers, which are self-modification magic, and he's gonna take some shaman powers, which are summoning, basically. So this is where you're gonna get your bound spirit. So she says, if you wish to bind a spirit to yourself, you have to focus on it and attempt to grab it from the ether. Here, we can attempt to attract a spirit of your choosing to see if it will come. We do have the basic necessities for attracting it. If you so wish, we can do that now. Okay. So she says, what type of spirit do you think you're interested in? Most of them are based on animals, though some are based on archetypes. So,
Well, I think I'm going with the animal that my utmost treasured leader, Putin, Vladimir Putin, a bear.
Well, yeah, he was presented in 2012, so.
and
Did he say bear?
Bear. Like,
I
R.
know.
B-E-A-R.
I know, just messing with him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Russian.
So she takes out some fetishes and implements and puts them out in front of her. And she begins
some fetishes.
Well, they're just symbols.
Is she coming on to me?
They're just symbols. That's
Oh.
what a fetish is. It's just a symbol. It's a symbol that looks like a thing. So there's little pendants and things that look like bears that she's taking out. And she begins to focus. And she says, focus on trying to see the world beyond. Open your third eye, and you may see it. And she places her hand on the ritual space, and she begins, like, her eyes just roll back into her head, and she seems to be tracking something in physical space. However, you're not doing anything. So, you have to try to perceive the astral plane, is what she's trying to get you to do. So, you have to attempt to open your third eye.
So, by using astral perception, right?
Yeah.
And how does one do this?
Here's what I'm going to get you to do. Since you have 6 magic resonance, I'm going to get you to roll 6 dice.
Ooh.
You got a success, so you managed to open your third eye. However, what you see immediately in front of you is a gigantic bear that is ferociously growling at you, and it sort of scares you a little bit.
Yes.
That's what you see. So how do you react?
Come here,
You see
big
the
teddy.
bear spirit. It's like it can have various elements. So which element did you want your bound spirit to be?
That I don't remember because I don't think we talked about that.
Well, there's fire, there's air, there's water, and
Do they do different things, or is it just cosmetics?
they do different things to other spirits. Like, you can set people, like, if you get a fire one, you can set people on fire. If you get a water one, you can drown people, things of that nature.
Ooh.
But it only really matters when you're fighting other spirits. Because other spirits have elements of their own.
You
Get
could
a fire bear.
you could say kind of like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You could nearly say.
Yeah.
I'm going with fire bear.
Alright, you see a flaming bear when you open your third eye.
Ooh.
So you have to try to bind it to you. Which, since it's part of your backstory, I'm going to say that you automatically do. but depending on what you roll now, determines how it happens. So roll another magic resonance thing, which is 66.
3.
Decent. So you very easily just sort of walk up in your
I'm ripping off my shirt, and I'm sitting across the bear, and I'm riding the bear shirtless.
Well, here's what you do first. You have to tame it first. You have to bind it to you. So you just
I'm still ripping off my shirt.
Yeah, that's fine. You walk up to it, and you grab onto it by the throat, and it starts trying to nip at you and bite you, but you still have enough strength to wrestle it to the ground. And it just looks up at you, and you hear a voice in your mind saying, "You have done well." And it is now bound to you. Since you got 3 successes, and I only required that you get 1 to tame it immediately, you succeeded very well. You very easily just tackled that bear.
What
Don't worry, Yogi. Papa Boris will be very gentle.
Oh, that sounds wrong.
So you have the bear spirit. It may manifest itself when you're fighting, sort of thing, but you'll have to wait.
You have a stand of bear that burns.
Yeah. And the spirit appears to look like a bear when you're fighting. And it can hurt people. It can set them on fire due to various things. So, it's a good thing to have. And she says, "Is this the only type of magic you wish to indulge in?" Which you also now can pursue your adept power.
Well, I would like to know enchanted, accurate, critical strike, healing hand, light, body, missile parry, wall running, rapid healing, astral perception, pain resistance.
So here's what I'm gonna say. You say that you want to modify your body with magical powers.
Yeah.
And then she teaches you these various abilities. But that's going to be over the course of 6 months. The first thing that you manage to do is you manage to tame the bear on the first day, on the first try.
You got a pet!
Yeah.
That they can burn people.
Mm-hmm. So
I
you
can
have
make Father Putin proud.
I just want to watch the world.
So over the 6 months, you're going to get to know this lady fairly well. However, since you're training in adept powers, you're going to use some of the other trainers as well. But
does our relationship go further in the 6 months?
Does he romance her?
Here's what I'm going to say.
Does it become romantically?
I have the Christmas of fuck you.
If he spends karma into making her a contact, then yes.
I don't have any karma.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly. At the moment, you don't. Which you have to complete other things to do. Which, you know what?
What you're saying, I have to use karma to get a lover, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Literally.
That sounds interesting.
So, since you wrestled the bear so easily, I'm going to throw you 2 karma.
You can immediately expend them to get 1 point in both for her.
I'm gonna spend my karma to make her my lover.
Okay, so you have 1 in loyalty and 1 in connection. Her name, let's see. Her name is, let's see.
Oh gosh, this is going to end up so badly.
Nah.
You give him a few more karma, then you see what happens.
Oh god.
I'm just gonna make
speaking out of experience.
I'm gonna make a string of lovers.
Oh god. Don't steal my nimble fucking woman. She's mine.
Her name is Madison.
Madison, just write in parentheses, lover in work. Work in progress, lover.
So, anyone who you're contacts with can be developed into that relationship sort of thing, but I'm just gonna say that
I'm
they're
gonna
gonna
make-
have to
I'm
have.
gonna make Robert my lover.
Oh god.
You're gonna have to have high loyalty for them to truly fall in love with you, if that's what you want. Otherwise, they're just gonna be either just in
Is
the
it-
relationship for other reasons or whatnot. So
It's the difference between having fun and committing.
yeah, exactly.
This is having fun.
So she was very impressed with the fact that you managed to get the bound spirit so easily on the first try. So that's why you're getting this connection.
If you give me a few minutes, I will open your third eye.
Oh god.
Oh God, no.
Do you actually say that to her?
Yeah, no. Please,
What, like
no.
on the first day?
Yeah, on the first day.
Do you, Mr. Two Charisma?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh God.
He's even lower to start off with, so he has 1 dice for charisma.
Okay, let me ask again. Are you sure about that?
It's
I mean,
Creeben.
if he was,
If it's
he
true
was,
love, it will prevail.
Shit.
at
How
least he
many-
didn't crit fail. So she's just like, this is for now at least going to be a business relationship. Do you understand me?
She's
Get wrecked.
I understand that for now when I wink.
If he would have got a critical glitch, then she would have like
Fuck no.
completely rejected him. But for now, she said for now, so the door is open still.
She got it. He got a 2, so it was pretty damn close.
Yes,
Yes, she does. You better work at charisma, boy.
but
No,
I
he
have a
doesn't. That's
2.
my shit.
But at least for now, she's leaving the
Not
door open. She just met you. But for now, it's a business relationship. So that increases your total karma to 79. So I'm just going to fix that for you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, who's next? Who was it that was next? It was...
Slice.
yeah, Slice Man. Okay,
Me.
so you're with the Decker guy. And he says... so, you're interested in technology, huh?
Well, yeah, I mean, I kind of had to be with the job I had and such.
Oh, so you were a techie before.
Yeah, I mean, you had to. I mean, that's about now. What year is it actually? Because I never got that.
Oh, well, the year is 20, and I have to come up with it right now. Put a definite
I'm
year on it.
also-
62.
now.
You said 50 years. You said 50 years, so it would be 2062.
Yeah, I
Okay.
thought that
That's fine.
You
Shadowrun
said
was.
60 years.
Let me double check. I think
This
Shadowrun
particular,
was
because
75.
each system, they updated the year that it's supposed to take place in. But since you guys are just starting, I'm going to say that it's just 50 years after.
So
So
it's the year 2062.
72.
Yeah.
Oh,
60,
Yeah,
yeah,
62.
50 years.
62.
But the base Shadowrun says it is in 2075.
Yeah, that's 5th edition. That's the year that 5th edition takes place in. The previous editions take place in different years. So, the orc guy is like, so, what were you, how deep into the tech world were you before the cryochamber?
Well, before the cryochamber, I was literally the man that keeps the big companies up and running, and if the man behind the scene wasn't there and something went wrong, everyone would freak out.
Oh, so you worked with servers, that sort of thing?
Yeah, servers, wires,
Alright,
cabling.
well, from back then, he takes the deck off of his back and he shows you and he says, this has the computing power of one of those servers that you probably worked on.
Okay, just to be sure, you mean just one server or like a whole server rack? Because a server rack is way more powerful than one server.
As in the server room that you worked in.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, jeez, that's That's a lot more powerful, yes.
You're talking about literally one of the companies
Well,
that has
depending on
200 to
which company.
500 different servers, right?
Yeah, depending
Yeah,
on
yeah.
which company you were working for and how many servers they had on site.
Well, how
Obviously,
many-
different companies have different amounts of servers. If you were working for Google back then no, this isn't going to be that much. But
No, that would be far too, well... If you were to have that in that, I think, why the hell would you even work here still?
he grins and he says, "Well, this thing is probably about 5 server towers, approximately."
Well, that's about a small-ish company/business.
That's actually not a lot.
Yeah, that's why I
quite
said
awesome.
small-ish.
Yeah, like a one-man company.
Yeah, but this
Well,
is like a
could be more.
keyboard-looking device that has that much
Yeah.
computing power. So,
But still, in
I think
And
in
this
50
isn't-
years we're still gonna have more.
by the way,
computing
this
power
isn't
than that.
even like the top end thing. This is just a middle-ish road sort of deck.
still 5 server towers. That's quite a lot back then.
So he hands you a deck. It's not great looking. Because you guys are basically standing in a room that's full of, like, broken computer parts and stuff that apparently probably this guy was working on before he was told to help train you.
Well, I can't expect the top for the top to from the beginning. I mean, I got to work my way up, right?
Also, to aid you, I've programmed an AI to give you some of the basics.
Well, that's handy indeed.
Do you turn it on?
Are you gonna have a Jarvis?
No, he's not that advanced. Jesus.
No.
When are you going to turn it on? Are you going to turn it on right now as soon as you get it, or...
Well, are we in the room to like start practicing or?
Yeah, you're in the computer area, which is like a server room type area.
Well,
But you don't see
first
any
I'll-
servers. You just see like one computer terminal and a bunch of broken computer parts strewn about on work tables.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna indulge my interest and look over the deck, cause I've seen those things on the sides, but never held one.
Yeah, so it's basically like a large keyboard that has a lot of other functions that you can just press one button to do. And you don't have to press any other button. So it's a huge thing. You can customize it later to have functions that are actually useful to you. But for now, it's just the basic thing. It's a huge keyboard. It has the QWERTY keyboard. And you can also, if you use the holographic section, you can change it for different languages too. So that way you can just type with the different language rather than having to use the QWERTY keyboard. But it comes with a basic mechanical QWERTY keyboard. And it has a holographic section that you can use.
So I look through the orc and says, do I need anything special to work with it? Because I'm currently still 100% flesh and bone.
He goes, "Well, that depends on what else you want to do for the company. But data jack," and he just sort of reaches onto the table and he has a data jack implant just on the table. And he shows you.
Just randomly have a data jack.
Yeah, and he just shows you the implant, what it looks like. This is going to go in your head.
Expected. I also read something about control rigs or jacks or...
Ah, you're one of those deckers. Okay.
Well, I mean, I did my research. I mean, got to know what's new and such.
He grabs the control rig implant, and he shows you what it looks like. This is going to go in your head.
As expected.
Just
I also want to be able to go to the toilet. Well, pulls out a massive piece of equipment. This is also going in your head.
Any of the equipment in this room, you get free of charge. Anything else, if you want anything better, you're going to have to find a cyberdoc or something. That can
And
hook you
I dare bet cough up a whole lot of credits.
Well, they're called New Yen, but you got the lingo
Yeah,
pretty close.
credits.
And he gives you the thing. If you want to keep that one. He just nods towards you. If you want to keep that one.
Well, I guess I got to get it, well, someday into my head that
We do have a
virtual
company,
check.
CyberDoc, who will install it for you. You'll be in and out of there in an hour.
Well, I guess I should get it installed because that's the best way we can
Well, you
start these
can-
lessons instead.
Well, if you want me to stick around and just hang out here for an hour, you can do that. But, I mean, that would be being a dick. Because I'm supposed to train you now. He just says that with a straight face.
I like this guy.
By work.
I like this guy a lot.
And remember, you are uncouth, and you might consider that an insult.
Well, sure, you could be dick about it, but sure, I don't think you're gonna enjoy someone that's gonna be like 20 times as slow as you. While you are just like, I'm already done with it. Where are you? It's still step one.
As you're saying all this stuff, he just hits the on button on your deck, and you see what looks like. Let me pull up the image of what I'm thinking of.
You said a hologram. You said it the holographic AI.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. I'm Jarvis. How do you want to do it?
How are we gonna fuck up this idiot?
Oh, we're gonna mindfuck him.
You have a creature that appears as a hologram. Let me just get this image open. Looks somewhat like this. Oh wait, that's not the whole body.
It's just a toe.
No, it's just the face. Sure, this'll work. It looks like this. I'm gonna put it in the Discord so everybody can see it. Because this thing is gonna be annoying him as long as he has this deck. So.
Not like the fairy and Link, right?
Gosh. Hey, listen.
Hey, listen! Hey, listen!
For some reason, it came up as a text.
Text?
Message.
I say go to the image.
Oh, you literally gave the
Data link.
yeah, the data link for the picture.
Oh, okay.
That's
Give me
not
a
the right
second.
thing.
I'll fix that.
That's not the right thing.
Okay,
no
there
more.
we go. This should fix it. So that way it's not 10 billion characters long. There you go. There's the link. This is what I wanted to have happen.
Oh, that looks adorable.
And it goes, hello!
Oh,
Okay,
fuck.
that makes it less adorable.
That way, don't use Dex, boy.
It says hello. Do you respond?
Hello.
Hello, do you have a volume button already?
Yes, I can hear you!
Okay, that's good. I just look at Dork. Does it have a volume button?
He goes and just presses the button on the on the deck. Hey!
Okay.
Stop quieting me down! And then it just sounds quiet.
Oh.
Yeah, I just set it to like 10% and it's not too loud.
Poor fox cat thing. Getting muted.
I just set it to 10%, like it's not too loud but still audible.
And it goes, I'm gonna help you!
Yeah, I guess as much.
So, what do you want to learn? And then the orc guy just starts working on his computer since he has an AI that's gonna teach you.
I just look at the. I just get a devilish grin on my face. Says, to mess with him.
Oh, you're not gonna do anything illegal, are you?
Just a prank.
It's just a prank, bro. Come on.
Yeah, he has the AI program to report you if you do anything illegal, by the way.
Just like this is a little practical joke. Like
Get
so
fucked.
he goes, "Oh, so something silly."
yes.
Yeah. And it just dives in. It appears to dive into the the deck, but it's just a hologram. And you hear the voice still, and it says, "So you're gonna want to do this," and a holographic keyboard appears, and it says, "You're gonna want to do this," and another holographic keyboard appears, and it says, "You're gonna want to press this," and then all the buttons start glowing. That you're gonna have
I
to
just go
press.
like, okay, that.
Alright? And what happens is you actually get into the BIOS of your deck. His computer that he's currently working on is connected to a wireless connection, so you can connect to his computer. It's since you're connected to the same wireless connection that his computer is, you can connect to his computer.
So I just look at the box, the AI thing, and says, what would be a good joke like disconnecting his connection or make something
No. A harmless piece of malware. And it starts showing you what to press to start programming a piece of malware.
Sure enough, he's illegal.
So I'm just gonna be like,
Just give a random Decker guy a malware that's harmless.
are you sure you got the right definition of malware?
His antivirus will catch it before it does any major damage. Come on.
Because the name of the malware is "Hi, I'm a virus." Click me.
Okay. Well, let's not make it too bad then. Let's just make it unexpected.
So what do you want? Do you want something that'll make his computer start spewing out gobbledygook? Or do you want something that'll, like in those classic hacker movies, just make like a skull appear and start laughing? What do you want to do?
How about a bit of both?
Okay, perfect. The gobbledygook skull. Classic. So it starts pointing out to the different buttons that you have to press to get into the BIOS. You're now in the BIOS of his computer. So you can start just fiddling around with the code of his computer as you desire. And his screen doesn't appear to be affected at all at the moment. He's just unsuspectingly just doing whatever he's doing.
Geo, in the chat.
Where?
In the chat.
No.
Totally not.
Okay, is it something that I'm gonna need to see?
Trust me, I'm a dolphin.
Oh god. Oh, it's so fitting for the situation right now.
Oh, okay. I
Because
see
thing
what
is a
it is.
cat-like spirit thing.
Okay, so what do you want to do? It will guide you down the different steps of programming a virus.
Well, I am gonna follow those steps and also gonna take notes on those steps.
Yep, so it's just going to teach you how to make a basic malware program that will deal damage to a basic computer. It's not going to teach you how to do the intense things, like how to jack into the matrix and attack programs and things. But for now, it's just teaching you how to create a basic program that you can just put on somebody's computer for now.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to get you to roll 2 dice.
2 dice, 2d6. Let's see how well it goes. Don't make me fail. Double failure! Wow!
Critical
I have a
failure.
bad time.
Critical failure. You
Double
got 2
critical
lumps.
failure.
Yes, ouch. Double
So-
whammy.
Here's what happens. You start programming the virus, the piece of malware, when suddenly the program unexpectedly makes an excited noise, which kind of spooks you a little bit. It sort of goes, "Ee!" and you just go, "Whoa!" and you press the execute button, and it executes the malware on your deck instead. So,
Well, no, that's not good.
A half-formed malware just starts attacking your computer or your deck, and an alarm appears on the orc's computer, and he says, "Oh, you just destroyed your entire BIOS, and your computer isn't going to work, or your deck. So I'm going to have to reprogram it. Give me a minute." And he just takes your deck from you.
Don't you backup of it? Like, you could just say, remove all program, copy paste the backup. I mean, that's something we did back then. I mean,
well, with this, since you crashed your entire system, I'm going to have to reinstall the operating system. So, it's going to take a minute.
I guess...
So like Windows 50?
Yeah. And I guess the AI is also a bit jumbled up.
Luckily, it's in the server here. It was just displaying itself on your deck. So.
Okay, that's good to know.
I'll teach you how to reinstall your system, your operating system, and whatnot. And he starts showing you that you have to physically take the deck apart because of what you just did, and put a disk inside it, so that way it can actually work again. So he shows you how to pry it open and get to the part where you can actually put the disk in, because disks are only used on startup for no other reason. So you have to pull your deck apart in order to do it.
So, just out of pure curiosity, since, well, you kind of know why you're training me, right?
Yeah, you're gonna be an operative.
Yeah, so the deck that I just the thing that I just used to the whole messed up program, could you make a backup of that? I have a feeling I could use it in the future.
Well, I was keeping track of your keystrokes, so I do know what you did. To make it, I can just send it to your personal computer at the place that you're staying, if you want.
Yeah, of course, that could be very handy.
Alright, he just sends you a list of keystrokes. It's in a text document.
Okay, that's handy.
That, and that.
Yeah, and then the whole computer is messed up.
Yeah.
But this time, if I just hack into another computer, I can do it from the inside.
Yep.
Like, you can do that.
Yeah, if you have somebody else's computer that you want to just completely destroy all information on it, you can do that with what you just did.
Mm-hmm.
And since it's the beginning of the game, yes, he was keeping track of what you did, but if it were later in the game and something like this happened, your computer would just be completely screwed and you wouldn't know what you just did. So, he sent you the keystrokes, but this is provided that the computer has the proper software. If it has a different operating system, it might affect the computer differently.
Well, still we'll be fucking with the computer one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. So, you can try again, but you had to start all over, and a bad thing happened. Which means that a couple of hours of your training time got wasted because you... And this is just a mild example of what's going to be happening in the future if things like this keep happening. So, like, if you're in a combat situation, something like that might happen, and then you're in the middle of a fight, and it's a bad thing. So, it could completely screw up your entire team trying to do something.
So. Yeah, a lot of get it going, I'm trying, but my fucking system crashed.
Yeah, exactly. So, This is just a mild example of what could happen. So you wasted a couple of hours of training time. So you get to try to do it again.
Well, let's not try to fuck with someone. Just now be learning stuff and such.
Well, I can teach you how to do it again. It's not that hard. Come on.
You're taking the blame this time.
All right. And it starts showing you the same keystrokes you were doing before. And this time you get to roll again with 2 dice.
I did warn him this time is not gonna follow me.
You got 1 success, which is good. You didn't majorly succeed or anything, but you managed to make a decent piece of malware, and you think that it's ready to be executed.
Are you absolutely sure that we just can send it, no repercussions or whatever?
This is just baby stuff, man. Come on! Press execute!
Yeah, that the fucking variant saw a link.
Right, baby stuff, and my whole deck just said, Akio over here.
Well,
Right,
you were
but-
making a piece of malware that was half made. It just executed the bad stuff, not the good stuff. Come on!
Okay, but you're taking all the blame.
Fine. Just hit execute.
Okay, hit execute.
Alright. His computer just starts doing like weird random colors all over the screen. And he's like, what the fuck? And he's just staring at the computer. And then on the middle of the screen, a rainbow skull just appears and goes, and then he's like, oh, come on. And he just hits a button next to his computer, and it says running antivirus on the screen. And then the skull disappears and the colors disappear. And he goes, at least you're learning something. And then he goes back to doing what he was doing on his computer.
Oh, this time it was his fault.
No, it wasn't. All him.
Yes, it was.
He did it.
No, you.
Well,
no, you.
technically, you were the one that made it. So
He made it. I just showed him how to do it, like you told me to.
See, he admits it.
And then he's like, I did tell it to teach you some things about how to make malicious software. I just didn't think you were going to put it on mine.
Well, this time it was innocent, just a little joke, you know.
Well, at least it was easily removed, and I can get back to what I was doing.
Yeah, that's fair. Anyway, now to learn some real things.
Okay.
And I think Lionel also wants a turn.
And here's what you're going to do.
yeah.
You're going to get 1
Yeah.
karma, because you succeeded at making a malicious piece of software and tricking your...
Huzzah, 1 karma, which I can keep for now.
Yep.
Gio, every time
Yeah.
you make a computer virus to fuck up anybody's computer when we're doing a job, you have to make it look like this. I mean, you just have to. Hut. What?
Yeah, so since the AI was teaching you how to do it, it had a result that was determined by me. But when you're making your own, you can have the results be whatever you want as long as they successfully get installed.
Okay.
Because if the virus doesn't get installed, then it doesn't do anything. So, alright. Just give me a second. Googly moogly. Anyway, so Lionel,
yeah.
you have 2 trainers with you. Because you said you were very specific in what you wanted to learn.
Yep.
Whereas everybody else was just like nondescript. So, well, technically, Boris was very specific, but too specific.
Too much information.
Yeah,
Too much information to them to comprehend.
Yeah, so
Yes.
later on, Boris, you're going to get a mentor who seems to be like an out-of-company guy who teaches you how to wire explosives and stuff.
Yes.
He seems like just a random criminal guy. You're not
Cool.
sure who he is. Or if he's like with a gang or whatever, but they hired somebody specifically.
I'm gonna make him my best buddy. Well, where is there, man?
You have his contact information, should you need to call him. But he has no loyalty and no connection to you.
Like a sponsor.
So he'll help you if you get stuck on a basic bomb, but he doesn't know how to do anything past the basics. He doesn't know how to do complex stuff. So
that sucks.
He just knows how to do the basics, and you can get creative, is what he tells you to do. So, okay, so Lionel.
Yeah.
You are standing in a room, it looks like a training gym. Kind of like a gymnastics area. It has like poles that you can jump up to grab, and do like flips on and stuff. Other things like basic gymnastics equipment. Just sort of strewn about this room. And the woman, the female elf, is just sort of standing there, waiting. You're not sure why. And then the troll just sort of leans down and says, "This is going to be your first lesson. To figure out what exactly she wants just by looking at her." And he just lets you go. He just stands there.
Well, it's a good thing Boris isn't there. What does she want?
Since the way I was basically a gym with a bunch of shit in.
Yeah, you're in a gymnastics area.
Yeah. Well, if she wants to see what I can do, I guess I'll go around and...
You can make a roll to judge her intentions, which I'll give you, because you're untrained at the moment. And don't worry, after Lionel does his, then we're going to skip after the 6 months. So you guys are going to be trained. So your judge intentions is 7, so you're going to get 3 dice to judge her intentions. You got 2 successes. Perfect. Yeah, she wants you to train. She intends for you to show her what you have. But since you overly succeeded, this troll guy also wants you to learn how to be more suave. So he's also teaching you how to do this. So he wants you to talk to her and see how far you get with whatever your goals are for talking to her. But he hasn't told you this yet. It's only because you succeeded so well that you got his intentions as well. So he intends for you to try to see how far you can get with her with any, like, you can try to hit on her, you can try to just get information out of her, anything. So you're just trying to use your charisma to see how far you can get with whatever goal you have.
Okay.
So she wants you to show her what you can do physically, so that way she knows what to train you in. But he wants you to see how far you can get with her, but he hasn't told you that yet. So if you start just trying, then maybe he'll be impressed. So what do you want to do to try to show off to her? First,
show off to her.
Yeah, like your physical prowess, what you can do, because that's one of the things that you need to do. And then there's the charisma part, which is trying to do whatever goal you want to try to get her to divulge stuff.
Well, for the physical stuff, I will start with some hardcore parkour and flips and shit.
Okay, so you're going to try to do a flip? Okay,
Mhm.
perfect. You can. Are you gonna like run up a wall to try to do a flip, or are you just gonna do like a standing flip? What are you gonna do?
Run up a wall, sure.
All right. There is a wall that you see that has a mat, just in case you screw up, so that way you don't break your neck on the wooden floor.
Mhm.
You see an opportune place to run up the wall and do a flip, which will require you to roll 2 dice to see if you succeed.
This one
You got
success.
1 success, so you do a basic flip. She nods at you. She seems slightly impressed.
Okay, so I will do some poles and stuff. I will. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like vertical poles, there's horizontal poles. You can do whatever you want to try to show off to her.
Well, I guess I can try some acrobatics of the if vertical poses. Also, like flip from one pole to another, and yeah.
Okay. Just some basic showing off stuff. You get to roll 2 dice again. See if you can. How well you do it. Another success. You're just doing the basics, and you're not doing anything fancy to show off or anything.
Mm.
You just do the basics. She seems impressed. Anything else that you want to do before the charisma guy butts in? Because you did get that judge intentions really high, so you can impress him. You do still have the opportunity. He hasn't told you what to do as far as charisma. So you still have a chance to impress him.
Yeah, what can I do for her?
Like I said, you could hit on her, or you could see how far you get with that. You can just try to get her to divulge personal secrets. Things of that nature.
Actually, I'll take a preview. How pretty is she?
Oh, yeah. I'll have to roll. Just gonna roll. Just gonna use this sheet since I have your sheet open. Roll 10 dice. 4 successes, only 1 failure. She's pretty good looking. She's
Okay.
like, if I were to number scale her, she would be a 6 or 7 out of 10. Only because it's a game, so I have
Yeah.
to.
Okay. Very good.
So, up to you.
I mean, I could try hitting her.
Go ahead. You have
Yeah.
to tell me what you say to her, and the difficulty is going to be based on what you say. So, like, if
Yeah,
you're, like,
this-
super sleazy, then it's going to be higher, but if you're super suave, then it's going to be lower. So, go with your gut.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough to say.
Let me try to help you out. Are you going to comment on what clothing she's wearing, or...
The plan was complimenting her and trying to convince her to maybe join me on the workouts.
Okay. So you're going to try to flatter her. Okay.
Yeah.
So go with something around those areas. You might not want to comment if you're trying to get her to like show off to you. You might not want to go like, "Damn girl" or something stupid like that. But go for something saying that. Try to play on her her pride. Like, she seems like she's pretty good at this, and she's very proud of how good she is at this. So try to play on that. Since you got such high judge intentions, then I'll give that to you for free.
Mm-hmm. So her pride.
Yeah.
Just
good gymnastic, as far as I know.
Just put a knife into it if you have to.
Yeah, so go with something around there.
I haven't got no name either now.
Okay. I'll give you another minute. I might help you out a little bit. Just because this is the first time you're doing something like that, maybe.
Well, miss, I presume.
Yeah, she nods.
You seem rather proficient with the skills here in gymnastics, and I don't seem to have impressed you too much, so why don't we just do it out together, and maybe you can show me a bit of tips and tricks.
She goes, well, or I'm using the male voice, sorry. She goes,
I was speaking it full.
Yeah. She goes, I'll consider it, and I'm gonna get you to roll.
How many?
Since you're doing, you got that advantage, you got that cutting edge from your previous roll. I'm gonna give you 3 dice, just for a straight charisma.
That's 1 success
and 1 failure.
Mm-hmm.
And it's yellow. The way that I'm gonna rule this is if it's yellow, that means that you get a critical, or a glitch. A glitch. Not a critical glitch, but a glitch. So you succeeded. But it's not gonna be in the way that you expected. So she says, fine. And she just gets into a combat stance. Show me what you got.
Okay.
She's gonna fight you, basically. So, she's letting you throw the first blow. What are you gonna try to do?
That's what my character is okay. She is a hard nut to crack, so maybe show off some martial arts in her face and uppercut her.
Alright. Okay, that's a strength roll, and your strength isn't that great. It's strength plus agility. So I'm going to, since you don't have your full stats yet, it's gonna be 1 plus 2, it's gonna be 3. 3 dice is gonna be your dice pool. This roll.
Oof.
She just quickly and nimbly moves out of the way of your fist, and she's going to, as a reaction, just sort of grab you. So she has a... Okay. So I'm going to roll some dice. So she manages to grab you perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, so you wanted me to participate, huh? So then she's going to try to just hit you in the back of the neck, see if she can knock you out.
Can I resist it anyway?
Yeah, you can roll a defense roll. I forget how that works. Geo, can you look up what you need to roll for defense roll?
Defense. You have interrupt action. She can block, dodge, hit the dirt, intercept, parry, full defense.
Yeah, so basically she parried, is what she did.
Okay. Is
And
what
a
she
parry to
did.
parry.
So she deflected his blow, but she's going to attack him. So he needs to know what to roll for defense. Because a regular defense roll, he gets for free.
I need to go to page 188. Okay, let me just see.
But this is going to be her roll, since I know what she's rolling. She got 6 successes.
Defending combat, melee combat.
And she only got 1 failure, so... yeah, the 6 successes
1
stands.
3 are interrupt action and 1. Where is the free? If the character is mad, the character has a melee weapon in hand, he can. If his hand is empty and he uses an unarmed combat skill, he can block. That's also something we don't want. I want to.
Yeah, there's just a basic defense.
Yeah.
He gets a dice pool, and he can roll to defend.
I'm trying to find a free one.
Let me
It's
look.
got
Defending in combat starts on page 188. Melee defense is on that same page. Defending in combat. Melee defense. He can block, page 192.
192.
Or he can dodge. Yeah, he doesn't have any unarmed combat skill, so he can't do any of that.
So I'm looking for the free one.
Defender has 5 choices for defending against melee attacks. 1 is for free, 3 are interrupt actions that reduce initiative score by 5, and 1 is an interrupt action that subtracts 10. The character can perform the standard reaction plus intuition test. Okay, for free. That's what I was looking for. It was on the first page.
Oh, 188.
Yeah.
I must have bloody missed it.
The character can perform the standard reaction plus intuition.
Oh.
So it's reaction plus intuition. So his trained reaction is 3, so that's 1. And intuition is 2, so you get 2 dice to defend.
3 plus 2.
Critical failure. You are knocked unconscious. Because she got 6 successes, and you got 0 successes and a.
Even if I success, I couldn't have countered 6 successes.
Yeah, exactly. But you could have blocked it and impressed her, like blocked some of it and impressed her. However, you're just knocked unconscious on the floor. They wake you up.
Isn't it rounded up? So 3 plus 2 is 5, so 2.5 makes it 3.
Yeah, but I'm doing it differently because he isn't trained.
Okay, that's fair.
It isn't that he's like crippled or something, so he has less or something. It's that he's untrained, so he has less stats.
Okay.
Okay, so she knocks you unconscious. The troll wakes you up, and she's just sort of leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. And he just says, I think you went in a little bit too hard. Try going a little softer next time with your approach. Seems like he's giving you advice, but he's impressed that he does say afterward, he says, but good job trying on your own. I was going to tell you to try.
Yeah, I read it on you. So we tried.
You just looked at me and you knew?
Yeah, you learned some shit in the military.
That's still pretty impressive.
I'll just look at Alpha Woman, but... Well, you are rather unmatched in unarmed combat.
Well, let's see how you do on that. And she motions towards a it looks like a small set of stairs, but it has like wheels on it.
Mm-hmm.
And she wants you, there's a raised platform up there, and she says, get down it as easily as you can.
To get down from it at least, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you
That's
said?
easy.
Yeah, so she wants you to, there's railings on it, so you can slide on the railings, you can just jump all the way down to the bottom stair and do an action roll. It depends on your style.
Do you want to break your legs, or don't you want to break your legs?
Yeah, if you fail, then you're gonna hurt yourself.
Yeah, that would also might be an advantage, because as you might see, I don't have as good depth perception as you guys.
Yeah, that's true. So agility is what you're going to be rolling, so you're going to have 2 dice.
Well,
No
thank
matter
you
what you
very
choose.
much. Because my depth perception is also shit.
Okay, so do you want to slide down the railing? You want to jump? You want to do something else? Get creative?
I wanna start sliding out and then backflip off the end of it.
Okay. Let's see how this goes.
2 dice is in?
Yep. It's agility.
One success.
Yeah, you managed to do what you set out to do. She goes, seems like your combat or your hand-to-hand combat could use some work, but your skills in actually maneuvering is quite well. Well, we'll have to train you. Perhaps you'll be more suited for weapons combat anyway. We'll see.
Yeah.
And he goes, and the troll goes, try to impress her. Do say something. Try to get her to divulge some information, anything, to show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
Yeah, what would you, and yourself, are you better at either long or unarmed combat? You seem fitted in unarmed. But I see, how skilled are you in marksmanship? I have some years of experience.
And she goes, She starts thinking. Make a charisma check. You have, I think you have 3 is what I gave you.
Yeah. Oh, success. No failures.
She goes, well, we'll have to go to the firing range for that.
Yeah.
Fine. You seem like you're skilled enough in what we can do in here. Let's go over. And she starts walking away, and he goes, good one. She normally doesn't move on to the next thing until the next day. He puts his arm around you and he says, you don't have much to learn, but you're gonna get better than this even. And he just starts leading you along. So you have earned, you managed to impress him. She's mediocrely impressed. I'm gonna say you earned 2 karma.
Mm-hmm. So 3, yay. Tempted to spend them to make her my fucking lover.
You can if you want.
It's your choice.
You know what? Fuck it.
So
What's her name?
she currently has 1 in each, is what you're gonna do, or?
I have 3 karma. I can take 2 in 1 if I want to.
Yeah, you can.
I'll take 2 in loyalty and 1 in connections.
Okay.
What was her name?
Okay. I haven't given any of them names, so I'm
That's
gonna give it to her.
They all want to get in the female's pants, except for me.
She's a female elf that look goddamn good. Why the fuck not?
Her name is Ava. AVA.
Don't mind me, just sleep catching up to me.
And not only is she gonna be like your cardinal interest, but since she is a contact and you're spending points in contacts for this, she can do other things, like get you equipment and stuff. But you're not sure what she's gonna be able to get you. You're gonna have to wait and see. Same with Boris. You're gonna have to wait and see what she can get you.
Yeah, it's not here at the moment.
Oh, that's okay.
Boris with Boris.
But now you guys get to skip to the end of the 6 months if you want. You're gonna have a free day, so that way you are more experienced and you guys can decide what you want to do with your time. As in, so Geo, you and everybody else, you have everything that's on your sheet now.
Okay. Yeah, before I leave to the next day, I'm just going over to the orc guy and ask him, so do you have any, skills in firearms or something? I mean, sure.
Well, you might want to talk
some people.
You might want to talk to Ava. She's better at that than I am.
Well, I'm asking you personally, like, do you have any skills in that or something? Just curiosity.
I can shoot a gun, but it's not my specialty. They want you to be trained as best they can. So
That's
you're probably
don't
gonna
have
want
my
to
robotic
go
eye.
to. You're gonna want to go to Ava.
Yeah, I have a feeling I won't be doing too well in there either way, but just curiosity going on.
Yeah. Well, my skills is making the robots do the dancing for me.
Do the dance, he says.
And he waves you off. So then, we're 6 months later. You have your rigger thing installed.
Control jack.
Yeah, your control jack.
I would have my skill jack and cyber eye.
Yep. It was literally the next day because when you went to go shooting, because you were missing an eye, you were missing the target more often than you weren't. So then they got you a cyber eye to help fix that problem. So you've had the cyber eye for about 6 months at this point. So you guys now have your individual houses. You're not at your stupid
shitty apartment.
Yeah. Because they were paying you money to give you cover identities, and you spent your money so that way you have the current amount of money that you already had.
Fair.
So, yeah. You are each at your own houses. You're at mid-level. You're at the mid-level. You're at approximately floor... I'll say that all of your houses are near each other.
Have I moved in with medicine?
Sorry?
No.
Have I moved in with medicine?
Unfortunately, you haven't gained any extra karma since then. So, no.
No.
The answer is no on that one.
Damn it.
He wants to get in their pants.
Yeah,
Shut up.
it seems like Slice Man was the only one who was focusing on training.
I got the charisma. Why shouldn't I?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, yeah.
I actually got the charisma.
Yep. Whereas Boris,
I don't know why Bremen did it, but it's Bremen, so yeah, it's normal.
It's totally normal.
So you guys are in your houses. Actually, the two houses are different than the warehouse. The warehouse is in a different location. I forgot about that. He wanted a warehouse.
By the way, during these 6 months, gotten to know our contacts?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm gonna give you guys a free day before the your actual mission takes place. So you can go and talk to them a little bit if you want before you go.
Do we have our weapons?
Yep.
Or...
You have all your equipment as your sheet says now. And all your stats and everything, as your sheet says. It's just that I wanted you guys to get used to the world a little bit, which is why I started you off a little lower.
That's fine.
So, you guys have lived here for 6 months. This place is called Troll Tower. And the reason it's called that is because there was a news organization that saw that a couple of people took in some trolls, and this place was a really small town before, and they took in some trolls that were being beaten up and mistreated in a different city, and the local news decided to cover it, and it went national, and then it went international. So now there's trolls from all over the world who live here. Mostly trolls live here. However, since trolls are being accepted here, a lot of the other races who are being rejected in other places, which is why Japanese is a high concentration here, because Japan is going human-centric ever since the awakening. Every other race that existed on Japan was deported.
They can go fuck themselves.
Yeah. So, this place decided to take them since that story went international that they took in 2 people. All kinds of people were like, "Oh, they're friendly to us." So then they went there, and there was a huge refugee camp that ended up being there. Thousands, tens of thousands of people just overnight showed up. So then the people in the government who existed there at the time decided to start building a tower. And it was called Troll Tower because of after the news story. So, yeah, you guys live in Troll Tower. Everybody else is welcome, but there is an extremely high population of trolls per capita. You're more likely to run into a troll than you are a human, whereas in the rest of the world, humans are the most common.
Yeah.
So, this place is kind of an oddity, but they kept building the tower as more people kept flocking to this area, because they were socially outcast from where they live, because this place got a reputation for accepting people for who they were. Which also explains why there's gender-neutral bathrooms.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you guys have gotten used to living here. So if you guys want to do some exploring, your warehouse is on floor 3, which means it's in the slum area. There, Slice Man?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So your thing is on floor 3, which is still in the slum area of the tower. And the other guys, they went ahead and bought houses. So, their houses are on floor 45.
Yeah, I think I'm going to just be in my warehouse, just setting things up and getting ready for our assignment, I guess.
And actually, during those 6
Yes.
months, one of the other Walton Initiative inductees, he was training differently than you guys, but he opted for buying a bunch of cyber instead of improving his life situation. So he needed a place to crash. So one of you guys are going to be prime candidates for him to want to find a place to stay.
He can crash his mine. I mean, I have so much space.
All right. So he was the troll that you guys saw in the cryo chamber that was put off to the side. Apparently his cryo chamber was broken, but they were still trying to fix it to try to save him. So they managed to save him about a month after you guys arrived in Troll Tower.
Mm-hmm.
So he opted for cyber instead. So he's got a huge hulking cyber arm on one side, whereas he just has his regular troll arm on the other side. And he has one cyber leg to help compensate for that. So that way he can carry the weight of his cyber arm.
Mm.
So he's going to be in your warehouse then.
Yep.
You have a big troll in your warehouse.
I mean, it's free security.
Mm.
So he's just sleeping on a couch in your place when you wake up for the day.
Mm-hmm.
And you two are on floor 45. I think it was that I said.
Yeah.
And you guys are waking up in your relatively empty houses. However, for Lionel, since he got 2 loyalty, Ava is staying over at your place. But you're not sleeping in the same place. You're sleeping in 2 different places for now.
Hell yeah.
He's not in your pants yet.
Not yet. But no, 5 charisma.
Well, you have a house. She didn't even have a house. She just had a regular apartment. So since you had
I'm
a
a
nearly
nice guy.
empty house, she was okay with staying with you.
Yeah.
So, so Boris, you wake up in your empty house.
Yeah, I'm here. What?
You wake up in
You
your
wake up
empty
in your
house.
No, just a minute.
The future now.
Okay, he's busy. Okay, that's fine.
Hey,
So-
he's talking to his roommates.
So do you guys want to meet
The
up?
guy was-
Because you guys would have gotten to know each other fairly well.
Yeah.
Because you're part of the same initiative and you guys are being trained to be a team. So after
I
a while, during the
assume we
training,
know where
they
we-
would have trained you guys together to work together.
I assume we know where everyone lives.
Yep.
I mean, the best meeting place would be the warehouse. I'm assuming. Have you assumed it?
Yeah, I got a lady over. I'm busy.
I'm back.
Yeah,
What's up?
unfortunately, Boris, you're a little jealous of Lionel because he got his lover to stay at his place.
And she's literally a 7 out of 10.
And I should be jealous. Why?
She's a 7 out of 10,
Because you
and she's
you
staying
want
over
your
with me.
lover to be at your place, and she's not.
Let's say better love interest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if
I just wrote lover, bro.
they invest the karma, I'll give it to them.
Oh, I will.
Have I gotten any more camera?
Not
Nope.
yet, no. This
During
is the
6
day
months.
before the mission. So you guys can try to get karma, but you have to do something to get it. So you guys are at your
I'm
house.
gonna go
You
out
just
and
woke up.
steal some old guy's karma.
Get the
Oh,
old
yes,
guy.
my karma or your life.
If you were a vampire, I'd consider it.
Yeah,
Now you can do it.
whatever. I'm gonna go head over and talk to my my little Dimitri, the weapon smuggler.
Dimitri.
Okay. So you're going to, as soon as you wake up, you're going to immediately head over to Dimitri's place?
Yeah, and right after that, I'm gonna head over to Medicine's place for a hefty evening of love before we start our mission.
That's what you think's going to happen anyway.
You got
That
a
is
1-1,
what's
I
gonna
got 2-1, and she's staying over in my place.
But
It says
It is-
medicine lover.
to be fair, Ava
On the
is...
6th, she already opened the door on the first day. You can't say that I haven't advanced a little bit on over 6 months.
I'll say that you can spend your karma if you earn any karma today to try to improve that. But if you don't, then you don't.
Sure, how does one earn karma?
Doing good shit.
He just said by doing shit.
By
you have
doing
to do
shit.
something.
Okay, I will walk over to my weapon smuggler. Do I have any more money? Do I have less money? Do I have more money?
You have
you
them... I'm
earned
gonna
it
say
once?
that you earned money, but you spent it to get a house and stuff. So you
We're
ended
back
up with
at-
the same amount of money that you had last time.
Okay, so 7 hondo.
Yeah.
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 Just to average it out and make it easier so that way I don't have to give you a bunch of money.
I will go into a shop and I will buy some karma.
It's
That's like a billion
I'll
for one.
say that you could go into a shop and attempt to buy something that could give you karma, but that's up to you. You'd have to find it.
I'm good.
You had to buy back, for example, someone's accidentally sold heirloom, for example.
You could.
Yeah,
But
I'm not
he's
gonna do
heading
that
over
because
to
I'm gonna get
Dimitri's
more
place.
myself.
Okay, so while he's walking over to Dimitri's place, kind of GTA 5 style, we zoom out and then move over to the other two. What are you doing?
Mhm.
You guys doing?
Well,
Are you
I'm
two meeting
making
up?
sure all of you guys. So
Because
I will
Slice Man
wake up.
is waiting for you guys, I think. Because Slice Man indicated that you guys were going to meet up, I think.
Yeah, if you want to meet up at the warehouse, then. But if you're not here, then I'm gonna first check up on, well, our fourth partner to see how he's doing.
Yeah, he is... He's been suffering from depression. So he's been sleeping in most of the day and never contributes to the household at all.
It's the Walmart guy.
Yes, it is. It is. That is him.
Of course he's suffering from
backstory that we
depression. He's a
discussed.
teenager.
Yeah, at the beginning, that was his backstory.
Mm.
So, that's him.
But this is just for, like, flavor with my character. Every morning he'll wake up and do push-ups. And, like, a basic workout routine.
Okay, so that's what you're starting out with.
Since
Okay.
he's used to it with all the mentorship.
Slice Man, all of you have comm links, so you can call each other if you want to
Yeah, I'm not
contact each
gonna
other.
call him. I am first gonna check up on him and just gonna be like, does he have anything like I can check into him and be like, well, let's give him a bit of a happiness boost.
He doesn't buy any drugs, so he doesn't have any drugs nearby. You could buy some bliss if you want.
No. I'm good. I'm just gonna ask. So, want me to get you something? Set something up? I mean, I can do that.
Just leave me alone. And he goes back
No,
to sleep.
Okay, Mr. Grumpy Pants.
Yeah, he's been
Oh.
suffering from depression. Like, they even got doctors to diagnose him.
Look, if you need anything, you know where to find me. I'll be just outside, talking with my friend that I made. That might be in a gang, I don't know. But if you need anything, just ask, okay?
Look, I'm not taking the easy way out. I'm either gonna get better or I'm not.
Wait, what? No, I'm not gonna help you get yourself geeked. Oh, hell no.
No, he's talking about he doesn't want to use bliss or anything to make himself feel better. He's trying to work through his problems.
Look, I'm not trying to get you all coked up or whatever. No, I'm just trying to get maybe I can set up a game for you or just set up some world up for you, something. I mean, I can do that.
Look, anybody I cared about is dead. Just leave me alone.
Same here, but you just gotta truck through it, but okay. Be sure to stay okay.
And I will
walk to the door, open the door, close it, then open it. Don't eat yourself!
I'm not that bad.
And then I'm going to find my, potential troller gang buddy, whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, you can start looking for him. Okay, so the only person who hasn't said that they're going to look for one of their companions is Lionel, so you can decide what you want to do.
Well, he has one
for
real
flavor,
close by.
you're doing push-ups, but then what do you do?
Get some breakfast and head down to Mr. Sliceman.
Okay, so I'll say it's a good idea if you call him on your comm mic before you go down.
I call him and go, hey, I guess his name is Sliceman, so just...
Yeah, now he's known by Slice Man. Only.
Hey, Slice, you home?
I am just around the corner.
I'll head down to you in like a few... Yeah, I'll head down to you.
Okay. I'm around the corner. I mean, I'm around the area, so if you need to get in, just give me a call when you're close by and I will come around, open the door, then,
Or you could just contact your troll roommate. He could open the door.
Yeah, that's true.
Or I could call Mr. Grumpy Pants. I've just given him a nickname, Mr. Grumpy Pants.
His name is Zach.
Well, he's Zack Grumpy Pants now.
Zack Grumpy Pants the Third.
Or Grumpy Pants Zack the Fifth.
Okay, that's fine. You can call him whatever you want, but just so you know.
Is Nanny still with me, by the way?
You didn't add him to your contacts, but you know how to get in contact with him if you want to.
Why would I add Nanny to my contacts? He was boring as hell.
He's your nanny. You need Miss Nanny McPhee to...
But he isn't watching you constantly.
Over the 6 months, by the way, Matt, over the 6 months, I would have been a nuisance to Nanny, just so you know that.
Mm-hmm.
Have I got any experience about how these men in black function by annoying them so much that they want to kill me?
They basically, if you annoy them too much, they call in backup, and then you'll just have like 5 guys following you, and if you annoy them past then they just stun baton you and put you in your house.
So, they never got blown up by him?
Not yet, no. But during that time is when you did take an extra job on the side and you blew up that rich person's kid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is part of why Madison doesn't want to move in with you.
Aw.
She's scared you will blow her off.
But Madison!
We'll talk about that when you actually interact with her. We'll get into a fight if you want.
Well, you know the fun part about having a girlfriend that just looks commonly instead of a model is that my girlfriend is not going to be a total bitch.
Yeah, mine isn't a bitch.
Hey, Olaf.
She isn't a bitch. Mine isn't a bitch.
We'll see.
Well, if she looks good,
if
she's
you
gonna
choose
be a
to
bitch.
interact with her after this 6 months period, then we'll see how friendly she is.
Well, I told you what I was going to do. I'm going to go talk to my friend Dimitri, and then I'm going to go head right over to Madison.
So, since we're doing the GTA 5 thing where we're switching between characters, so who wants to go first? Whose character is going to complete their task first? And if you don't want to decide, you can roll 10d6 and see who wins.
10d6
And whoever
it will
wins
be.
can choose to go
I think
first
the
or
10d6
whatever.
is more fair.
Oh no, a 3!
Well, it's a free. It's a free. It's not a free. 3.
Three.
There's a free.
And since you two tied, I'm gonna look at.
I have the less crits. Topical failures.
Yeah, you have the less failures. So, Boris, you get to choose again. Do you want to go first, middle, or last?
Let's get it over with.
All right. So, Boris, you're walking. You managed to find some Russian connections in the city. There aren't many at the moment, but you managed to find some of the better contacts that you could find that are Russian in the city. There's no Russian mob or anything in the city yet. They are looking for footholds, but they haven't managed to get at very much yet. Dmitri is part of the Russian mob, which is where he gets his weapons from.
Which I just love.
So he sees you approach. He works in a legitimate gun store, but he also has illegal weapons in the back. So
Is it like a code thing that you have to do when you enter the shop, or is it there?
when he sees you, he knows you, so you don't have to do the code anymore. But newer associates would have to use a coded system.
I mean, he would smell you from a mile away out of the.
As soon as you
alcohol.
open the door, he knows you're coming, even if he's not looking at the door.
Yeah. It's a.
Come on, I showered.
No, it's that you smell like alcohol, not that you stink.
Okay. Well, I smell sterile.
Either
Yeah,
way,
it's
Better than nothing.
It smells clean.
you smell like soy call, which is soy alcohol. That's slang for soy alcohol. Soy call. So, yes, he's working in the back, and he says, "Hello, Boris."
Dmitri. So good to see you, my friend. I will go up to him and give him a hug.
Give a Russian hug. It's very good.
He
It
he just looks down at you, and he just sighs.
Well, if you have the loyalty thingamajig, he is a 3 on loyalty.
Yeah.
So he should know me pretty well
He's
by
your
now.
friend, but he's still not used to a dude who smells like alcohol strongly hugging him all the time. So
Yeah, well, I'm from the time beyond. I'm from the olden days. We used to do this. It's
Don't say
Russian
before.
customs.
Don't you mean before? From the time before, not beyond.
Beyond.
goes-
The time beyond.
This is what we do in Russia.
So he
This is
says,
what we did in Mother Russia many years ago.
yeah, Dmitri has a bit of a higher voice than you have. And he goes, "So, Boris, what you need?"
Well, I was thinking more along the line. Can you get me a very good grenade launcher? Would that be a big problem?
This I can do. However, do you have Nuya?
Not yet. Not right now. I'm more looking, just not buying, just looking. How they say.
Of course, Boris. Looking. Always looking, never buying.
Oh, and of course, if you do have, 6 months, I know that I'm friends with a hacker dude and a sniper guy.
Mhm.
So, if you have, off-market, decks and, very high-powered sniper rifles, that would also be very good.
Rifles I can get. However, decks are legal. I tend to not venture into that waters too much. You know me.
Of course I do, Dmitri.
Oh, this could be lovely. Two
says-
Russians just talking shit on.
He motions to the legitimate storefront that he has, and he goes, "This be all I have that's legitimate."
Yeah, well, then again, Dimitri, you know me. I don't like legitimate.
So he motions. He has one of those beaded curtains to the back of his store, and he
Yeah,
just
the highest end of security.
yes.
The highest end of hiding your shit.
However, he motions for you to go through the beaded curtain.
I go through the beaded curtain. Do I get beat up?
You look inside, and you see Russian mob members, like 20 of them, in this back room. That's why he has a beaded curtain.
Do I know any of them, since I've been with Dimitri for a long time, or are these just...
They just have... You just know them by their stereotypical Russian names.
So I've seen them, I know what
Ivan.
their name, but I haven't...
Sergey, Ivan, Drago.
Sergey, Ivan.
Draco.
Well, in theory,
Vladimir.
shouldn't Dimitri know me as Sergey?
If you only introduced yourself as your fake ID. But he's not exactly on the up and up, so you can trust him with your name.
Okay.
Because you could just say, you could just walk over to the nearest Lone Star station and say, hey, there's like 20 Russian mob members in the back of that car.
Why'd you go get him?
Oh, and remember, I still have that little bottle of vodka. I never drunk it.
Oh, cool. So you
I
can use
never
it as
did.
a bargaining chip.
Oh, cool, he got the real deal.
You can use it as a
I
bargaining
got a real good small one. It's very
So
small.
do I know which one of these gang members are the leader, the mob boss? Or
They don't have an official leader here yet, which is part of their problems. They can't get a true blood Russian to step up in this area.
A true blood Russian is standing right here now.
Yes, it is.
I'll say that you can try, but you'll have to kind of like in the Italian mob,
Initiation.
you have to get like higher up people who are high into the mob to vouch for you. So you're gonna have to work at that.
Climb the ladder.
Yeah.
I'm gonna climb that ladder.
Don't forget, you can offer our services to them.
Also-
I mean,
You can, like I said, if the group agrees, you can do missions for them and do hits for them or whatever that would gain favor with the Russian mob. But that's a thing that you're gonna have to look into.
you know, if they can get an authentic weapon for them, an authentic Russian submachine gun, if you know which one I'm talking about.
Uzi 9mm.
No,
They-
you fool!
They can get you whatever you want. However, it always has a price tag.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will walk in, and I will sit down at the table.
You
And,
see,
whoa.
the table that you're sitting down at, they are currently playing poker.
Of course.
Oh crap!
Don't sit! Abort!
Mission fail. I'll not get them next time.
We'll get to next
However, they
time.
don't let you play anymore because you tend to play with money you don't have.
Yeah.
Oh, so the
Okay.
buy-in is like super high.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, you
It's a
You
thousand
can sit,
it's a
but you
thousand
can't
new yen
play.
just to start.
Oh crap!
You never had
Well,
money.
is there anybody of the mobsters not playing poker?
Yeah, there's a couple of guys standing next to some crates, some inconspicuous crates.
Yeah, it's like not grenades and
Yeah,
all
they're
Yeah,
guards,
written on
they're
it, it
not
says "not
mobsters."
grenade launcher." Don't look inside.
Totally not illegal. Very brittle. Eggs. It just says eggs on the
Eggs,
side
yes,
of it.
perfect.
Eggs.
Yeah, the word grenade is crossed out and
But-
it says eggs.
Yeah.
But it is they do run a legitimate firearm business. So they do have like hunting rifles up front, so that's the kind of box it's in.
But I'm gonna pull up a chair, and I'm gonna sit myself next to the guy that I mean, after 6 months, I would have noticed who kind of is more the leaderish type guy in
That
the
would be
group.
Dimitri. Or
Dimitri himself, the
Yeah.
weapon smuggler.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he's
Well-
earning respect points by risking his life trying to get weapons in. So
Okay, in that case, I will just talk to Dimitri while I'm in the back.
yeah, he walks over to where the grenade launcher is that you wanted to look at.
Look at it.
He flips open the hunting rifle box, and it just has a grenade launcher in it instead.
I pick it up and I kind of like, thump, like open it and look inside.
He says, "Now, Boris, I know you don't have money, so do not take this off the premises, please. Like
Oh,
you
don't
did
worry about it.
last
I will-
week."
Excuse me?
Get wrecked.
Well, you said you had some sort of experiment, and then you blew up half my stock.
Oh, now I remember. Well, from now on, don't
Yeah.
listen to me while I'm very drunk. Only a little bit drunk, huh?
He's drunk Bomberman.
And he goes, "Look, I know you have reputation for blowing up people, so just be careful."
You know me well enough that all that stuff is a lie.
I know that he was doing it willingly, and he knew that you were the bomb expert, but still a shame. He was a good kid.
He was. But then again, some idiot made a bomb with just blue wires. It wasn't very easy to figure out which wire to cut properly. I mean, even that I survived is a miracle, if you like. But yeah, I would rather me have been blown up than the kid. Courageous one. As soon as the bomb went off, he screamed, "Run!" and he jumped on the bomb himself. He saved all of us.
Yes, but we know what the official story is. But we don't have to talk about that now.
Yeah, please do not.
Just let's keep this grenade launcher on the premises. As you can see, it can be fitted with even hand-thrown grenades if you wish, but it also needs it can take custom cartridges.
Oh, Dimitri, this is not actually the only thing here. I've come here to you here now. I have finished my training,
Oh,
as long as with my crew. So, and I will go into my pocket, I will find out the little bottle of vodka. I was giving this the day that I was unfrozen, and I thought I would use it to celebrate when I finish my training, but I'd rather give it to you, my friend. As a
authentic
token.
vodka.
Yes. Made of real potatoes.
He just looks it over and he says, "I appreciate this gift. However, what do you want in exchange?"
I don't want anything in exchange. The only thing I want you to know is that me and my crew are ready to do jobs. If any of the Russian cartel needs anything done, we might be able to help them getting a foothold in this awful country.
Well, you know as well as I do that the Yakuza have staked claim here.
Yeah, and that is maybe something we have to work on.
Well,
You know, a leader blows up here, a car bomb there, everything is changing, just like weather. There will always be a sunrise for the
I will tell you this. I'm liking this plan as long we're not fucking with any dragons.
The Yakuza are usually human only, but since this city is very troll oriented, the Yakuza have made an exception for some of the people who live here to join. So they have some pretty powerful Yakuza members that are not human here.
I mean, come on, Dimitri. How hard could it be? The only thing they want is tentacle porn.
He just grins and he says, "I will let you know if anything comes." And he puts the bottle in his pocket.
Very well, my friend. I will return for the gun when I have the currency. And how much was this?
It's whatever it is in the book.
So, did he show me the cheapest one? Because that was 1400.
Yeah, that was the only one he had access to.
Okay, so the cheapest was at 1400.
Yep.
So, and how much would it be for me?
He'll give you a 10% discount.
Okay, 1400. 10%, you said?
Yep.
Oh, that's cool. 140.
Yep.
What?
So subtract 140 from that.
That's 1,260 new yen you have to pay.
That's not too bad.
The cheapest grenade launcher is 3,200.
Oh no, just like a curiosity. What is the most powerful sniper rifle you have in the inventory right now?
Right now, he goes and grabs a ledger that has all the stuff written on it. Let me have a look.
Look, if Russian mafia wants Decker that can modernize Russian cartel, then I very gladly help.
Okay, so the cheapest sniper rifle was the Ruger 100.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I'm
He
talking
has-
like the best fucking sniper rifle that he has. Like the
That he has-
creme de la creme
That he has in stock.
that he has in stock right now.
Yeah, he has a 1 Cavalier Arms Crockett EBR.
Damn.
Damn.
That's
That
the third most
cost
powerful sniper.
$10,000.
10,000?
Yep,
Okay.
10,000 new yen.
I will pick it up, examine it, put it back down, and I assume that the thingamajig, my comm link, are able to take pictures.
Yeah, it's like a smartphone, so yeah, it can take
Yeah.
pictures.
What? Okay, hold.
Oh.
Be smart, not drunk. Be smart, not drunk, please.
What?
Also, those
Deckers
devices.
can hack things, so
Yeah, and we have the most easily hacked communication
things,
device.
yes. So please think smart.
Not drunk.
Oh fuck yeah, that's true. So I'm thinking even if I crouch down and you can just see the gun, and if I take the picture, the GPS IG would still be in the.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they would know where I took the picture. Okay, well I do know the name of the gun, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And he's willing to let you bring friends in, it's just that you haven't yet.
Well, that
Because
kind
you were
of
trying to
asshole.
earn his trust, rather than just bring all kinds of strangers in.
Well, I have a friend that would be very interested in this rifle. I will tell him that I know somebody who maybe can get it. But don't hold it off. Just if you can sell it, sell it. If not, maybe my friend will buy it.
Well, perhaps I can...
But I can tell you right now that he does not have the money just as me. We have to do a few jobs before we can afford this type of artillery.
Alright. If he's looking for anything more expensive, I would have to order it, you understand.
Of course, Dimitri.
And by
Just spent
order,
30
you know
grand
what
and
I
get the
mean.
sniper.
Of course, Dimitri.
And now hug.
He might not actually be buying it from somebody else. He might be just like a
Stealing
certain
it.
truck might just have one less rifle than they're supposed to have.
Yeah.
So he says, if there's anything else you need.
No, not now. Prashye, my good comrade.
He
Prashye is goodbye.
Yeah, he just does this. As he expects you to leave now.
Get the fuck out.
Like, right now.
Because you said you were going to leave, so if you don't leave and start hanging around, he's going to find it suspicious. Even though he
I'm
likes
leaving.
you, he will still find it suspicious.
You're not max loyalty with him.
Yeah. So, do you leave the area and go to your next thing?
I go to medicine.
Alright, so we're gonna let everybody else try to have a little thing in here.
Mhm.
So, Slice Man, what are you doing?
I am going to find my buddy Trucker. How about that?
Well, you see one of the trollers hanging around outside your warehouse.
Do I know his real name? That's kind of important.
Trugger?
Yeah,
No, he's just used his street name with you.
which is
Trucker.
definitely a Trucker.
Yes, it is. That's what it is.
Okay. So I walk up to them. So, have you guys seen Trucker today?
He just sort of moves his head. This particular guy is a troll. He's hulking over your premises. Apparently, they have a vested interest in keeping your property safe.
Because I keep things stored in there for them, and they keep the place safe, and vice versa. They keep me safe.
Yeah. So he
help
just
them
sort
out
of
and all
moves tilts his head towards the alley, or not an alley. There's like a hallway next to your warehouse. That's the word I'm looking for.
Mhm.
There's like a hallway that leads behind your warehouse. So you can go behind your warehouse. And he's motioning that he's back there somewhere.
I know then, just go back there, just glad to see him, that he, curious if he has geeked anything or fragged anything.
He's just looking over. He has a couple baggies on him. Apparently he's doing the drug selling near your warehouse, and even just the 2-minute walk behind your warehouse, or 5-minute walk, maybe, at most. There's like 25 people that you see, just sort of like in various states of drug addiction and taking and partaking, just sort of hanging around.
Yeah, so I just walk to the front of the line and just give him a big hug, big pat.
And he tries to do a secret handshake that you guys have made.
Mm-hmm.
Do you accept?
I accept that.
Alright, so you guys do the secret handshake. You can come up with it if you want, if you really care, but otherwise it's just a thing that you do.
I can't do it here on the spot, so next time then.
Okay, that's fine. So, and he's just like, "Hey, man! Where you been?"
Oh, being here, being that, learning stuff, getting things fragged online, you know.
Oh, so, did you hear about the glitch that happened? And he just sort of motions towards a computer terminal that is very out of date.
Ugh. I mean, if that thing is gonna glitch, then the whole building is gonna glitch at some point.
And he sort of gets close to you and he says, "Just look at it. The other people around here are not in on it."
I just give him a nod and give him a pat and then check the terminal.
Alright, it says that a new shipment just came in. He can get you Cram and Bliss. Those are the two things that he has access to that are new. However, he already had some kamikaze just sort of sitting around if you want access to it.
Cram was what again?
It's like, it's the drug that people take to study better. That's why it's called cram. Because you're cramming in as much studying as you can.
I just sigh and just walk back to him and then, well, give him a slap on the back of the head. How many times do I have to tell you that I don't want to, well, go out on that stuff? How many times?
Well, man, a guy's gotta make a buck.
Yeah, I gotta make a buck, but I've helped you with that stuff.
Man, didn't you say you had a friend or something?
Yes, he might be down, but he said he doesn't want any of that stuff.
No,
Look.
the other one.
Oh, you mean the short stock?
He nods.
Yeah, it's a troll, so it's literally 3 times your size.
You don't have anything against it.
Look, like I said, he's not on the drug, he's on the alcohol side. If you can get him anything really authentic, really that's not made of soy alcohol, then he might be willing to give good bucks.
Sure, man, I can get that, but it's expensive, and he gypped me last time.
Wait, what?
You're like the scammer. Fuck you, I'm getting alcohol.
Yeah, he was down here. He heard that you had an inn, so I catered to him. Thought he would pay up because you always do.
Look, have you seen his drinking problem, man?
Well, just consider yourself lucky that I didn't charge your account.
Hey, you know how I am with you guys, right?
Yeah, that's
If you're
what
missing
I'm saying.
credits,
We didn't
if you're missing
expect you to
credits,
install some new antivirus software for free. To
no problem.
make up for him.
Hey, if you need it, I will do it. So where does it need to go?
We'll talk about it later if you really want to make up for it.
Hey, I'm in your debt. If he screwed you over, then I'm in your debt. You know that.
Yeah, he said he wanted some real vodka, but I knew that he was a first time customer, so I gave him some soy stuff instead.
Oh, very weird that I didn't pay. Oh.
Look, he knows his stuff. Don't try and fake him, okay?
No wonder
Yes,
he
but
didn't
he was
pay,
a
you
first
idiot.
time buyer. If he would have actually paid the amount owed, then we would have gave him the real stuff afterward.
Look, if he knows it's way too much for him, he will back off. But if he has the money, he will spend it like he's missing hands for that money.
Look, I heard
And
about
it's
the
like
thing he did. And I was trusting him because I thought he knew you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, he messed up big time. Even though I'm doubting because on one hand, I'm living with him, I'm working with him, he doesn't seem like someone that would fuck up that bad. But on the other hand, the story seems very convincing that he would fuck up that bad.
Well,
So I'm still looking into it to see if it's actually
the
true.
news. They stretch everything. But that
Yeah.
said, not everything they said could be false. Just too much.
That's very true. I do believe that he might have blown them up, but I don't believe he did it on purpose.
He just shrugs. Either way. So what did you need?
I was just curious if you fragged anything or geeked anyone. I just see how my buddy was doing. I mean,
Well, you know I can't admit to that stuff. You never know when a Lone Star's nearby.
That's fair enough. But once we're inside the building, we can just throw the comms in the corner and they won't know a thing.
And he just sort of glances over your shoulder, and you see that there's actually somebody who's taken some drugs who has a Lone Star patch on his coat. And he says, "Come on, man, you're stretching me thin here."
You know what? Give me some. You know what? Just this once. Give me something light that only helps me. You hear me? Nothing too addictive, or you'll be in trouble. You hear me?
He grabs some of the leftover kamikaze he has and he tosses it to you.
That the light stuff, like I said.
Well, if you give it to the right person, yeah. You yourself, you don't want to use it.
Okay. How much do I owe you?
First taste is free. You know that.
No.
Classic.
You know me. I always pay my
Because it's
debt, no
addictive
matter
as
what.
fuck, right?
First one's free, and then they get addicted and just keep
Yeah,
buying.
exactly.
Yeah.
He goes,
Look,
"Don't worry about it, man. You fixed the bug on that computer back there."
Look, you were good for me. I'm good to you. Two-way street, not one-way street, man.
Fine. 25.
25 it is, and I pay him the
Oh, that's
25.
It's just 25. It's not 25K. It's 25.
What?
Just 20.
Yeah.
What?
I pay him the 25, no problems.
You can write in your inventory you have one single dose of kamikaze.
Mm-hmm.
Which, in combat, if you're a frontline fighter, is extremely useful. Because it increases your pain tolerance.
I should have been addicted to kamikaze.
Well, you can to get more karma.
Here's what I'll say. If you get addicted to kamikaze later, I'll give you the karma.
Yeah.
Short stock?
Hmm.
He might like the stuff.
That's why I gave it to you. And that's why I said the first one
Is that my street name?
Yeah.
I see.
I like it.
Well, you can use it.
Short stock.
I'm very short.
And I'm a stock, so.
So he gave you the kamikaze. Do you want anything else from him?
That's all, but I just tell him, just don't screw him over. I don't know a lot of what kind of friends he has, but if it's the Russian mob, don't fuck with them.
Come on, man. I don't get in with those types, but if he's with you, as long as you're here when he comes, I'll accept anything he wants to get.
That's fine. I won't let anyone go to you without me being there.
He nods. Alright.
Then
No.
do the handshake before we separate again.
Yeah. And he goes, "Trolls for life!" As you're walking
Also,
away.
buddy. And don't get geeked now.
Ah, come on. I just hide back here.
Still.
Alright, so, we're gonna move on to,
Leo.
Yeah, who was heading towards the warehouse.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do something before I head to the warehouse.
Okay.
Is there any weapon accessory?
You can actually go to, it's
Dude.
spelled wrong, but it's called the Hunter's Rifle.
Leo.
Hmm?
Leo. If
What?
if this is something you said before, then you could have joined me to Dimitri.
Yes,
He
that's
wanted to
what
buy
he's
weapons
doing. That's what he's doing. He's going to the place called the Hunter's Rifle, and it's spelled wrong.
Which is
Yeah, but
Dimitri's.
he should be joining me. He should know that I.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
you
but
know Dimitri.
unfortunately,
We have
you
been
went
working
before
together
him,
for 6
so what
months.
I'm going to say is he's in the legitimate store. Because he's just buying accessories for his gun, if he wants them. So, you walk into Dimitri's store, and he goes,
You should have said something earlier, man. You could have gotten a 10%
hello!
discount.
Hello!
Yeah, hey. I need some extra shit for
You need some
You got
what?
some-
You cut out.
your silencers for snipers.
He just reaches back, puts one on the table.
Yeah, I'll need one of these for
I'm
some.
not sure if it fits your particular rifle. You'd have to show it to me.
I take the Ruger 100.
Okay, so you're just walking around with it on your back? Okay, that's fine. You do have
I am legal to that shit.
Yeah, you do have a license. It's not a very good one,
A
but
very
you do.
bad one, but you have a license.
Okay. You put it on the table and he goes,
I knew I was heading to the store, so I would have brought it.
he
just in case.
sighs, and then he takes that one silencer off, and he searches around, and he goes, so you're looking for something shitty. And he puts it on the table. Because that particular rifle isn't very good.
Yeah. Well, we don't have money. It's not easy to get the good shit, you know.
I know what you mean. However, I think that's 100 new yen for a silencer?
500.
500?
A proper one? And it says, blah, blah, blah. Where's it?
I'm pretty sure in the thingamajig that you made me choose from when I took the fast drawers on both hands.
Yeah, he
silencer
has those like secret agent fast draw things on his
on
wrist.
both arms, and I'm pretty sure on that list, it's almost 1,000 yen.
Silencer
Ouch.
suppressor. It's 500.
Okay.
Was halfway to 1,000 yen.
Yeah,
He
but
goes,
it's a silencer.
Unfortunately, they are all the same price.
Well, you gotta pay if you want. I hand him the 500 yen.
Alright, you sort of just stick your cred stick into his little thing next to his cash register in case you have physical currency. And it just pays automatically. And he goes, have a good day.
Yeah, you too. And I'll take and then I'll head to the warehouse.
Okay.
Could
Since you
have
just
gotten a
stopped
10%
off,
off.
since you just stopped off to buy something, you make it to the warehouse. However, this is in the middle of when Slice Man is talking to his buddy. So
I'll give him a call.
alright, you call him.
I'm at your place. You in or you're doing some shit?
Just talking to Fred, man. Just give me a few minutes, I will be there.
Okay. I'll just wait.
Alright,
Side
you
of the
wait. And he shows up about 5 minutes later. He walked out from out behind the alley, behind his the warehouse.
I mean, you gotta take routes to get somewhere. Now, did you get any... Well, why were you out? Usually you come, well, straight to this place.
Need some extra shit for my rifle.
Yeah, you look at his rifle
Right.
and you can see that the barrel is slightly longer.
And thicker,
So-
because silencer are pretty thick.
Yes. So, what did you get? Louder or something to make it more quiet?
More quiet. Can't be too noisy, you know.
And finally took some lethal ammo.
Yes, I have lethal ammo. I always have.
Right, that's the guy that doesn't kill anyone that is not armed.
Even in the simulations, by the way.
I can see those records, right?
Yeah.
You guys have
Even-
run simulations together, so yes, you also know from that too.
So let's go inside then. Oh yeah. And that might have something for our small friend that he might like.
Short stock.
What you got for dwarf? More alcohol?
Well, something, not alcohol, more a drug that he might like.
It's in
You-
a
you
little
know how we-
baggie. It's in a little baggie,
Yeah.
and it's just a syringe filled with brown substance.
You know how he likes to feel invincible or be like, you can take me down? Well,
Yeah.
it gives it a bit of a boost in that.
You got that shit.
Yeah, that shit.
I
I
assume we
have a
know.
feeling that you guys don't know me at all.
Nope.
Kamikaze is what it's called.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Should we
But
wait
yeah,
for
that-
Boris? Should we wait for Boris, or should we just?
Well, if he's not tumbling half down the street drunk again.
Most likely yes, but
Oh, the DM would tell you that he is not.
Not today, no.
wow,
Not today, it's a miracle. If he comes in,
crazy.
if he walks in, we're gonna be like, who the fuck are you?
We don't know an undrunk dwarf. Who the fuck are you?
Oh, I'll still be drunk, not just that very drunk.
He won't be pissing down the street.
Yes.
Either way, you enter the warehouse, and at this point, what was his name? Zach? That's what I just said his name was?
Yeah, trolls were sacked.
Yeah. Wow. Anyway, so Zach is awake, and he's on. He has one of those Tritio helmets on, and he's just sort of sitting there on the couch that he was sleeping on.
So yeah, I just walk up to him and tap him on the helmet like, we're here, everyone's
helmet?
here.
The Tradio helmet.
He's like, "Shut up! I'm watching a movie."
Look, if you don't want to be for the briefing, just say so.
He begrudgingly hits a button on the helmet and then takes the helmet off and puts it next to him. What kind of briefing?
Well,
Yeah.
well, I guess we're going on a mission, I guess.
Well, we gotta. The guy. Well, he would know the guy's narrative, right?
That mission isn't until tomorrow.
Yeah, but need to do some preparations in case, you know.
It's better be prepared than
Crap.
become.
He
Then
just
not
pulls
be-
out a samurai sword and he says, "What else do I need?"
He says what?
He
What
says,
else does he
"What
need?
else do I need?"
Well,
I got a freaking
You,
samurai
mostly.
sword. What else do I need?
people don't only use samurai swords; they also like to use these. And I hold up my machine pistol.
I'll just take my sniper, but this is bigger.
Look, we can go for a dig
Come
measure.
on, you know my strategy. I block with my arm and then I hit them with the sword.
Yeah, and how many times has it gone wrong?
Well, more than I'd like, but
Well,
it usually
don't-
works.
we don't want to repeat from the Boris accident with killing the rich guy, okay?
Yeah.
Come on, are you guys gonna just keep harping on him like that? He's just gonna turn into me.
I think he's halfway there already with his alcoholism.
He goes, "What a
So we have a drunken samurai in our crew?
Well, drunken monk.
Yeah, you're the drunk monk. He's the depressed samurai."
Oh.
So he gets up. All right, what do we want? What are we doing?
Well,
Slice, you are the brains there.
yeah, so let me bring up the planning. At least the planning what we're supposed to do.
Am I there?
No, you're not.
Kill.
Why aren't I there?
I'll give Boris a call. I'll just call him on the fucking device.
Yeah,
You
you're
coming
on your
down to
way
fucking Slice?
You're on your way to Madison's.
And he's calling me.
You receive a call.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You're coming down
I
to
pick
Slice
up.
with your dwarf lady.
I pick up. What do you say, man? Yes, boys!
Hey, Boris.
What?
You're coming down to Slice and do some planning for tomorrow.
It's starting now?
It's starting
Yes,
tomorrow,
plan-
but you need some plans, man.
That's so confused. I thought it was later in the afternoon.
No, it's right now. You
What, you're basically heading to your lady friend or something?
How far away? No, how far away?
Hey, man, I can read people.
How far away from the thing am I? Like approximately how many minutes away from the warehouse?
You're approximately
Running.
a half hour
Of running.
of walking.
Of walking. Yeah, well, running. Dashing.
If you want to run, you'll take you'll take some stun damage on the way, but
why
Wait a
stun
minute,
damage?
didn't we have vehicles?
They're
however,
probably
this is
parked
a
at the
large
warehouse.
building, so
It's
your
in a
vehicles
parking
don't
house,
fit
probably.
inside.
Probably in the
Yeah,
parking house.
we're inside the
Oh.
building currently.
It's just a really
It's a
big building.
gigantic tower that is
It's
miles
a-
wide and long.
It's a
I'm not
it's
I'm
a
not too
tower
far away
with
from the
deviator.
tower. I just need to get inside the tower and then get to the place, right?
You're in the
Yes.
tower right now.
Yes.
So if I run, like jog, lightly jog, not getting any
You'll
stun
take some
points.
stun damage, but you'll be fine as long as you
From
rest
lightly
afterward.
jogging.
You'll take some stun damage, but you'll be fine as long as you rest afterward.
What does rest mean?
Just not running anymore.
Okay, well in that case, how long would it take me to run down to that place?
15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yeah, you take 2 stun damage.
Okay.
And as long as
Um,
nobody sees you along the way, it won't matter. But
I'm sorry, comrade. I thought it was later. I'll be on my way. Be there in about 15 minutes, huh? Just wait for me.
here's
Okay,
what
well,
happens. I'm gonna roll some dice.
And as I'm hanging up on you, you can hear the wind just starting to flow as I'm starting to jump. Run.
Damn, Slice, he's running.
What? Are you serious right now?
Yeah, fucking crazy, right?
Alright, so
Okay.
luckily on your
Okay.
way, you don't encounter any people who recognize you. Who want to
Yeah,
attack you.
because you are notorious.
Yeah. You have 3 notoriety, so people recognize you, and there might be some rich dudes who hired somebody to attack you. But luckily you
Wait.
didn't run into anybody on your way.
That's too bad. I would have been able to use my guns on the way. Damn it.
Are you serious? Is he running right now?
Yeah, it sounded like it was a bunch of wind in the mic.
Lightly jogging, I'd call it.
Oh.
So you
Okay,
take 3 stun damage. However, as long as you rest when you're in the thing, you'll be fine.
I don't know how to put on stun. Is it just 3?
Yeah, 3
Click
black
on 3 of
squares.
the
You got it right.
blocks.
Okay. I got it right, apparently.
I want you to do well.
Because
See
technically,
if
if
he
you
is-
run too long, you can pass out.
Yeah.
Cool.
I just want you to see if this is our Boris, not some kind of fake that took his comm and is acting like him right now.
I'll wait for like 9 minutes or so. Then I'll watch out the window and zoom in with the eye to see if I see.
Yeah, you look out the window and you do see him. He's about a quarter mile away down the hallway, and he's running.
Yes, like, that's
With a
definitely
big
Boris.
bottle of soya.
That's definitely Boris.
Okay, as long as he's not gonna puke the whole floor under when he arrives.
I don't see that. He had a big jug of alcohol.
Yeah, he does.
Oh wait. Always.
Okay, I'll
Either
get
in my
the
hand or on my back. It's somewhere. It's not like a little flask. It's a big ass jug.
I'll get the bucket
How
ready.
do you think he
just
got
in
the
case.
strength he has?
To carry all the alcohol, you know.
He's just carrying jugs all the time, running around.
Okay.
And that's
Do I get to the meeting room?
Yeah, you get to the warehouse.
You get to the warehouse. Yeah. I'm just holding a bucket ready.
As soon as I get in the room, I will stand outside the door. I will take a deep breath, and I will just walk calmly inside that room, and I will slam the door, and will walk slowly over to the table, taking my huge 5-liter bottle of something on the table.
Probably
Right, comrades.
soy
What is the new plan? And then I will sit down and try not to pass out.
You're
Okay,
fine. You only took 3.
I just place a bucket beside him just to be sure if he starts puking.
Yeah, he's
Just a
fine.
safety precaution.
As soon as I
He's
see
just
the bucket, I will look up at him and I will say, "Thank you. Please continue."
Okay, as I was saying, so can I bring up like a blueprint from the area we are going to invade / do / don't know?
You don't know where you're going.
Okay.
They
As I
haven't
was saying,
given you the mission yet. They're giving that to you
Okay.
tomorrow.
I thought we already had some details on that.
No, they haven't given you the mission yet.
So,
You
so
can
as I was
contact
saying,
him to see if he'll give you anything, but so far he hasn't given you anything.
Okay, so as I was saying, the plan is as followed. The two that are, well, more sturdy than me and Mr. Alf here.
I'm okay, sturdy. I got 3 body, dude.
Yeah, the same. There's just one less than me. One more than me. So as I said, so the less sturdy, because he can literally chuck a whole bottle down without a problem and still be standing. I mean,
Another guy's a troll, so he's just naturally hardy.
Yeah,
so
what he does, his strategy is he just uses his arms to block bullets, his cyber arm, and then he just walks over with the katana and just hits them. That's his strategy.
Best
Wow.
bet.
He's gonna die on the first mission.
as I said, so as I was saying, we're not gonna rush anyone this time. No, we're gonna do it with strategy. Because last time,
rush people. Who you think I am? The dwarf?
no,
Excuse me.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about the two that do rush people.
Oh, Zach and Boris.
Yes,
Oh yeah.
because you know. So let them come to us. If that doesn't help, well, we have you to take them out from long range, and perhaps me with my tiny pea shooter that hopefully hits. Because I can fire 2 small bursts of rounds, but then a third bullet always goes astray.
Yeah. Can be a pain sometimes.
Yeah.
Zach is visibly frustrated and he says, I thought we had details.
I can call in to see if they want to give me details finally.
He gets visibly frustrated. He just wanted to watch his movie. That's all he wanted to do.
Oh, come on,
Look.
Zach. It's a movie. You can watch it later.
Yeah, and this is part of the planning, We want to know what our plan of action is. Like, if I'm hacking, who is going to do what? If we're getting cornered into a hallway or we have to fight for ourselves, what do we do?
So what you're telling me is that you want us to plan what
Yes.
we're going to do
Yes.
before we've even gotten the blueprints and the job.
Yes.
But it's always nice to be prepared, even though we don't know what it is.
Kradurl.
What?
That's shit face in Russian.
I wish I knew Russian now.
You'll have to get it installed.
Don't
So
worry.
what you're telling me is that you basically got me to walk all the way over here to listen to you about what each individual should do on the job when we've already been in many jobs before we even got the job.
Yeah.
Look, this is a big one. What we did before was small jobs. This is the real deal, the big thing.
Yeah, but
Our
we haven't got
proving
the
time.
job yet, so why the fuck are we here?
That's it. I'm calling.
Alright,
I said,
so the
I'm calling to
Japanese
get
guy's
details.
name is Heiro.
Heiro. Hiro.
Yep. That's his name. That's what at least what he introduced himself as during the 6 months.
So I call up Hiro and ask him for, Mr. Hiro, do you have any details so that we can plan ahead for things that might happen?
He goes, "We are still setting up the mission."
Ugh.
Do we hear
Oh,
this?
okay.
Is he on speaker?
No.
Literally in his
just-
ear.
Yeah, I'm just talking with him myself.
Though I
Well,
can
okay.
give you some information if that's what you're looking for.
Yes. That would be very much appreciated, as we're trying to prepare a little bit ourselves here before we actually go in. I mean, the best strategies are planned beforehand.
Well, here you are good. You wow. Okay.
Me, Japanese, I don't understand.
Here's the plan. We are going to be breaking in. I'm using the Russian accent. Sorry.
For some reason.
It's
know
a
what?
Russian Japanese guy.
At the moment he starts talking about the plan, I put him on speaker for the rest, but no feedback loop onto it.
Okay.
So
He
that
goes,
don't have to repeat it for them.
We are going to be breaking into the.
Wait, speaker, no. Just through their comms, that would be better even.
Mhm.
Yeah,
You can do that.
Communicate for them.
Yeah.
We are going to be breaking into a very secure location. However, it's not going to be super high securities. It's hard to describe without my plans in front of me and everything. There's going to be the first section is going to be mostly automated robots. However, there are people who are monitoring them. Let's just come out and say it. We want you to break into the Walmart.
To do
A third story.
to get what exactly? Do they have something special delivered there recently?
They have a secret facility underneath the store.
Hmm.
I was hoping to have other people to describe this better than just to put it bluntly, but here we are.
Can I talk to the guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure you can.
I'm sure that my friend don't want all the details. We just kind of want to know what we're heading into so we can start, the basis of the operations.
Well, the plan is to... It has to do with why you were in cryogenic sleep. We were
Oh.
hoping to revive Sam Walton.
Sam who?
Sam Walton,
Sam Walton.
the founder of Walmart.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
Apparently, he goes on to describe that apparently he was put on ice as soon as he died. It wasn't put out in the news or anything, but apparently that's what happened, and he died, like, way before the awakening. So the reason why you were put on ice was so that we could figure out a way to revive him. However, that never came to fruition because Walmart was bought by another company. And the project was closed.
Okay, so we're getting the details of the plan, I assume then.
Well, we don't have any blueprints right now or anything for the secret facility, but we could give you the building plans for the store. Not like that's gonna be hard to navigate or anything.
Well, if we're going into the employees' room, then it would be kinda handy, but... Yeah, I guess it's not.
You hear him hit a button on the other side, and your deck receives a copy of the floor plan, basically, of the store.
Well, I can see that you have provided us with a floor plan for the store, but you just said that they had an underground layer. We kinda need the blueprints for the underground, not the store itself.
Well, the store is how we are gonna get in there. I don't think they have that open and about that they have an underground lair beneath this walls. Mart, come invade.
Of course I don't, but somebody had to build it.
Well, do you
That
think
was
they are
why
not
I
gonna keep
alerted
it?
you to the mission being a week from when I alerted you. Not today, which is... we still need time. We have Orthos, which is the orc that you were talking to before. Orthos. Orthos looking into hacking in, trying to get the floor plans himself.
Well, in that case, I have everything I need. I will turn off my comms, and I will look at the other guys and say, "You're a bunch of idiots," and I will just leave.
You know, I can still mess with your stuff, right? From here.
What stuff? What stuff? My comms?
Oh, not only that.
My chip with only 700 buck in it?
Not that.
Do you want any more of my technological things?
He doesn't have as much technology as the other. He uses sense for magic. They literally only have the communication thing.
Well, I can mess with that, make it not beeping all the time at certain moments, and I can be like, how do you mean it beeps?
I will still leave. And if my comm starts beeping on the way, I will tear them off and throw them in the street.
You know, that's a very terrible plan, but very Boris-like. I can agree. But
Very
yeah,
like.
you do know that if you have any jobs that we can help in, or anyone that needs help with certain skills we have, you can offer our work for them.
Are you telling me this before I leave?
Yes.
Don't worry. I have many more connections. You know, the Russian thing.
With Dimitri?
Yeah.
Oh, not just Dmitri, somebody else, but yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting at.
So what you're saying is that this job that we're getting now, also den jobben with the job we're getting now, that's not tomorrow. It's for
That
a
is
week from
tomorrow.
now.
No,
It's a
No,
week
it is
from now.
tomorrow.
it is
Yeah, we're starting tomorrow, right?
but he let you know that there was going to be a job a week ago.
So he told us in advance.
In fact, besked vecka på förhand att...
Ja,
It's
sånt.
fine.
Ja. Well, I can assure you, all my, my contacts know that we are fully trained. At least one of them do. The most important do.
I mean, I can
Well,
It's
that is good to know.
I can ask Jacob if you have any jobs for us.
So, if you all let me go now, I will go not meet with medicine, you idiot.
Don't lie to me, dwarf.
We can see through your lies. You want to
I
get
can
to
see
her.
through you.
We can see through your vain attempts.
But
I
it's
know
just
how
very good
girls do.
friends.
Whatever.
As you guys are talking, you two hear over your comm links. Now that your squabbling is over, hopefully.
Oh, sorry about that, here.
I've already left on my way to medicine, by the way.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
You just have the CEO of a company
Yeah.
on the phone, and you're just squabbling with each other. Okay, he goes, so were there any other things that I could get you other than the floor plans?
Renel, any suggestions?
I don't think we have what he can get for us currently, since it wasn't completely ready yet.
Well, as you hear, that's all for now. And
Okay,
again, thank
then.
you, sir.
I'll switch to Japanese. I will thank him and yeah, thank him. But
Yeah.
thank him.
He responds in Japanese.
Shotokoro matasai.
No need
Arigato.
no need to switch languages.
Arigato.
It felt more fitting since it's your native tongue.
He chuckles slightly, and then he hangs up. Unless Slice Man had anything else to say.
I don't know.
Nope.
You want to hack him?
No. Do I want to die? No. Okay.
Oh, he's a dragon. It's fine.
No, I mean, his security is way too high for my deck right now.
Well, so you guys are sitting in the warehouse. Do you have anything else you want to do before he arrives at? Yeah, you get your stun damage taken away. Do you
Well,
want to do
plan it.
anything before he arrives at his for his date?
Well,
It's
plan a little
thoroughly.
ahead. I mean, we have a blueprint of the mall right now, so we can go like plan ways in, plans of attack, and all that.
It's a mall. It's a fucking mall.
We're going into places that are not allowed to have quote unquote normal people.
But it's still just a mall.
It's an underground region
Just,
of a mall.
just turn off their security system and I'll blow a hole in the wall that we're inside. Bada bing, bada boom.
Oh yeah, because
That's
they
the
won't
problem.
hear a big explosion blowing
Yes.
up a wall.
Yes, and there's a dual problem. The security system is monitored.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then we just kill all the guards. No problem.
They're trying to be
As
silent.
he said, there are drones that are going to be in the store.
Well, then
Automated
hack him.
automated stuff. So,
Which were monitored, you also said.
yes, so that means that there are actual living, breathing employees. Not as many, but there are some. But mostly it's just robots that are customer service bots. That
Well,
just
in that case, we just blow a hole into wherever
Let's
take
not
control
blow
over the
a-
hole.
Let's not blow a hole and actually be quiet for once.
You do know that you can make pretty quiet explosions, right? You know, thermite.
yeah, but you
That's
don't have
true.
any.
No,
My friend Dimitri will have some.
you don't have
Yeah,
money.
with what credits you're gonna pay him?
Yeah,
And what? Do we know how many credits we're getting from this job?
New yen, correction.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't know. He hasn't. He just, since you guys were bugging him for information, he just gave you information. You haven't been told what the what the amount is or anything. He hasn't discussed the job with you at all until that point.
See, my falling had helped to some extent.
No, not at all. Tomorrow we will get the whole job, the whole plan. We will plan it out. we will know how many new yens we get. My friend Dimitri will forward the things that I need to go boom boom if I need that. No problem. Dimitri is a good friend.
All right. So again,
Well,
anything else that you guys need
I think that's
at
it.
your warehouse?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Don't think so.
All right. So we're switching to Boris. You arrive at the exterior of one of the low-level apartments. You're on floor 14. And it's one of those super tiny apartments that you guys had, except this one's even smaller because it's a one person.
So she lives in a lower.
Yep. You live in a mid.
Wouldn't be too difficult to, make her move into my place,
Unfortunately, you need more loyalty for that to happen.
I got it because I had a lot of loyalty and she didn't have a place.
What?
And I'm a nice guy.
No,
My
you're
elf-
an idiot. It's a difference.
No.
Okay. Yeah, currently she's at 1 and 1. So,
Mhm.
you...
Along the way, by the way, if I would have any chance of picking up like a flower of any kind, I would have picked it with me.
The flowers in your price range are artificial flowers made of soy-based material.
Like
Because the world is irradiated and flowers are dead.
Okay, so how much for a based rose?
You want a fake rose?
Yes.
Because, I mean, you could get a dozen real roses that would cost you 1,000 new yen.
Yeah, but a fake rose. A soy-based rose.
Okay.
How much is that?
You can spend 20 new yen on that.
Worth every penny.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
How many roses are that? Is that just one?
Well, how many did you want?
3.
Then that's... They'll give you a small bouquet of... for 30.
30. You guys know why it's good to give out 3 roses?
Well,
No.
tell us, oh wise man.
Because
That was a wise beard man.
every rose is a symbol for a sentence. I love you.
You mean word.
Words.
So if you have a dozen, you just say it 4 times. So that's technically better.
Sorry, I'm quite drunk.
It's Sunday. Jesus.
How the hell can it be? You know he drinks every day, right? And
Yeah.
he's constantly drunk, he said once.
Yeah, you can't drive if you're drunk and he drinks. So.
Oh, you think
that?
you think he
Yep.
doesn't? You think he doesn't?
Oh, fuck, you know.
Well,
Either way,
I'm pretty
so-
sure that Gio have never seen.
Oh, the egg. Flag, what?
Oh, man, Gio.
So,
Yeah.
you stopped at the Stuffer Shack that you know about along the way.
Check again. You got everything there.
And he went, why are you always around here?
He wants all the alcohol, that's why.
He's asking Boris this.
Why are you around? He asked you.
Why I'm around?
Mm-hmm.
Why I'm around?
Why are you always around here, is what he asked specifically.
Du har aldrig mycket med att köpa alkohol och shit. Så.
Because your face makes me laugh. And then I pay for the roses and walk out.
Alright, as you do that, I'll get you to make an intuition check.
Hey, what?
They just throw a
Intuition.
knife in your
So
road.
just
Okay,
click your
that's-
intuition.
So that's a 3, so that would make 3d6.
Yeah, should be able to just click intuition.
Yeah, you can just click intuition.
Like a skill check in roll 20 D&D shit.
2.
2 successes.
Wow.
I don't know what intuition is. What is it?
Your gut feeling.
Oh.
What your gut says you.
Okay.
Should I do this?
What does my gut tell me?
You look at his face, and his acne seems to be clearing up. And his face seems slightly more pale.
Okay, so what is my gut feeling telling me then?
It's telling you that something happened over the past 6 months.
Oh, he's almost become a man.
It's up to you to decide. You didn't
Oh,
succeed
shit.
that much.
Like, I just made the connection like, wait a fucking second.
He's
Something
a cool
has
man.
happened. You can look into it later if you want to do research, but...
But then again, it's me, so
Yeah.
no.
I just want to know, if a vampire were to drink from bullets, would they get drunk? Or instantly vomit?
It's blood. It's the blood. It's not the their stomach contents. But their blood alcohol level would affect them, yes.
Uh-huh. Oh, so he might be a vampire. Is that the thing?
That's what Gio's assuming.
Because
Might
his
be, probably
acne
not.
is gone over 6 months.
And he got pale.
A half a year has gone by, and his acne is gone. Oh, he must be a vampire.
The one thing that he finds that he thinks is suspicious, he says he became paler.
I don't even know that vampires existed.
Okay, continue. You
Well, a
leave
bunch
the
of
store.
fancy creatures joined the world.
You
But
didn't.
As he is asking me why I'm always around here is because, well, your face makes me smile, and your voice is so delightful, and then I will go.
Yeah, that's what you say. So you leave the store. Good.
And I will actually say that in a British accent, just to fuck with him, if he knows me.
He just looks at you confused.
Cool.
So you head to Madison's. And you're at the outside of her apartment.
Before I go in, our relationship, is it just friends, or are we in fact lovers?
Acquaintances.
Like, do we fuck? Are we friends with benefits? Or
No.
not?
It's
We're
been
not friends
strictly
with
a
benefits.
business relationship that has blossomed into slightly a friendship.
Slightly a friendship.
You're
Okay.
still the friend zone.
Get friends on dwarf.
If you invest more
Whoa.
karma later, that will improve.
If the tales are true, this zone is impossible to get out of.
What shall they do?
Yeah, it's the Twilight Zone.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Only worse.
All it works on vampires and werewolves.
Oh. I
So-
wish every guy was like you. It would be so awesome. Well, I'm like me, yeah, but it's you.
That isn't what she's going to say. You haven't even opened knocked on the door yet.
I'm so lovely. Why won't you marry me?
Well, I knock on the door.
Okay.
And by the way, does the door go inwards or outwards?
It sucks up into the ceiling. It's a futuristic door.
It's the future.
I was thinking about hanging the flowers on the doorknob. So that when
It
she
doesn't
opens
have a
it...
doorknob. It just senses whether or not it's supposed to open. Which means that you are not a recognized occupant of this household, which is why it's not opening.
Get ready.
You know what? In that case, I will get a piece of string, and I will attach that to my flowers. And I will attach the flowers to the bottom part of the door, so that when the door sucks up, it will be about in our eyesight of height.
That's gonna be a long string. Because you guys are
Yeah.
short. But you can...
So,
you know what? If you took off an extra new yen, I'll give you that string.
no problem. Let's make that 2 Nugent, because of the piece of tape as well.
This man is going all in for the woman.
He's going all in. No expenses. Nothing is too expensive for this woman. Woman, words. I'm bad.
Yeah, a piece of
Until it finds out she
tape. A piece
doesn't
of
like it.
tape is not too expensive for this woman. Anyway,
Until Mr. Drunkard finds out she doesn't like alcohol. And
Either way-
they just say, fuck you.
either way, here's what. So you knock on the door and then tape this string attached to the fake roses on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you stay there, or do you leave?
I stay there.
Okay. I just wanted to know if you were just leaving like a secret admirer's flowers just sitting there.
Hell no!
Okay, fair enough. So she comes to the door, and it opens as she gets within the sensor's range, and it just sort of goes up into the ceiling, and the roses are just dangling there, and she just sort of
Oops.
looks at you.
Ignore that.
She looks at you with a slight quizzical look. She's very,
I don't know what quizzical means.
Does Olaf know what quizzical means?
Where's it go?
Quizzical.
Sort of like...
No.
Oh, go ahead.
Weird it out.
I'm probably youngest of all.
Is it a
Means that
fast
she
word for weird it out?
is... Mhm, it means that she is kind of, curious, but confused at the same time.
I can work with that.
Okay, so she just looks at you and she says, "So this is what you're doing with your training."
Well, medicine. I thought you have been my trainer for a long time, and I've finally finished training, so I thought celebrations would be in order, and I will pull out a 5-liter jug of whatever I've been drinking for the last 6 months.
Okay,
Oh God!
I'll let you do this. However, if you guys go on a mission before the Walton mission, if you want to spend edge, you can on this, because you're rolling a charisma check. If you want to spend edge on this, you can, but it will subtract 1 edge from your mission if you go on a mission before the Walton mission.
Can I decide after I roll, or
Yes,
do I have to decide now?
You can decide after you roll. That's how edge works. You have to know what the roll is before you decide if you want to re-roll something.
I think I'm good.
Wow! You got 2 successes on... Let me see.
On 2 dice.
On 2
Actually,
dice.
it's 4 dice.
Oh. How? What?
I don't know. I don't know how
It
this
says
works.
2. I have 2 in charisma.
Yeah, and you get 4 dice. I
4
don't know why,
dice,
but
somehow.
that's how it works, apparently. The sheets
What
are
is
set
it,
up
my shit?
properly, so it's just doing what it's supposed to do. So, okay, you got 2 successes. So that means she goes, fine. And she goes back into the house and the door closes. For a minute. You don't know why she went back in.
So she just goes, fine.
And went
and
back
then
in
the door closes.
Yeah.
And I'm standing there with the roses and the jug of alcohol.
Yeah.
Wondering
Yes.
what the hell just happened.
Yep.
She
Perfect.
said fine. She's going out with you. What else do you think?
She said fine. I said, standing there with my roses.
Yeah, you're just standing out in the middle of this corridor, which is a public walking space, with roses in your hand, jug in your hand, just like, what just happened? But then she comes back out about 5 minutes later, and she has, like, instead of just like work clothes, which is what she had on before, she has a dress on.
Oh shit.
Oh crap.
He's getting there. He's getting there now.
And she says, but this is between friends at the moment.
Need more karma, boy. Need more karma, boy.
And she takes the roses, and she smells them, and then they're obviously fake, and she goes, I suppose this is all you could afford on your budget. And she continues walking. She walks
Well,
forward. She doesn't know where she's going, but she's assuming that you're
walking
going
out
somewhere.
too fast, Matt. As she would have come out of the door with all the new fancy clothes on, preferably off, but on.
It's just a dress. It's a casual
I
dress. It isn't a
said-
fancy one.
I would still have said, Правда się dyskretniasa.
None the fuck.
It means you look beautiful in Russian.
She doesn't understand Russian, so
Yeah,
why?
she doesn't
Yeah, I'm
understand
just
Russian.
saying it.
She goes,
So
She
as
goes-
soon as I see her, I will say that. and
yeah,
I
you've
will
only
see how
seen
she
her
reacts.
in her work attire. So this is the first time you've seen her in casual wear. So, okay, that's fine. So she goes,
If she wants to know what it means, she'll ask.
I'll take that as a compliment. And then she
Oh,
takes the roses.
It is. It means you look beautiful in my mother's language.
And she shrugs. Alright, let's get this over with. And she takes the roses.
She steals your money and leaves you in the street.
As long as you don't increase her karma or her contact with karma, then yes, this is like a one-time thing. But if you increase the karma, then she'll be more susceptible.
I mean, you could get karma from this.
You could. So,
Why shouldn't I? I'm taking my teacher out for dinner or drinks because she's a good teacher.
so she's
Have I been
expecting
able to
that
get some karma from this?
she's expecting that since this was your idea, you have a place in mind to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Roberts!
Oh god.
And she goes, "Oh, that place. Seems like your kind of place."
Oh, believe me, it is. Robert is a very good and dear friend.
All right, let's go. And she starts leading the way.
Are you gonna let that happen, boys? Taken lead by your woman.
Mine got more loyalty, so she was.
I'm walking beside her.
Okay, yeah, she started
Leading the way,
walking,
I
and then
run
you
up
caught
to
up to
her,
her.
and I will, yeah,
Okay, that's fine.
walk.
But I have like twice the size of success because I have twice as many dice as you.
And I will talk about magic stuff all along the way because that interests her. She likes magic.
She goes, as
Sure.
soon as you start bringing up some of your spell stuff, she goes, "Not here. That's work."
This is friendship, boy.
He's getting somewhere.
Where's the Yakuza and just stabbing
in
you
that
back?
case, what kind of hobbies do you have? Like, you know me, I like magic. And then hobbies are basically drinking and blowing up stuff. So what do you do, hobbies?
I'm gonna roll some dice to see how closely aligned your interests are.
Lionel stopped working.
Okay, it's not that bad. She goes,
Oh,
yeah,
Jesus Christ.
you're male, so that makes sense. You like blowing stuff up. It's just natural. Well, I'm more into certain tridios.
She likes porn, boy.
What the hell is it?
You know what a tridio is.
3D video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's
just a
a
short
3D.
one.
You
It's a
like
3D
watching
video.
movies. So you like watching movies then?
Yes. Sometimes it's more romantic comedy things, but I also like action, so perhaps we have something in common. Explosions.
You know, back in my day, before I got frozen, the best what was the movie thing called again?
Tridio.
Tritium? The closest thing to tritium we would get was something they called 3D. When we get into the movie halls, they would make us wear these weird glasses, and you would get motion sick through the movie, and it would just look awful.
She goes,
Pretty accurate.
she goes, such rudimentary technology. You are an
I'm way
ancient
beyond
after
that
all.
shit.
Compared to
Hey,
our
what?
times anyway.
An ancient?
Which means, like, you lived a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, with old age comes much wisdom.
She goes, really? Well, you didn't display it much.
I know. I'm only 21.
She goes, yeah, that makes sense.
I got frozen before I got the wisdom. You know, it's not my fault.
Fair enough. I mean, she's
Yeah,
here. She's
that's
willing
how
to
that works.
indulge you a little bit. She's here. So, you guys arrive at the bar. But before we get into any RP dating sim stuff, we're going to switch
Jack,
to
just
the
send
other
me
two.
to
What
Ava.
are the other two doing?
Well, what are you doing there now? Because I know what the hell I'm doing. I just want to see if you know what you're doing.
Not really. I head back home. Sure. And
Ava's
maybe
waiting there. She's done with one project, which is your training, so she's just sort of hanging out till the next project comes up.
How much was a bouquet of actual roses?
1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
How much is it for one real rose?
One,
One.
since it's a dozen roses and they put them on special because you're buying a bunch of them, one rose would be 100.
Jesus Christ.
That's not too bad. Come on, it's to the woman of your dreams. It's to the woman you love.
Well, then I will go buy 3 actual.
Yikes, that's a
So
lot of money.
300.
At least someone had money.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so you spend 300. So mark off 300 on your new yen.
If you don't get laid tonight, it's not real.
Then, since I literally live with her for the time being.
Yeah, but if you don't get laid tonight, it's not real. Kick her out.
Nah.
Get a new one.
Get a new one.
I get back in after buying the roses. I will tell Ava I have something here for a beautiful woman. And hand her the 3 roses.
And she goes, she's usually got a tough exterior. And when she sees that you walked in the door with real flowers, you had to walk up to the rich district in order to even get them. So, in order to even see them, let alone actually get some. And once she sees that there's actually real flowers, she goes, why did you waste your money?
Well,
Oh, I like her.
you glitch out. What
Come
else
on,
you said?
it's not like I need things. I'm not that kind of person.
Come on, don't be so. What's the word for that? I don't have the word for it.
Distant.
Nosk.
Oh, you're
dude.
you're skill jack acting up again.
Ja.
Nosk. Olav.
Ja, hva?
Hva er det på norsk? Hva er ordet?
Jeg husker faen ikke.
He doesn't even remember it in Norwegian.
That's okay. We'll just say in game that
eller
his skill jack.
Ja.
She? Shy? She.
Excuse me for that.
That's fine.
Ja, altså Hva faen er det dette da?
Ja, det er noe... Det er noe med tanker.
Ja, det må du.
Okay, so is anything happening?
He's thinking.
Ja,
They're discussing their own language. That's what's happening.
No?
See, she motions towards the computer. Perhaps you could just update and figure out what you meant.
Or you
Anyway,
could
it's
meet.
not really important. Whatever you were going to say, it's not that important.
kostbar.
She just grabs like a
Sorry.
mug.
Kostbar, hva er det på engelsk?
Kostbar. Oof.
Precious?
Ja, faktisk. Precious.
You don't have to be so precious. You taught me everything I know.
But you're kind of thinking of it. You're thinking about it wrong. Because when something precious, it's precious. Like it's precious to you.
Jeg sier flere ord fra meg. Det er sånn kostbar. Det er sånn...
Ja, men problemet er at kostbar er precious, men jeg tror ikke det er det du leter etter.
Either way,
That's out of character. Literally, what's the word for not being so?
not being what? You cut
Well,
out.
the Norwegian word is kostbar, but that's like precious, but precious means different things.
Directly translated, it's precious. But I think the word he is looking for is kind of like uptight / somebody who don't want to spend money on their own happiness. I don't know the word.
Yeah, something like that.
You could say uptight.
No, uptight is again. You don't walk into a woman tight. That's stupid.
That would be a way of expressing it. That's the only way I can think of right now.
So somebody who don't want to spend money on their own happiness.
You
It's
could say
uptight.
cheap.
Yeah,
Pessimistic.
pessimistic. There we go. That's a
another
better
one.
word for it. You don't have to be so pessimistic. I love you, and I want you to have these. I mean, it's a celebration. I've just finished my training, darling. And then you do like this on her cheek, and you kiss her, you take her clothes off,
Advice
and
from
then
the
you
bad man.
and then you ram her on the kitchen table, and everybody's happy.
Just see match face.
Demonetized.
Well, you have to start somewhere, I guess.
So I would think you're worth it. So yeah, maybe
She
we can...
grabs like a mug and just fills it with water and puts the roses in.
Mhm.
It's not the
maybe
best
we
thing,
can go out for dinner day or something.
Sorry, what did you say? I didn't.
I'm literally asking her for dinner someday.
Someday, we're going on a mission tomorrow. We might die. We want to go out to dinner today, baby. It's the word. You do.
Or today if you got free time.
She goes, I'm not that that
come on,
fancy.
you're worth it.
You're
worth it.
We could just warm up some mac and cheese like we always do.
Come on, it's a special occasion, Carl. Come on, you want it.
Alright, let's just celebrate my finished training with your excellent expertise of skills. And go out, don't have to be super fancy. Some restaurant, getting tired of that soy mac and cheese all day.
Just so you're aware, because she's going to say this in the conversation, the troll who was training you, his name was Trevin.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to say, "You've been talking to Trevin again, haven't you?" Those sweet words.
I just want to say, like, they go to the restaurant, Trevin is just literally in a bush going like, keep going, keep going.
Yeah,
Do it, man! You can do it!
He's hiding in the bushes with his comm link attached to his, telling him what to say.
Now tell her that her body odor is just like a bouquet of roses.
Okay, so that's what she says.
Oh, you may have learned a trick or two, friend. But also learned some myself.
Oh, trust me, I know the way he talks, and you're learning.
Come on, man. Drag her out of the house. Take her to dinner.
Oh,
It's a
one dinner.
thing to do.
So she goes, "Well, what did you have in mind then?"
Do you know of any restaurants close by?
You could
Not
easily
too
look one
expensive.
up, but she's more asking, like, what kind of food are you talking about? Everything
Roberts!
is soy, unless if you get something super expensive.
Yeah, but I'm not that rich.
Not anymore.
Some high quality soy, probably. Since, yeah.
Some high quality soy.
The highest quality of soy.
Of soy.
The best shit you know.
It tastes just a little bit less shitty.
But it's still soy, just better.
She says, "Well, if you're willing to indulge me, I have a surprise for you then."
Ooh.
Oh, you piqued my interest.
So she just grabs some stuff because she's just still like in like combat fatigues type uniform that she always wears. So she just grabs her belongings that has her cred stick and whatnot, and you guys go, and she leads you to. And we're gonna just pick that up after we cut to Slice Man. So, Slice Man, what are you doing? Unfortunately, you weren't so single-minded as them, and you actually took your training to heart.
No. He lives with a tech.
He lives with tech. He'll find a robot girl and marry her.
So, what are you doing, Slice Man?
Well, I am just spying on them. What about that? No.
So we're telling us that you are not a closeted.
You could have installed
You're
some
not a
spyware on
closeted
their.
homo.
If you really wanted to spy on them, you could install spyware on their comm links, and you could be hearing everything they're saying.
Yeah, you know what? I did that, and I'm just listening in with Zach and go like, "They're so not getting boat tonight."
He goes, "This just makes me depressed."
Everything.
I mean, those two. I mean, he just gets frustrated.
Look, if I didn't know any better, everything makes you depressed.
Well, technically, all of you have seen her since she is the agility.
Yeah,
Seen her.
if you have any training in agility at all, then you know who she is.
Yeah, both of you
And
got
you
decent.
know that agility should be very good in bed.
Okay.
Boy, I'm a natural athlete. I know how to do this shit.
So Zach says,
I'm like a super fit military soldier.
I don't feel bad for
Boris is
listening in
not.
on them. But is this what we're gonna do all night?
Well, no, we could play some games. We could watch some
Well,
movies.
you got a Matrix set up. And he goes, wait a second, I do remember that I did get a data jack just in case I got a firearm. We could play some games.
There you go. I know some Matrix games we could play. So, what would you say your skill level is in, well, using the Matrix? Don't want to literally be crushing you 10 times over.
Well, in our simulations, we did pretty well, but we'll see. You pick. You pick the first one.
No. These are different simulations. These are nothing like the simulations. These
Yeah,
are
because
little
those simulations,
games.
he literally had to wear a helmet as well as everybody else. But Matrix stuff is like you transfer your mind into the into the Matrix, which is the internet, basically.
Yeah, let me just set up a small session just for the two of us. No one can invade. Nothing can happen. Just safety, okay?
He goes, fine. And he puts his connects his data jack to your deck. You can do so as well.
Yeah, I said a small private room for the two of us so that we can just safely interact, explore, and learn, and teach him about the Matrix.
Alright, so what genre of game are you going to start out with?
Let's do something simple. Let's say
Doom.
You get it, but no, it's a bit. Well,
What?
he likes to go melee, right? So let's do something fantasy.
Killing Floor.
Fantasy, not modern zombie apocalypse.
Okay. So you boot up Final Fantasy 55.
No, not
Which
running single.
has
Do
multiplayer.
Skyrim. Do
Which has
Skyrim at
multiplayer.
least.
Which
Do
has
Elder
multiplayer.
Scrolls.
Whereas the Elder Scrolls one is an MMO, and you couldn't make a private
There
room.
is actually a team that's building on a mod that is called Skyrim Together.
Yes,
Yeah.
but at this point, there's going to be like Elder Scrolls 30. So
Yeah, and just to shoot out that dream out of the sky.
No. At this point, it's gonna be like Elder Scrolls 5.
No, I just not to shoot.
No, not Elder Scrolls 5, but Elder Scrolls 6. There we go.
As I was saying, not to shoot your dreams out of the sky, but Bethesda was like, no, you're not allowed to do that, because fuck you.
plus, Bethesda got their act together after the Awakening, rather than going downhill.
Oh, they're not going downhill.
They're just how many times have they re-released Skyrim?
Too many.
For every damn platform.
Exactly.
Too many.
So
Way too many.
exactly. If they planned on making a new one, they would have.
They are making a new one. They did release a teaser on the annual whatever the thingamajig for gaming and stuff like that.
Quake one.
So there is a new one on the way, but
Who knows how
will
long
we
that's
live
going
to
to take?
see it?
Either
the
way,
question.
I will say I will go for something like RPG style, like something that you can do like Skyrim, but this time co-op or something like that.
yeah, this would be Final Fantasy, is the one you were looking for.
Okay. They went away from turn-based combat?
Yeah, it's as soon as the Matrix came out, they decided to make full real-time combat that you can control with your mind.
Yeah, and the only thing you do is run around, basically.
Yeah, so
And
I
there
loaded
aren't
up.
They
random
even
encounters.
changed the
There aren't
name
random
to Running
encounters.
Simulator.
The random encounters have been exchanged for monsters and bandits and stuff just sort of walk up to you and try to kill you as you're exploring.
Yeah, so we loaded and I say, so we're now in the Final Fantasy 55.
He
So
goes,
what do you want to do?
he goes, well, look over there. And you just see two player characters just sort of trying to manipulate a glitch in the game. They're trying to fly.
Oh no. Oh no, not that one. Oh no.
What you have to do is you have to move your character into the rock fast enough, and then you just start floating up into the air. They haven't fixed it yet.
It's a good thing I know how that trick works, and I'm not teaching anyone about it because it's my trick.
He just runs over and starts trying to kill them. And he just walks over. He has a samurai sword in the game too, and he just sort of just goes. And he starts trying to kill them. However,
I just said like
he's level 1, and they're like max level.
Yeah, so I just grab book, flip through it, and just time stop.
He's gonna die.
Okay, so time's frozen. Now what?
Yeah, I just walk up to him and then just take his sword and
Yeah, you
make
didn't start up the private session yet, by the way. You just loaded up the game.
Yeah. I just walk up to him, just take his sword, and then just make him, if I can manipulate him, pull him up, make him just in the air, then let time go again so that he falls on the ground.
Okay, he falls on the ground. He goes, hey, why are you being such a dick? God.
Because I didn't set up the private session yet. Those are real players that could have kicked your ass 200 times over.
Fine.
Okay, patience is key here. So setting up the private session.
Okay.
Yeah, telling an orc that patience is key.
Well, he's a troll, but...
Oh, a troll, that's almost as bad.
Alright, so he joins the private game.
Now, as I guess you just want to murder, slaughter, slash instead, and whatever you can do, right?
He sees a little rabbit hopping by in the game, and he just stabs it. And
I take that.
He's the
Yeah.
true
since
murderer.
it's in the Matrix, it's actually fairly realistic. It's actually kind of gruesome.
I just I take this as a yes, so let me set something up that will, well, cull your bloodlust.
And he picks up the rabbit, and it just says 1 rabbit pelt in his inventory suddenly.
And I just load in a bandit camp for him and say, go to town.
Alright, he just walks in. What level are the bandits that you summoned?
1. Just to be safe for him.
Level 1? Okay. He just runs in and just kills everyone.
Yeah, after he's done, I'm checking what his level is.
He is now level 3.
Okay, level 3. Let's increase the difficulty just a little.
And he
A
just
little-
picks up all their weapons, and then eventually he becomes over-encumbered, and his character can't move very quickly. And he's like, why am I moving so slow?
You never played an RPG.
He goes, well, yeah, but you can always put whatever you want in your inventory, like 99 of everything.
They made it more like the Fallout games, you know.
He's played World
Over encumbrance is a thing.
Baldur's Gate is a good example.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate over encumbrance is a thing.
Oh, that's lame. And he just mentally empties his inventory, and like 50 swords just fall in front of you.
You know. Okay, hold on. Let me just set up a small town where you can sell those things, smelt them, or whatever you want to do with them.
He goes, oh, fine. And he just picks up all the swords again.
I just set it up for him.
Okay, a random town appears. It seems like you're on a modded server in order to do this. Okay, so he
I mean,
very
I'm a
slowly
hacker.
walks over to the store owner, and then he just clicks sell all, and then he goes, Now I can move.
Yes, but you also sold your own weapon.
He goes, oh, crap.
He got
And then
them, so you can just buy
he
new.
just walks up to the store owner and he punches him, which every store owner in the game is like level 60. And the
I just
store
like-
owner tries to attack him.
No, he's gonna learn from this one.
Okay. He actually, it's realistic movement, so he actually dodges and ducks and dives and weaves, and he actually gets the store owner down to about half health before he gets one-shotted. And goes,
So then,
I wanted my stuff back.
yes, you can by just talking and buy back. That's a thing.
Oh. And then he just respawns back where he just was, and then he buys back his sword.
There you go. You know, you could also have smelted them down, make ingots out of the swords, which you can use to make better armor, better weapons, and all that.
Yeah, but now I have like 60 gold. That's a lot, right? And you're like, no, it's not.
You're fucking broke.
You want to see a lot of gold?
He shrugs, I guess.
So I go into my inventory and just drop all the gold behind me, just millions of files of gold.
And he's like, And then he looks behind the pile of gold, and you see a guard rushing forward to try to clean the street.
Yeah, I just quickly pick it up again.
Because if you leave too many things in the town, then the guards actually try to pick it up, so that way people don't get hurt.
Yeah, I pick up the gold. They're going to be like, just an example.
And he goes, oh, wow. Well, then
Yeah, I've been playing for
I
a
guess
while.
I'm a noob. I have to get
You don't
good
say.
scrub.
Yeah, that you know I'm going to increase the difficulty of the bandit camp to level 5 this time. You're level 3 currently. The last camp was level 1, just to make sure you don't instant die or anything.
Alright. And he just walks in. And he slaughters them all, but he looks a lot more damaged than he did the first time.
Like I said, more difficult.
And he says, well, this time I didn't pick up every sword.
Well, what are you gonna do with it? You have a town to go to, you have different camps to clear out and do things with. Also a few bosses I've set up. I mean, I cannot do it all for you.
Well, I don't know. And he just starts running forward to try to find something. And that's where
Yeah.
you start trying to teach him how to play the game. So then we're going to cut to Boris.
And I'll be right
Duh.
back after a little while, because I have to change with Nails.
Okay. So, Boris, you're in the bar. You've been talking to Madison for a little while, when suddenly you see someone you recognize walk into the room.
Oh, it went to that? Well,
Yes,
yeah, sure.
that was my plan from the beginning. That's what she was
Sure.
coming up with.
That's fine.
And she says, this place, Ada says, or Ava. It was Ava, not Ada. Sorry. Ava says, this place has got the best soy burgers. As she walks in.
Well, I would know. Do I see them?
Oh yeah, you guys are sitting in a booth. Because you guys
I'm
got a
literally
booth.
6'5". You can easily see.
You're not the only elf in this world. you
She's
know.
probably like 6'2".
Yeah, but you hear her voice and you recognize her from your agility training, because I'm pretty sure
Okay.
you got pretty high agility. Yeah,
Thank
you
you,
do.
true.
So we're sitting in a booth, right? Not like a two-person booth, but there's room for more, right?
Yeah, if you guys want to double date, you could.
As soon as I see them, it's like, comrades! And I'm like waving them over, like trying to get them to join us.
Alright,
I'll ask Ava if you want it.
she turns around, so that way Boris can't see her face, and she just has
Mhm.
like a blank expression. on her face. She's just
Like always.
and then she turns around and she goes, "Hi!" And she has a big happy face on. All of a
I
sudden.
don't think Ava likes me.
You're terrible at reading people. You don't know.
And she walks over and she says, "So, what did you guys order?"
Well,
Or
I ordered and I'll just say the name of the shitty booze thing.
Okay.
soy beer.
Yeah, no, it's not soy beer, but soy spirit? Maybe? Soy spirit? Soy booze?
The slang is soy call, which is
Soy
soy
call.
and alcohol combined.
Well, I ordered about 2 or 3 glasses of soy call, and Madison here has ordered the soy burger, was it? With
She goes, "Yeah, it's actually pretty good." And Ava goes, "Oh, you know this place too?" And then they start talking back and forth. Because they already knew each other from before.
There's like a waiter
and,
I have to
and
go up
as
the road.
they're all sitting down, I will message to the barkeep. I'm assuming it's Robert that's in the bar right now.
Yeah, you usually, when you usually go when he's on.
Yeah. Robert! Some drinks for my friends, and she'll have... Point.
Me and Ava will both take a soy burger.
She nods.
Yeah. Soy burger and drinks what?
She goes,
What do you want?
"It all tastes the same." Because it's all soy.
It's soy culture.
So 2 soy burgers and 2 it all taste the same, yeah?
Yeah.
Robert actually knows what they mean by that, and actually brings them something. So, and he's actually the only server on at this moment. There's no waitresses or anything working at the moment. So he actually comes over with the food and everything. And he says, "Well, I warmed it up. So that way it feels like actual food."
Should be
And
fine.
she goes, "Yeah, I know." Because she's been there before. And he goes, "Oh, you're with..." And he just starts looking at this group that's now just gathered. And he goes, "Interesting." And he just sort of walks back behind the bar.
Wait, who did he give your burger to? Did he give it to Madison or Ava?
He gave it to the 2 people who don't have one currently.
Ava and me.
Oh, yeah.
He already gave Madison her burger.
Simple burger.
Simple soy burger.
Now,
tastes the same.
though, I'm gonna give you a hint if you guys can perceive what Robert is doing. You might get a hint as to what he can help Boris with. So, what
Wouldn't
would
I
be...
know this?
You would, but I wouldn't.
Maybe. I need you both...
I think I would, because
Well, just
only
make
people that
an intuition check. And, you might already know, but both of you make intuition checks.
yeah, but my barkeep is a 4 on
Yeah,
loyalty.
that's fine. That's
so
fine.
We should
make
be
an
pretty good
intuition check.
friends.
This is to see what he's doing.
It rolls 4 for me too, but I guess it's just. But it was 3 successes.
Wait,
Wow.
what? That's not right, is it?
He did.
Is that right?
You got max successes.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Well, as I told you, I know Robert.
He's a god!
So you start watching him, and he reaches behind the bar, and he picks up the phone or his comm link, and he says, "Yeah, I got the stuff. Don't worry." And then he hangs up, and then he takes something out from behind the counter. However, Boris, you know what this is. He's basically just a general smuggler. So, anything mundane, like not weapons or anything, he can hook you up as long as it's, like, illegal.
Like
Such as, like,
fruit and flowers and drugs.
He can smuggle in, like, rare items such as, like...
Beef?
Yes, he can. It'll cost you, which is why you haven't done it yet. But
yep.
It costs. He asks for people he doesn't like, anybody who is just a regular customer. He says whatever the cost of the thing is plus 10% for his finder's fee, quote unquote. But for you, he takes off the finder's fee if you wanted something.
Oh, he loves me. He should do. I put his kids through college.
But for now, he actually takes out what looks like a rack of ribs, and he puts it in a different place, and then you see someone walk in, and they come and pick up the rack of ribs.
Ribs?
Yeah, like a full cow rib cage.
Like baby back ribs kind of thing. Yeah.
It's like a full cow's worth of ribs that he just gives to this person.
As soon as I see this, I will excuse me from the table, and I will walk over to Robert, and I will ask him, how much did that cost?
2,000.
Thank you. I'll keep it in mind. I'll go back over to the table.
Yeah, so with your intuition 3, you also noticed it. And then you saw Boris walk over and whisper something to him and then come back.
Yeah, fine with me. I'm gonna get some more ideas for proper food.
But another thing that he can do, which Boris is aware of, he can also get you fake IDs. Which is hilarious because he's a barkeep. So he gets fake IDs for kids, which is kind of sketchy.
Fine.
Since he is a very close friend of mine, does that mean that I have one level up of my
Unfortunately, no,
fake
you have
ID
to buy
or no?
it still. He doesn't charge you the finder's fee, but he still charges you regular amount.
Okay, and the next we have the most inexpensive one that was 500, right? And the next one was 2,000 or 3,000.
Yeah, you'll have to look it up.
Yeah,
but you can do that later. So
I know that the most expensive one is 1 million.
Yeah. So, he's just watching over you guys, but the two gals are chatting up because they know each other because they've been working together for years. So they're talking. If you guys want to interject on their conversation or anything, you can do that, but you guys can talk to each other, whatever you want to do.
That sounds rude to interrupt two people chatting, so I wouldn't interrupt them.
We're talking to each other.
So, Boris.
Yes, Leo.
How often you to this place? So talking to
Often I'm at this place?
Mm-hmm.
Well, problem is I don't really know. Robert!
He looks over, and he like slaps a towel that he was drying something off with on his shoulder. He says,
How often am I here, approximately?
when are you not? That would be the easier question to answer.
You have got your answer, Leo. And I will, like, share to Robert.
You will what with Robert?
Oh, cheers.
Oh, okay. He raises an empty glass, but you know that means that he's, like...
Nostrovia, I'll tell him.
Because he doesn't drink while on the job, so that way he doesn't, like, make a mess. So...
Yeah, but I've tried to get him to. A lot.
You've never succeeded so far.
So, Leo.
Yeah.
How often are you here?
This was actually my first time.
Well, in that case, my friend, you're an idiot. Which I already knew.
The funny thing is, one of your nannies is the one who told Boris about this place.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason he knew about it.
Is Nanny here?
No.
He's always here.
No. Unfortunately not. They now
Maximum
trust
sneak.
you enough that if you get in trouble, you're gonna take the fall on your own.
So I don't have a nanny anymore?
No.
Damn
You're
it.
Madison. Just basically.
She's not my nanny.
She looks over and she's like, "Shut up." And then she continues the conversation they were having.
To me or him?
She said it to you because you said that she's your nanny.
No, I said she's not my nanny.
Oh, okay. Then
He was the one that said she's my nanny.
Okay, then she doesn't.
Hey, don't blame me. You don't want to call the fucking suit guy a nanny.
Well, I asked him what his name was, and he just didn't say anything, so I just made up a name for him. I mean, he was basically kind of my nanny, so... Nanny.
You do have his contact information, so you can call him on his comm link.
Oh my god, yes. I connect all our comms.
Is that something you just can do?
The two ladies, one of them asks, it doesn't matter which one. So they say, What are you doing? Connecting our comm links. What?
Have you girls ever heard of a prank call before?
They look at each other.
This is something we used to do way back in time, you know, before 2012. It was actually fun.
Ava goes, you realize he can track your, whoever this is that you're calling, can track our comm link?
I know.
Alright.
But he can only track my comm link, he can't track yours, which is fine, right?
Fair enough.
You did a Russian accent.
I did for a second.
You got the bloody Russians.
So, when I connect all our comm links, I will call Nanny.
Oh god.
Alright. It's what he's labeled as in your contact list, too.
Yeah.
So you call him, and he goes, I'm on duty right now. Who is this?
Well, Nanny, it's Boris. I'm in quite a pickle.
He just sighs. He doesn't respond in any other way.
I just shut the fuck up. I don't say shit.
Yeah, the other two aren't saying anything either.
I'm in quite of a pickle, my friend.
What do you expect me to do about it?
Get me out of it. I mean, the lady that turned out to be a man, she just said that I owe her 1,500 credits for all the night, and I don't got the money, and they told they would kill me if I don't pay up. And I said no, because I thought it was lady, but then it was a man, and then the man turned into lady man, and then I'm confused. So I need you to come pay my debt and pick me up.
Are you sure someone didn't spike your drink?
Of course they didn't spike my drink. Then I would be drunk right now. I haven't even drunken that much today because I'm talking with medicine, and I don't want to be drunk when talking to medicine.
Alright. Do you got a name?
I just start laughing.
He goes, "Oh, fuck you!" And then he hangs up. Everybody at the table laughs, unless Lionel doesn't want to.
Oh, I laugh silently. It's not super obvious, but I'm laughing.
Like a grave. And do you guys know, and I just put my hand on to everybody, do you guys know this is actually the most I've talked to Nanny, whatever. He's not a talker.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
No. Yet.
Were you talking to Trevin too?
Trevin?
The charming troll.
Who's Trevin?
Oh, the troll guy that I was training with.
Oh, I've seen him, but I haven't talked to him, no. I know who he is.
Du har 2 kristne, så har du nett vært innom han, men du vet ikke spesifikt om han.
Well, technically you did talk to him once. But you might not remember that. Your character might
Okay,
not
like
remember.
once. Like a troll guy. Troll guy in,
very fine dressed troll.
A fine dressed troll, yeah. Yeah, I know that man. I've talked to him once.
I talked to him.
I was very drunk during the session, but yeah, I remember him. What about him?
Yeah, that seems like something he would do. Just tricking people.
Getting drunk?
No, tricking people. He's rather convincing, if you know.
He is. Oh.
Yeah, you talked to him once to increase your charisma.
I thought he was quite boring, that's why I stopped going to it.
You thought that he could help you with Madison. Was why you went to him.
Help him with Madison.
What did you say?
Oh, you thought that he could help you with Madison.
So you talked to him once.
No, that can't be the reason. Then I would have a much bigger charisma.
That's why your charisma increased 1, because you talked to him once.
Yeah,
I literally spent months with him.
How do I woo a woman?
I don't woo a dwarf woman.
He gave you some basic tips, and they didn't work as well as you thought. So
it's slightly good.
As he brings what's the name of the troll again?
Trevin.
As he brings Trevin up, I will oh yes, I remember him. I talked to him about flirting, stuff like that. And then I will turn to Medicine and tell her, this is why I punched all those very, very bad pickup lines at you. Like, did you sit in sugar? Because that ass is sweet. He told me to say that.
She goes, he's a little more suave than that usually.
Yeah, but I only went 1 session.
Oh, well, he probably just handed you the pickup line book.
Probably, I was quite drunk, but your ass is still quite sweet. And I will turn all to my other friends like it. Nothing.
I just look at Paris down.
She just looks at Lionel and she just covers her face and is like, ooh. But either way,
I'm still charming as hell.
I'm even more charming. I don't need much work for it.
The fact that she's even here with a person who on the news was reported to have killed a kid with a bomb is because you've done amazingly so far. So, you're doing it great.
Good work, 2 charisma guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm awesome at this.
So, unless if you had anything in particular you wanted to discuss with your dates, I'll get you guys to roll a charisma check to see how well you did during the night.
A straight charisma?
Yeah, just charisma.
Okay.
Okay, so Boris,
I mean, 1 out of 2? It's like, meh. But it's good, but it's not that good.
yeah, you got 1, and you also glitch. Whereas...
Oh, in that case, I will use an edge on that.
Okay, you get to re-roll the roll.
But you use an edge.
Yeah.
2.
Okay, that's better. You didn't
And
glitch.
no glitches.
Yep. So she actually is slightly receptive. She says that she wants to talk to you about something in private.
Oh shit.
However, with Lionel, she seems happy. She seems to have had a good time. So, take that for what you will.
It's not just me, right? But your cat has been sitting in the background, cleaning itself like 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just next support.
5 hours she's been doing exactly just that.
But it's good that you re-rolled, because she would have wanted to talk to you about something else in private if you would have got that glitch. So...
Ooh.
So, can we talk about that private thing as I'm walking?
Yeah, you can walk her back, as long as the other two aren't there, because she doesn't want to discuss it in front of the other two.
Of course I'm walking her home.
Okay.
I'm a gentleman. A journal girl.
Says the guy who used the pickup line again after knowing it didn't work before.
Yeah, but I was explaining to her that the troll told me to do that.
Yeah, but then you used it again. But it is true, though, you know.
Yeah, but it is true, though. Which is giving her a compliment. Your butt looks awesome.
Okay, it's fine. You did do well overall, so she overlooked it. So, as you're walking her home, she says, "Tell me the truth about the kid."
What kid?
That got blown up? What actually happened?
You know me well enough that I don't like talking about that night.
She nods, but she says, "If we're going to take this any further than what we already have, which I'm considering, I'm gonna need to know what actually happened."
You know what? The media says that I abducted, right? Abducted the kid.
Abducted.
Yeah.
She nods.
The media says that I abducted the kid. And that I blew him up on purpose.
She nods.
The truth is that we were working a job together. And some bastard thought that making a bomb with only blue wires would be a good idea, which it kind of is, because then it will blow up in your face no matter what the fuck you do. So it had 1 minute left on the timer, which would mean nobody would get out of there alive, so I just took a chance and cut a wire, which made the timer go down very fast, and the kid jumped on the bomb with his body, shielding us from the explosion. Which makes me kind of angry, actually, that the media it doesn't make me angry that it says that I blew him up on purpose and that I abducted him. The point that makes me very angry about the media, basically that he was a hero in this story. He exchanged his life to save all of ours, and that didn't come forth.
Well, you do seem to be telling the truth. Oh, we do work a strange and dangerous job, don't we?
Not a day goes by that I wanted to make it me that threw up, but my posture, and I'll just, like, I'm a dwarf, wasn't even half as big enough to make any difference. I would have just been shrapnel.
She goes, well, thank you. I didn't realize that that's how it went down.
And people ask me why I keep drinking. I'll just look up at her and smile.
She goes, we're not going to my place, just so you're aware. You're not coming in.
Oh shit.
Not
Oh
yet.
shit.
But
I'm still walking you home, isn't I?
yes, and she nods and she goes, but
She's married.
no, she doesn't say that. She says, but tonight was good. You are a little rough around the edges, but she just sort of
Darling.
shrugs.
Darling, I am very rough around the edges, and no, when we get to your door, I will not be that guy that asks, can I get in for a cup of coffee? No. I just want to see you get in safely.
She nods, and then you're now at her door as you say that. And she says, today was better than I thought it would be. And she goes,
Well,
here. And she just sort of taps on your comm link and on hers. You now have her contact information, which you didn't have before.
God dang, boy.
I got the first base.
And she waves at you delicately, and she still has the fake flowers in her hand as she walks in.
Good night, medicine. And I still have a bottle. So,
Of course.
cheers.
Of course.
Good night, medicine.
Yeah.
Nostrovia.
And Boris is only getting rougher around edges.
And you're spy-wearing all of us.
Yeah, by the way, your spyware actually pings while you're in the game. You can choose to look at the message or not.
Yeah, I just check what they're doing from time to time while watching over.
Apparently,
Zach.
it pings every time he gets close to her house, because that's how you have it set up. So apparently, he went back to her house, and you see there's a little video camera on it, and you see that he just walked her home nicely, which is a surprise.
As she is waving
Mhm.
at me, I will say, Spaghetti noche.
And she says, "What's that one?"
It's good night in my native language.
She says, "Good night to you too." And she walks inside. And the door closes.
And as I'm walking home, I'm doing the charade for singing in the rain. I'm singing in the rain. I'm singing in.
Alright, and we switch back to Lionel. You are walking home with Ava.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't said anything during the journey so far.
I'll ask her how she liked it and we should do it more. was quite nice.
It was actually surprising how Boris actually managed to keep himself together.
Yeah, the man can surprise most of us.
And she actually checks her comm link, because she lives slightly further away than what Madison does from the pub. And she checks her comm link and she says, "Weird." She says she enjoyed it too.
True, maybe we should do some more.
As long as Boris can keep his head on straight, we should be alright.
Yeah.
When he first showed up to our training sessions, he seemed a lot more unruly. Perhaps he was trying to be impressive today.
Well, as far as I read on him, seems very fond of Madison. Even though I didn't spend much time with her, I didn't know how well she is in, most.
Yeah, she can train in magic, but also she is better in... which stat was it?
Probably logic or willpower.
Yeah, willpower. She's better in the willpower department.
I'm 2 in that.
I have a 3 in that.
Yeah, you were focusing
So
more
that's a
on the
dumber.
magic aspect, which is why you didn't get much willpower. Whereas your character...
But she
Lionel
would have trained
didn't
me
get
in
much
willpower as
willpower.
well. She
Lionel
would have
didn't
trained
get
me in
much
willpower as well.
either.
I needed charisma and agility.
Yeah. So, you spent time with her training, and she seems more spiritual in her training regimen. Seems like it's more spirit focused, slightly religious.
Just trying to open that third eye.
Yep.
Wink, wink.
I know what you mean.
Hmm.
However,
Orgasm.
that he just goes straight to. Either way, okay. So, you two are walking back,
Mm-hmm.
and you're about at your house now.
Yeah, I follow her and then wish her a good night. Then,
Okay.
yeah. Hope
And you go to
sometime.
separate rooms? Is that the thing?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
sleeping on a futon, which is like a.
Oh, no, she ain't. Not tonight.
You know, Ava,
Real flowers.
I think my bed would be a little more comfortable if you would like to join.
She goes,
That is the worst
She's-
pickup line I've heard in my life.
but you can roll
Charisma.
charisma.
He's not going for first base, no, he's going for fourth
Fuck
base
you.
instantly.
You did succeed.
Use an edge on that shit.
You did succeed.
But
But
it was also a glitch.
yes, which means
Use an edge.
you can use an edge if you want
Yeah.
Use an edge.
to re-roll if you want.
Yeah, 3.
Okay, there you go.
But I won less edge.
Yeah, that's true. But if that's if you guys do a mission before the Walton mission. So,
That's 2 glitches.
she just sort of thinks for a minute and she says, "Why the hell not?" And she just follows you. We can imply what happened because I don't want to roleplay that part. So,
Okay.
That is sad as hell.
all right.
That
so,
is sad as hell. She moved in with you. You gave her real flowers, which is super expensive. We had a great night. And you got home and you said, "Would you join me in my bed?" And she said, "Why the hell not?"
yeah.
You went for
That's
first
super
base
sad.
to
I'm
you went
rather
for
convincing.
first base to fourth base instantly.
Yeah. I'm rather convincing, you know.
Yeah, rather convincing.
He is the
Why
face
the
of the
hell
group.
not?
Hmm?
He is the face of the group. So,
Yeah.
Still super fucking sad.
So worth it now. Yeah, it might be sad, but it
Why the
worked.
hell not?
It worked, boy. It worked. At least someone
so
would leave.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be the the really fun thing, is it? It's gonna be like, yeah, I have to do this.
No, she isn't saying it in that way. To be
She was happy with it.
Yeah. She just wasn't sure before that happened. So, Slice Man, you get another ping on your spyware.
Oh, you got a fucking porn cam?
No. Just at the door, I'm gonna be like,
With a bunch of weird noises.
No, you get a ping, which is for if Ava for some reason enters his bedroom, this is the first time.
yeah, if I get a feeling they're going that far, I'm like, nope. That's
Yeah, you don't peep. But
No.
you set it up so that way you could know how far their relationships are progressing.
In other words, you can set it up like, as soon as she enters the bedroom, you just disconnect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's
can
how we
set
have
it
it set up.
No core works for
as
me.
soon as
If
he
you
starts,
want to, there is many people out there that likes to watch and listen.
Yes, but you guys are his friends, so he might not want to do that.
No.
Oh,
We don't know how creepy he is.
I'm just watching out for your well-being. Like, if you get dumped, I don't want to have you constantly crying on mission.
How would Zach react?
Oh, Zach doesn't know. He's not in on the pings unless Slice Man actually lets him in.
Well, I do tell him about Boris, so that he's doing well. He might be getting second base soon.
He goes.
It's just me. Oh, he got automatic to based.
He goes. He actually says to you as he's cutting up a bandit camp again. He goes, "What's wrong with us, man? Why are they the ones that are alone?"
I wasn't looking. Perhaps, well, you had your stuff.
Well, to be fair, I am pretty depressing.
Well,
Oh.
that's not the answer. Gio just walks over to him and say, "Let me show you." And he taps his finger on his
Let me show
his
you.
forehead. And he out, and you can see basically my screen. It's a one screen with a Shadowrun side, and there's a Discord with a bunch of guys in it. And then he back, and he says, "I understand."
No.
You're a man now, Zach.
Zach, just so you know, Lionel might be in a happy mood today. Tomorrow, I mean.
Oh, I'm over happy.
You know what?
Overly
Overjoyed.
overjoyed.
We'll do this
That's
again. We won't play this game again. But I'm gonna quit for the night. I want to go and do something.
But before you go, I want to know, did I get some happiness into you?
Well,
Oh, that sounded so wrong.
it was
Oh, yeah, I actually did.
relatively enjoyable that we played a game together, if that's what you...
Yes, and if it made you less depressed, that's also what I want to know. Because your
Well,
well-being
it
is my
is-
concern as well.
It is technically clinical depression, so I'll live with it for the rest of my life. But this was a good time.
There we go.
You got free porn.
And he just quits out of the game.
Yeah, I just saved this private session for him to later continue so that I don't have to set up everything again.
Fair enough. But by the time you finish saving everything and then leave the Matrix, he's already gone. He's not in the place anymore, which for about 3 months leading up to this point, he never left the place. So,
Yeah, so I ping his com to see where the hell he is.
okay, you ping his comm, he's leaving the building, and you start tracking him for a bit. He goes to a public Matrix terminal. You're
Oh
not
boy.
hacked into the public matrix terminal. You could be, if you wanted to. You could try to hack into that public matrix terminal to see what he's doing, but he's just at this public matrix terminal.
Well, time to hack into that place then.
All
Well,
right.
I could just plug in himself, right?
Let me see what your stats are. What you would be most appropriate to roll here. Cracking is illegal stuff. So yeah, that's what you're doing. So you can
That
roll a
can be
cracking.
hacking,
It's cracking.
cracking.
Yeah, so you can roll the cracking skill.
Have hacking, hard. Where's the cracking? 50.
On my screen, they're in alphabetical order.
Yeah. I've no cracking.
It says cracking here. You have one in cracking. It's called cracking group.
Oh, cracking group.
Yeah. Yeah, so roll
Don't fill
that
me out.
for now.
Ooh. A tree.
Okay, I see what's going on. We might have to fix this for next session. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have a mental limit and it only lets you roll 5 dice.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to fix that for next time. So you can roll actually how many dice you're supposed to have. We'll figure that out.
I have a mental limit of 3, but I rolled 10 dice on the fucking grid thing, even though it was only 5.
And I got a tree.
Oh, maybe he is. That's okay. Maybe he is rolling the right thing. So you got a 3. You managed to crack the public terminal. It's super simple. They don't have high security on those public terminals.
Yeah, so make a little backdoor for myself in there, just hidden far away in the corner so that no one can just be like, what the hell's that doing there? No, they'll be like, oh, we found this after like 6 years.
Yeah. So the public terminal, he appears to be searching. You don't know what he was searching before, but he's searching an old folks' home that is within the tower. He's trying to find the location of this old folks' home. And then after he highlights it with his mouse, like his highlighter cursor, he leaves the public terminal. He logs off the public terminal.
So I'm going to try and get his search history, so to say.
See if watch porn.
You can look through you can look through the search history.
Just for this terminal what he just was looking for, that's all.
He apparently picked up a trick or two from you because he illegally accessed the old folks' home roster before that. Who actually lives there. Even though he doesn't really have any skill in this. And he looked up someone called Avery.
Must be one of his contacts. So I am just going to log off from there and then again go to track him to his comm.
Okay. So he's going after this person named Avery, which I'm going to just save here so that way I don't forget it. I'll just leave it there for now. Okay, that's fine. So Avery, wow, I just pulled a blank. Okay, so he starts going towards this whole old folks' home that he looked up. That's where he's going.
Maybe it's his dad.
Avery is actually a female name. In this
Maybe it's his mother.
And he enters the old folks' home.
I just keep tracking him because I'm curious what the hell he's going to do.
Alright, he enters a particular room within the old folks' home. After standing at the desk for like 10 minutes.
Keep on. I want to know what he's going to do. I'm just going to keep watching, keep following, keep. Like I said, I'm kind of the glue of the team, trying to keep everyone in one piece.
Okay. You don't want to like hack into his camera system for his comm link or anything.
Yeah, and if I can also to the microphone to see what is being said and such.
Okay, so when do you decide to click on the sound? Because he goes up to the desk to talk to
The moment he gets,
administration.
to us, at that point I start listening in
Okay.
to see what he's saying.
You get cut in mid-conversation and he's like, yeah, Avery. And the person is looking through the roster and says, yep, she's right here. And he goes, can I talk to her? And she goes, I don't know if that's such a good idea. And he seems to get slightly aggressive with this person. And he says, can I talk to her? And she goes, sure. Right this way, sir. And she hits, you notice on the thing that she hits a button on the side of the wall. But he doesn't seem to notice. And he begins.
Zach's in trouble.
So
I am trying to disable that silent alarm.
okay, so you're gonna have to hack into the old folks' home alarm system, which they do have public matrix access, so you can potentially do it. So you're gonna have to roll some crack.
Okay. Cracking, don't fail me now. Oh!
That's
Badly.
a critical failure. Or a critical glitch. So you attempt to hack into the old folks' home silent alarm, and instead of doing what you wanted it to do, the alarm is now fixated on your GPS location.
Try divert that GPS location to another location.
Okay, you're gonna have to roll, let's see what else. Because you were doing a basic cracking, but now it's gonna be cyber combat. Roll a cyber combat for me.
2.
Alright, you managed to divert it. Where do you want to divert it to? Although, if anybody at the Lone Star headquarters nearby was paying attention right when that happened, they might have seen that it was still your location, and then switched off somewhere else.
Is there anything like lower? Is there like I'm at the 3rd floor? Is there something like important in the basement?
Of the tower, you mean?
Yes.
There's the utilities. It's basically how they get rid of this sewage and stuff.
That wouldn't be alarm for that. Where could I lead this alarm to?
While you're thinking, I'm going to be rolling to see if anybody noticed that the alarm was on your location before being switched off.
Well, I'm not switching off, I'm redirecting it.
Yeah, you're redirecting it, but they would see that the alarm was on your location and then somewhere else, which would be suspicious.
You know what?
So they have to roll to see if they notice this.
Better idea. Keep bouncing it.
Wow, I rolled 10 dice, 0 successes, critical glitch. So no, nobody noticed what you're doing.
Okay, then I just do it next door, the alarm. Is that off the old home next door?
Nothing.
Don't do it next door. Do it to somebody random on a trolley or a train.
Far away.
Far away.
Well,
Okay,
you are
yeah,
in a
what?
large building that's about a mile by a mile on the bottom floor. So you
know
could
what?
send it all kinds of places, and they would be on a wild goose chase for a long time if you wanted to.
I'm gonna let it bounce around the building.
Okay, you can do that. There is
the alarm went off.
a station nearby where you live, even though it's in like Crime Alley, basically.
Mhm.
You do hear some sirens of people on like mopeds, basically, because that's what they use. They're slightly quicker. They're Dodge Scoots, like you guys have.
Mhm.
They use those in the building to get around.
Yeah. So the first go like nose this way, nose that way, nose going there,
Yeah, they're just going all over the place. So when it hits closer to you, then you see that there's some alarms checking out the thing nearby you.
Mhm.
So you managed to do that, even though I rolled 10 dice. I had 0 successes on 10 dice. It's
So, yeah, the alarm
1/3
is
of a
bound.
chance to succeed on a dice, and I failed on every single one of them.
Yep. And I just keep
Even
bouncing
with
that
many dice, you
signal around while listening in onto Zach.
Alright, Zach is now in the room of an elderly woman, approximately.
I am assuming who this is.
You're not sure about his backstory because he hasn't really talked to you about it.
Ah, okay. Yeah, but out of character, I assume that this is his girlfriend.
Yes. He hasn't really talked about it, but from the conversation that he's having with this woman, you assume that that's what it is. However, she appears to be suffering from dementia.
What?
Dementia.
Dementia.
Yeah, Alzheimer's, specifically.
Yeah.
Terrible disease.
What would you say is the loyalty and connection to Zach? Because I want to add it into my context, because, well, he's someone that I know.
Currently, it's the same as your other companions, which is what he is currently.
Okay.
So, you can add one favor, yes, because he definitely owes you something. Even though he doesn't know it yet, I'll say that you saved a recording of what happened, so that way he owes you. Yeah, he seems to be having a conversation with this person.
I think Freeman is getting tired.
Yeah, probably. We're gonna end soon.
What?
You look a bit tired.
I'm always tired.
So he's good to go.
Whenever everybody has to go, then that's when we'll stop.
No, he's good to go.
10
I'm good to go.
I got like 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I have work tomorrow. It can't be too late.
So, he seems to be having a conversation with this woman. She's just sort of like, no, I never really liked you. You're just a real idiot. And all this other kind of really mean stuff. But she does seem to be suffering from dementia because she doesn't really remember what she just said. Because she keeps repeating herself.
Yeah. Terrible disease.
Yeah.
So. If I notice him getting angry or like.
Yeah, he seems really depressed. Like he's like, you see, he seems to be whimpering. Is what you notice.
Yeah, I just give him a call that I just thought he went to the toilet and that he's very long on there. I just wanted to check on him if he was alright. That I should maybe get someone if he needed.
Alright, he goes.
Just an excuse.
Yeah, he goes. Yeah, I'm fine. And he actually gets up and leaves the room after that point.
Yeah, I just. I stopped recording after she started, cursing him out, chewing him out, so to say.
Yeah. So he begins walking back. You can see from his GPS location.
Yeah, I keep just an eye on him that he doesn't just lash out all of a sudden.
I'll roll for that, actually. Let's see what happens. Successes means he doesn't. So the more successes means the more likely he doesn't. Yeah. 5 successes out of 10 dice, yeah. He manages to make it back without killing someone. He doesn't actually stop walking, so that's what makes you think that.
So as he's about nearly to the door, I just quit out
Okay. And
of spying on him and just
walks in the door.
be working on my deck, so to say.
Yeah, and he walks in the door and he seems quite upset. And he just goes to his bunk and goes to sleep.
Hey, don't you go to sleep just off on me.
What do you want?
You were all smiles and happiness when you left the game, and now you're all dreary and sad. That just doesn't happen from clinical depression.
Well, decided to look into my past, and I didn't like what I saw.
Well, just be careful. Okay, we don't. I mean, we already got someone with, well, it's getting slowly better, but I don't want to, see anyone regress. I'm just, I try to keep the group in good condition.
Yeah. Figure you used some of your spyware to know where I was going anyway. You didn't confirm that I was actually being spied on before, but I figured you did.
Well, I do check from time to time where everyone is, just to be sure that they're not somewhere they shouldn't be or in trouble or anything. I mean,
he turns to you quickly and he says, Do you think that it would be a good idea if I spent my money on whatever this mission that we're doing to try to help somebody who doesn't care about me?
Well, why? Well, elaborate a little bit.
Well, people at the old folks' home said that there's an anti-aging procedure that could be done.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a toll, but it would be better than what they're currently going through. It can only be done a certain amount of times, but it costs a lot of money.
So you're saying someone from your past has dementia, I assume?
I didn't say that, so I knew that you were looking in on me. Yes.
Well, I mean, someone's getting worse. I mean, you said someone to make them less worse, so I assume that's the whole thing.
I just said that they were old, but okay, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know what to do.
Look, I'm gonna say a few negative stuff here and a few positive stuff here. Your old family life gone. You have us now, we are here for you. We try to support one another as good as we can. And well, we're pulling through.
Yeah.
We have Leonel that's literally our mouthpiece. We have you and Boris that are literally our heavy, our attack, our front line, and then you have me. The glue that tries to keep it all together.
Yeah. Some of us are doing better than others. He just wipes off his cheek from a tear that he has on his face.
So if anything is amiss, if you anything need from me, just know you can count on me.
So from that, I'm getting that I shouldn't invest in this.
I mean, is the person you're doing for it really that worth it right now? Are they not too far gone yet?
Well, I won't know until I pay for the procedure and see what happens.
Well, how much is it? How much do you currently have?
I got nothing. Spent my last dollar on this cyber to try to help you guys.
Well, how much is the procedure? Just one time.
For the first procedure, it costs 10,000 new yen.
And following procedures?
Well, those won't be till years in the future. Assuming that the DNA rewind actually works properly. Because what he's describing is basically, you know how when you get older, your DNA just uncouples itself and unwinds? Basically, it rewinds the DNA.
Stitch it back together.
Okay,
And it doesn't last nearly as long as it did the original time you went through, but it fixes you for a while.
Look, if it's worth it, if it fixes all the problems after the first time and such, and you think it's worth it, then well, we can do it. If not, then we don't anymore. Then
Are we entering here this conversation?
No.
You guys aren't able to hear that conversation, no.
Okay.
He isn't aware of us, and we are in our.
Yeah, I'm not sharing it.
So he goes, alright. Well, think about it. I don't have the money anyway.
Okay. As soon as you get the money, we try it. If she wasn't worth it, well, it seems to be money not smartly spent, but at least you learned. But remember, you have a new family now. That's us 3.
Yeah. Alright.
This dude is another guy that got unfrozen, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he just sort of lays down and goes to sleep.
If you need anything if you want to frag anything, get anything fragged, just say so.
And people said Sliceman was a bad guy.
He goes to sleep. He doesn't say anything.
I just let him sleep. I am White Hat Hacker, my good man.
Yeah, but you are uncouth.
Well, you did kind of just hack into all of our others' communications thingamajiggas.
To
So
keep
no,
tabs.
you are not a white hacker, good sir. You're a black hat.
No, a grey hat.
Yeah, at minimum.
No, you're a black hat because we did not give our consent to you.
Well, a gray hat is someone who does bad things and good things.
Yeah, they're pretty much neutral.
You're a black hat.
I'm a white hat. A white hat doesn't also ask permission. They do also just do it, and then report the problem to the people.
Because they've gotten orders to do it.
No, they don't.
Yes.
Not necessarily.
No. Yes.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
Are we talking
what
about in
hat
this
he's
world
wearing.
or in the real world?
It doesn't matter which hat he's wearing.
Oh.
Ultimately, he is a hacker who is willing to help you.
I would say gray or white. Black is like super illegal shit. It doesn't.
He's not white. He's not white.
Yeah,
And
he's
gray.
not Caucasian. What are you talking about?
White hats don't hack into things they don't have permission to hack into.
The gray hats do, but they all sometimes report it and sometimes don't.
Yeah. Let me see.
Black cats just never say they just do it to fuck with people.
Either way, it doesn't matter. So he went to sleep.
Mm.
I just make sure everything is closed and then, well, go to bed as well.
All right, that seems like a good ending off point. We didn't do any combat yet, which is fine with me because I still
I did
need
kind of combat, but not directly.
Yeah. So
Not like initiative and shit.
here's what I'm gonna say. Each one of you gets. Okay. Gio's character
5
gets.
million charisma points.
Then I can just max on the stats.
Okay, so Slice Man gets. Because he managed to do something that he shouldn't have been able to do.
Damn good hacker, man.
Even though he screwed up, he fixed his mistake. So I'm willing to give him some karma there. I'll give him an extra 2 karma.
Huzzah, 3
For
karma.
managing to save his friend, even though it almost got him into very deep trouble.
Yeah.
Lionel and Boris, you both get you both get 2 as well.
Straight into Madison.
Which makes sense because that's the reason I'm giving it to you.
Yeah.
That's
So
pretty much
Madison has, we get 2, right?
Yeah, 2 points. 2 more points.
Yes.
So she is at 3 at loyalty right now.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Matt,
Yeah.
you know the unfinished word malicious malware
Mhm.
code I have?
Yep.
I made a few programs with that, so I can just literally plug in, drop it into a machine, and then just activate it on that machine.
Okay. I'll say that
Just like
you have that on your deck, which
Mhm.
would be the location. So you'd
Yeah,
have to plug into the machine using your deck and then drop it. And then
yeah, that it's in a secure folder slash place so that doesn't ruin my deck if one breaks out.
that's what decks are good for. They have so much processing power that they can quarantine programs like that very easily.
Mhm.
So
Well, is karma still just 1 point per?
it's
Or in the contacts?
yeah, for contacts it's 1 point per.
Then Eva's at 3 and 2. Took it all at her. 3 loyalty, 2 connection. Actually, I should take 3 connection.
So here since you're boosting them a lot, I'll give you what they can do for you other than relationship stuff.
Mm.
Before that, Matt, is this everything we need to write down, or
You're all good. Everything else is
Okay.
not needed yet.
okay? Good night, then, guys.
See ya. Okay, so Ava, she has military contacts.
Ooh.
So if you need an extra hand on a mission, she can grab somebody for you. An ex-military trained person who is looking for side work, if you will.
Perfect fit for me.
So she can get those.
Cool.
Let's see. Because she's ex-military, so... Okay. Madison. She can get you magic items for cheap.
Damn.
Like, fetishes, potions, stuff like that.
Damn. We got some quality contacts, man.
But you have to boost your connection in order to get really good stuff. So the fact that you're boosting loyalty means that she likes you and she'll more likely give you stuff, but the stuff that she gives you right now, since it's only one, is not very good.
Maybe just got well connected. Just okay loyalty. For now.
Yeah, she can get you some cheap stuff left over in the company office. That's what she can get you now.
Hell yeah.
But the more expensive the item is, the more likely she's going to ask for payment. You're going to have to pay for the
That's fair.
item. Give her the
That's
money
fair.
at least to go buy it for cheap.
That's completely fair.
I mean, even if she loves you, falls in love with you, it's not like she's just going to give you stuff for free.
I think I'm beyond falling in love.
Are you guys talking about Madison now?
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
talking about. Madison can get you
Magic shit.
magic stuff. Like healing salves and shit like that. Which is the equivalent of a potion.
That's pretty damn good contact.
And what a healing salve does is it heals you a certain amount of either stun damage or physical damage every turn for a certain amount of turns. That's what a salve does.
That's pretty good.
So that's what she can get you. Because if you're investing karma points in contacts, they have to give you a mechanical thing, not just a...
Yeah.
That's how it works. They have to give you a mechanical benefit.
Yeah.
So next time is going to be... You're going to... Probably near the start of the session, you're going to get... the details on the Walton mission.
Yep.
And if you guys want to do side jobs before doing the Walton mission, because the Walton mission isn't time-based, you can do it whenever you want. If you want to get other missions, so try to do that before you go on the Walton mission to try to increase your karma a little bit, you can do that.
I think all of us have a fixture. Or do you have a fixture, people?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, you don't know without one. I got a bunch of contacts though.
I got a weapon smuggler, barkeep, and chop chop.
And then Madison,
so-
which can get you magic items.
The medicine.
Medicine. How does the edge thing? Do I get back when I had rested?
If you guys decide to go on the Walton mission first, you get it back. But if you guys decide to take another mission first, then you don't get it back.
No.
Not until you complete that secondary mission.
Hmm.
So
See,
that's
that
what I
works
said
out.
that you could do. So
Yeah. We'll see how that works out. How this campaign's gonna end.
the campaign will end if you guys decide to stop after you save Sam Walton. That would be one of your campaign goals. But it's whenever you guys want it to stop.
Yeah. See how
And you
long it
keep
lasts.
getting karma, so you could have max stats on all your characters, and still continue if you wanted to.
That's gonna be expensive. Like for 5 to 8, that's how many points? That's a bunch of points. Yeah. So that's a bunch of points to maximum charisma, and even more to maximum agility.
Yeah, that's
But it-
exactly why it's a balancing act. You need to decide what you want to invest in.
Yeah, like
you
I
want
was
more
mostly contacts now
stats-
since I didn't have enough points to increase the stats.
Yeah, if you want more stats, you're going to have to increase those. But if you want
And save up karma.
better contacts, if you want better skills, you have to decide what you want to spend those on.
Well, that was fun, but I'm going to bed.
Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna get going too.
Yeah.
I'm a go too.
See you
See ya.
later.
Yeah.
Bye.
I just realized I was recording that whole time.